very cold and possibly snowy, and it's going to be weather could be a factor in a lot of these games.
Yeah, weather here is not going to be great. Obviously, won't be a factor in the game, but for him getting in might cause an issue.
Weather in Kansas City might drop below 0 during the game, and the Miami Dolphins are playing there.
Yeah,
from South Florida. Tyreek Hill's return.
Yeah,
and then I look. Buffalo is in the 30s, dropping into the 20s, but 25 to 35 mile per hour wind.
Yeah. I think Pittsburgh is used to that. And obviously Cleveland playing in Houston, they have a dome. So no problem there. All right, 248-539-9797. Let's talk to Zach in Novi. You're on 97 on the ticket. Zach.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, it's Eric, actually. But
okay.
Hey, quick question, or a point of order. Last time the Michigan Wolverines won a national championship in basketball, the Pistons won their first NBA title. So that maybe there's a little bit of foreshadowing. Michigan wins the national championship in football. Maybe the Lions. I don't know. I'm hoping. Anyway, what I want to talk about was Laporta, and if he is not there, didn't we go 8-2 without Laporta last year with Brock Wright and Mitchell, and maybe one other guy I can't remember?
Yeah, his name was T.J. Hawkinson before the trade. Yeah, you're right.
He wasn't there for the last. He wasn't there for the last 10 games, right?
Right. Well, I don't remember exactly how many, but yes, you're correct. That's true.
I'm just hoping maybe we open up the pre-Laporta playbook, and I'm sure the Rams won't look at that, but I mean we went 8-2 last year without Laporta, so I'm hoping, and we have a better stable of running backs now, so I think we might be all right.
I think they'll be able to survive if they can run the football.
Yeah.
I mean, because if they run the football, the play action is set up, and the temperatures, like we talked about, is no factor. It's dome, it's home. This is Jared Goff football. It's made for Jared Goff to succeed. Now, obviously, the Rams have a pretty good defense, especially some guy named Donald up front. So, it's not going to be easy. Raheem Morris does a really good job as their DC, but the Lions have a great offense. They should be able to thrive even without Laporta.
Yeah, and if you are one of the top offensive lines in the NFL, and most people believe they're there, and I'm curious because there've been some good play by some other offensive lines, and there's been a few breakdowns with the Philly offensive line in terms of getting after Jalen Hurts. The Lions might be edging towards their top 3, top 2, maybe top 1.
Maybe.
If you want to be that best offensive line, or if you claim you are,
right,
then line up Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
That's fine. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Honey Buns, get those guys ready.
You just love saying that.
Yeah, I know. I like Hank.
You GFer.
Tony in Detroit, you're a 97 won a ticket.
How's it going?
I'm doing wonderful, Tony.
Oh, okay. To that caller that was talking about Bill Belichick wasn't a good coach and it was all Tom Brady. All you have to do is look at the Super Bowl when they were down to Atlanta Falcons 28-3. They going into the first half, those defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators, that was the reason why they were down. That's how Patricia got the head coaching job with the Lions. Going towards the second half, New England took off, and that was because Bill Belichick took over the controls of the play calling, and New England never looked back. So to say that it was all Tom Brady, it was more like 80-20 Bill Belichick.
I won't say 80-20 Bill Belichick.
You don't think he was calling the defenses at that time?
No, I believe that he let the offensive and defensive coordinators make the play calls, and that's the reason why they were down.
No.
If it had been, if it hadn't been different, and he had called the play calling, I believe they would have never been down.
I think Patricia was defense coordinator by name only.
I think he did some.
He did some, yeah.
Right.
There's no question.
He did some calls, but Belichick obviously knew what was going on.
He was the guy that was pulling the strings,
right? But as Matt Patricia, he said it was the greatest defensive call in Super Bowl history, in football history, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he was calling such great defenses when he went back, why did Bill Belichick make him the offensive coordinator?
I know.
Like, that made no sense to me.
No, that's when you thought maybe Belichick was losing it a little bit with the thing with him and Joe Judge together. That made like no freaking sense.
Belichick seemed like after Brady, he's trying to be the smartest guy in the room, almost. Like, I don't need talent. I can use anybody. I can win with a rookie quarterback. I can have 2 offensive coordinators, one that used to be a defensive coordinator. I mean, the whole thing. I do think some of the criticism today is a little over the top.
Yes, absolutely.
We know Brady's the number one reason. That was answered post their separation.
Correct.
But the Bill Belichick in that game, the Atlanta comeback, it was brilliant. He gets mentioned very little. He kicked a field goal when they were trailing 28-9.
Right. Well,
and that made it a 2-score game. And I don't know if many coaches would have done that right now in this era of football. It's
right
a great
now, no.
Take the points, keep the game alive, and then they got their 2 touchdowns and 2 twos, took it to OT and won.
Look, his tenure in Cleveland was not great. It was 36-44, but he did win in year 4. They did go to the playoffs. They were second in the division, and they lost to Pittsburgh in the divisional game. And then the following year, when people expected them to start, ascending even further, if I'm not mistaken, they got off to a good start. But then after the move came across that they were leaving town, that's when everything just went to you-know-what. So it's not giving them a pass, but there are reasons why that team went completely down that year. It's their last year in Cleveland, right? No doubt about that. All right, here's the other question I have for you, John.
Okay.
I know you hate saying the 3 letters. I'm not a big fan of saying the 3 letters either. But would a Lions win put to bed the 3 letters?
Well, it's already put to bed for me. And I wasn't a huge believer in it. I know there's been a lot of unique things happen to the Detroit Lions over a very great expanse of time.
I'll say them. Isn't SOL different than the curse? Because I think that it's completely different.
Yeah, it's completely different, sure. But each team is different. Yes, the franchise is the same, and you could talk about a lot of different reasons as to why they never were finding success. And yes, there were some oddities that happened for the Lions, but in terms of those 3 letters, it's unique to the Lions, obviously, because you couldn't say SOL for anybody else.
Right.
But when I think about when it was gone for me, and it started with 8-2 last year. And you could start talking about, the Seahawks and the Rams game and, Baker Mayfield going there and getting a win that kept the Lions out or getting a lot, whatever it was.
That same old Lions.
Yeah. But that began it. Now you win the division. They haven't won a home playoff game. I get that. I'm hoping I get a chance to witness it. I'll be there. And I would love to Monday morning, play the taps for, those 3 letters. But for everybody, it's different. That's what I think is very unique about that, because some say it's not going to be gone until you win a Super Bowl. And do I think that's in the cards this year? No. Do I think it's in the cards in the next couple of years? I do. And I expect that to be an opportunity. I expect them to be a team that gets to an NFC Championship game, that wins and goes to the Super Bowl. And then when they get there, how do they handle that situation? Do they win? Is it a possibility that you could be talking about multiple ones? Hey, let's get there first.
Right. Because the last time they won a playoff game, everybody thought that they were going to be ascending like them and the Cowboys for that decade, and we know what happened. They had some crazy curse-like SOL things happen to them that they couldn't control. Some of them they could, but some of them they couldn't. Handle second, all that other stuff. So I think if they win a playoff game, I think for the most part it's dead. However, it depends how they lose, like later. If they win a playoff game, okay, SOL's dead. And then the next week,
same thing happens in Dallas.
Yeah, or they say Dan Campbell tries that back and forth thing that Jim Caldwell did on a helmet. Some crazy ass thing that only happens to the Lions. Then it would return. But other than that, to me, winning a playoff game for the first time in 30 years, that's not the same old Lions.
Can you have a regular season 3-letter word? Can you have a postseason 3-letter words? Like the regular season, maybe that's gone, but the postseason is still there. Because you have a chance This year, okay, you could say if you lose to Stafford, that's a 3-letter word. If you beat Stafford, but then you lose to Dallas, and Dallas a very similar way, there's been a number of interesting ways to do that there. It's still there. But if you beat the Cowboys, is it gone in the playoffs? Because then you get to a point where you're past where most people, almost everybody expected you to be.
Correct. You are exactly where you were in January of 1992, playing for the NFC Championship, playing for your chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that's a long freaking time.
And that's why it's the future decisions that are going to impact it, because SOL just went away for 1 year that year.
Yes.
You know, the curse and everything. We're picking the one time since 1957.
I know.
So I think it needs to be multiple regular seasons.
Yeah.
I also think what they decide to do with Goff is going to have a heavy impact on this. It's a tough decision.
Yeah, no, it's a very tough decision. And, I mean, there's a lot of different ways it could go, but you got to find a way to make it go right.
248-539-9797. Edward, what's up?
Good morning, guys. You mentioned Stafford a few moments ago. I have to admit that this topic about the Stafford jerseys is very disappointing to me. You could make an argument that Detroit Lions fans have not only been the most loyal, but they've been the most fervent as they've traveled the country, rooting for the team, taking over stadiums. I don't recall a single negative story. I don't recall a single moment where, the Detroit Lions fans have mentioned they weren't welcome, especially when they were cheering their team beating the other teams, guys on the field. And so here we are now that this same fan base that some of them might choose to wear a Stafford jersey in this crazy moment, this crazy linking of time, and the Detroit Lions would frown on that. That now we're hearing that bar owners are saying, don't wear your Stafford jersey. Stafford arguably may have given more to the Lions other than Barry in the last, 30 years.
Right.
And if people want to recognize him, so what? Go out there and win the football game. Have Goff put his stamp on this team and erase the Stafford memory and move forward. To try to police people's jerseys is ridiculous.
Well, it's just an individual business that's doing it for PR. But the bottom line here, Edward, is I think there are very few, a minuscule amount of Lion fans who are going to wear Lion Stafford jerseys on Sunday in Ford Field.
Yeah, I believe so, too. Yeah. I think that I don't even know what – I think in some cases, just for me, I wonder what Goff feels about this. It's like, why do the Lions feel like are they protecting me? Do they think that I can't handle?
Well, the Lions aren't. The Lions aren't doing it. The Lions have nothing to do with
it. No,
yes.
This is
some people have a real problem with wearing the opponent, the quarterback's name,
right,
for the opponent, even though it's a Lions jersey.
Right.
I mean, I'm telling you what. Right now, there's some people out there. They've got a Stafford jersey, and that's the only Lions shirt they have, and they're going to the game. I don't think they should wear it.
Either do I.
Wear blue.
Exactly.
Yeah, for one game.
Right, or cover it up.
Exactly.
Well, I think the tape is a great option, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put the tape over the name.
And put JMO. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They took the time to get to know me, ask me questions, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. They'll do the same for you. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs, and they know exactly what it needs because it's their community as well. They volunteer and donate on a regular basis to local causes to ensure that we all continue to prosper. This is the difference in 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
248-539-9797. We were talking about the jersey deal with Stafford and, the bar, not letting people wear Stafford Lions jerseys. If you have an old Lions Stafford jersey, by the way, here's what you can do. Jeff Glover, the realtor, having an event at Twin Peaks in Livonia from 10 to 2 tomorrow. Here's what you do. You bring your Stafford jersey, and you can exchange it for another Detroit jersey, either 9, 14, or 97.
Okay.
That's from 10 to 2.
Wow.
So a Detroit jersey, either 9, 14, or 97 for your old Matthew Stafford Detroit jersey.
That's pretty awesome.
All right? First 1,000 people that are there.
Okay.
Okay? So
Amazing.
check that out.
Yeah. Got an opportunity there.
It's
Absolutely.
amazing how this jersey thing has
I know.
turned
Oh,
into
yeah.
such a bit.
I know. Oh, it's great PR. That's for damn sure. All right, John, I want to ask you, and you too, Gov, Greg too, real quick. Call your shot. All right? Where is Bill Belichick coaching next season? Just, before, there obviously could be other openings next year. But as of now, you got the Chargers, you got the Raiders, who, by the way, one of their co-owners, minority owner, is Tom Brady.
He's going to hire his old
Gonna work for Tom.
coach. Yes. So we got the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the Raiders. See, I think the Raiders stick with Antonio Pierce.
So do I.
We have Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see that at all. We've got, who else do we got here?
Atlanta,
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Do they go
No, they're not going to fire.
Patriot way to Patriot way?
No, they're not. Belichick's not going to go after they disrespected his guy. I wouldn't think, but you never know.
I honestly I think it depends on where Vrabel goes. So the question would be, would you rather have Belichick or Vrabel? Because the best landing spot for both of them, I would think, if they're coveted, which we believe at least Vrabel will be coveted,
Right.
he's going to want to go where they have an established quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And the best one is in L.A.
Correct.
So I think if Vrabel goes there, then maybe there's another one that's not open yet.
Right. Okay.
That becomes a landing spot for Belichick.
Mine is Atlanta, because I think Arthur Blank is at the point right now in his life where he really wants to win a Super Bowl and will do anything to get one, and might think that he's the guy. Look, their quarterback situation is not very good, as we know. They do have the 8th pick in the draft. They might be able to either move up or get somebody there. And it depends, like you mentioned, if you hire Josh McDaniels to be your OC. They do have Bijan. They do have, Kyle Pitts, unutilized by Arthur Smith.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I think he would end up as my.
Is there any dynamic there because of 28-3?
Oh man, that would be unbelievable.
No, that he's the one that
That
that's
did it
the
to
team
him,
that
yeah.
did it.
Right?
To him,
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
I mean,
And my dark horse is somebody
can't beat them, join them. I
Yeah.
guess that's what the Falcons.
And my dark horse is a team that still has a coach right now. It's playing this weekend, and that's Philadelphia. If they get rid of Sirianni,
See, I think
Lurie is a Boston guy.
Yeah.
I think I'm trying to connect some dots, and I do think timing plays into this. And the one thing I thought after yesterday's this news, the Carroll, Saban,
Right.
Belichick, all this in the last 24 hours, is that I think Seattle's going to push hard to go after Vrabel. I think the timing of this Pete Carroll thing, once Vrabel became available, is very interesting. And he would really fit them well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, so would Dan Quinn, because he
Yeah.
was their DC there.
I would
you
be
know.
shocked if Quinn or Vrabel is not the next Seahawks.
In Seattle. I would too. And then obviously that opens up, the Chargers. Because I think the Chargers, I don't know that Dan Quinn would be in the running for Chargers, because they want to go probably offensive head coach, coming off of Brendan Staley.
Right. So the Chargers, to me, if they're going to go not spend the huge amount of money, is Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I've said that before. Until Vrabel became available,
Right.
Vrabel, that would be the defensive guy that I think the Chargers would say, you know what, if we're going to go defensive guy, let's go Vrabel, because he was able to win and hire well at Tennessee. Not obviously the last 2 years, but Some of that's him, some of it's not him. Wow, it's going to be interesting. I think there's a couple of dominoes that have to fall before, like, who's going to be the first one to make the hire?
Right. Well, and they have to wait. We have to wait a few weeks.
Yeah, we got to wait 3 before we can even have interviews.
So, like Vrabel in Atlanta, I mean, the way he obviously had Derrick Henry as his bell cow, whether Bijan's obviously not that type of runner, but it kind of fits to have that, that really good running game.
Here's the one thing another variable that's out there is we've heard rumor that Mike Tomlin might want to step down in Pittsburgh. That might be the perfect place for Vrabel.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They're talking about a guy that would fit to a T. What they would be looking for in a coach. He played there, had success there as a player, and then comes in. And, I mean, that would be, I think, very enticing to Vrabel, thinking this could be the place I would be for the next 20 years.
Is there any chance, I think it's slim, but I'll ask the question to you, that after they fired their offensive coordinator and their quarterback coach yesterday, that they get rid of Eberflus in Chicago, depending on what the organization wants to do with Justin Fields? And,
I don't think you're going to fire coordinators and then fire your coach.
I wouldn't think so either. But then again, Belichick becomes available. That city is built on defense, that team historically.
Yeah, I don't see that being a fit at all. Chicago? No.
Probably not.
No. I mean, if they were going to make that move as their head coach. Now, okay, yes, other guys become available, and you're thinking, all right, well, this is who we want to go after.
I agree with you. I don't think they're fired Eberflus.
No. But, I mean, so we thought, possibly 10 jobs opening up. Right now, there's 8. All right. Depending on how things go in the playoff, you're talking about the possibility of Philly, talking about the possibility of Dallas.
Possible.
You're also talking about, and I don't think they fire Tomlin, but if Tomlin says, I'm done, I've just had enough, he pulls a Bill Cowher and walks away, you could be looking at 11 jobs.
Wow.
It's insane.
It's unbelievable.
What's going to happen in Carolina? I mean, has it sunk in yet? They don't pick until pick 33. Because of that trade last year.
No.
Did they let their GM go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll throw this out. We talked off the air about this. Is David Tepper kind of been sitting there on the sidelines while all this and been working back channels? And is that where Belichick goes?
Maybe.
Does he just completely break the bank and hands it over to him and knows that at least maybe Belichick can turn the franchise around somewhat?
Because it would be enticing to Belichick because he would have full control like he did in New England in terms of general manager and coaching duties.
They also asked
They'd also
permission.
have another Alabama quarterback.
Yeah. They also asked for permission to talk to Mike Disner to be like the president of the team of the Lions. So,
what about Belichick there as head coach, operations, and he can get Saban as his DC? They unite.
It'd be cool, but yeah.
Well, you wanted Belichick. You once hinted at the
I wanted Belichick to go, because I thought it would be fun because Alabama had something, obviously has had something rolling, and that would be fun for Belichick if he stepped away. Now, if you're talking about both of these guys going to a absolute dumpster fire train wreck, trying to rebuild it, I don't know, maybe they'd want to do that. Maybe it sounds fun to them. Sounds miserable to me.
I know. 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. Open lines here. You know, you want to talk Saban, what's Alabama going to do? Seattle, Pete Carroll. We never got into where does Pete Carroll rank in the pantheon of coaches? I mean, because, look, he did win a Super Bowl and he won a national championship in college, too.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't realize, I think, even before Seattle, he was the Jets. He was 6-10, but with the Patriots, he wasn't bad. They were 27-21.
Right.
He was not a bad NFL coach before. Goes to USC, goes 97-19, wins a Natty. He has 3 Heisman Trophy winners, no losing seasons. Now, he did leave in a specter of the Reggie Bush situation. Oh, I didn't know anything about it. Yeah, bull crap. I think you left because you knew what was coming. But on the field, what he did in Seattle. He's a great coach. Great coach.
One of 4, because I thought I saw one of 3 this morning, but one of 4 to win a college football national championship and an NFL championship. Maybe it was just one of 3 that won a Super Bowl, because the others are Barry Switzer, Jimmy Johnson, and Paul Brown. So would Paul Brown have won that when it was a world championship, not a Super Bowl? Yeah, so it would have been pre-Super Bowl era. So one of 3 to win a college football national championship.
Correct.
And the Super Bowl. Jimmy Johnson and Barry Switzer were the other 2.
Yes.
That's about as unique and as small a club as you can get.
Pretty small.
Yeah.
And I know everybody's wondering if Jim Harbaugh wants to try to add his name to the list.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens there. 248-539-97. Let's go to Tim in Sterling Heights here, 97 on the ticket.
Morning, guys. I wanted to give you my opinion on SL, but before I do that real quick, John, I graduated from Michigan State, but I want to congratulate you on your natty. Well done.
Thank you, Tim.
And Mike, I was born in November of 58. The Lions won the last championship in 57. It's been a long haul, and I got you by a month.
Yes, you do.
Twice.
Hey.
So
You're
anyway,
an old-timer like me.
What do your grandkids call you?
Old. I told them they couldn't call me old until I was 65. I looked on the internet, and now that I'm 65, there was a lot of delight to call me old. It's you haven't gotten over that yet. But anyway, I'm over the SOL. With Chris Spielman, I feel like he started the ball rolling, and then Holmes and Campbell. It feels like SOL is done. This is just a whole different culture. But I'm now on the same old NFL. I mean, what they did in the Dallas, and then you remember, the pick up the flag.
Yep.
It's like, tell the Lions, don't get screwed by the NFL in a big game. I'm not over that. And that sort of, I don't want to say haunts me, but it really irritates the you-know-what out of me.
Well, they've had games where they've lost in the playoffs where they didn't get screwed. They just lost.
Yes, but they've had a chance to advance. And, well, let's face it, we'd be a 2 seed and have a better matchup maybe, and potential other home game. So it's affecting our potential this year.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. But you know what?
And so I'm the same NFL. I mean, you can go through all the different completion of the pass or whatever, all the different, the narrative. You've heard it over and over.
It's part of the curse. But there are other teams that have gone through, I don't know, as many. We don't follow them as closely. Weird things have happened to them. Like the Saints, but they at least won a Super Bowl. I mean, they are the victim of one of the worst postseason calls of all time.
Yeah, the pass interference.
Yeah.
I mean, my thing is, I just don't. Is something coming that we just could never even imagine? It's like
they won't know until it happens.
St. Brown's catches a slant that's going to bust it up the seam, and he runs into the umpire and then loses the ball, and it's incidental contact.
If that happens,
see,
at least it won't be Brad Allen.
But this is the thing with the some of the biggest curses.
did they say he's not getting a postseason game?
We think, but we're not.
Yeah.
I know he's not
he
this
gets
week.
Called in because a ref got sick. I see. My mind is warped because of what's happened.
It's PTSD. Look, we totally understand.
We just don't know what's on the horizon yet because we haven't been in that spot.
Right. you saw, the Justin Tucker kick. That was obviously regular season.
It somewhat feels like in other cities, now obviously we're not listening to radio or doing radio in other cities, but in other cities it's how can we win? And it feels like some of the fan base is how will we lose?
Right.
For the Lions.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
We're just waiting for the cliche, Lucy to pull the ball from Charlie Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what we're waiting for. And when the game gets tight, whether you're at home or you're at Ford Field,
the pucker factor will be amazing.
It's unbelievable. It will. It will. If they have the lead, Lions have the lead by 4 points, let's say, with, like 2:25 left, the Rams with one timeout and the 2-minute warning. Stafford gets the ball at their own 30. The place is going to be loud, so they'll be puckering while screaming their head off to try to, influence the game.
Sounds uncomfortable.
Yeah. It's going to be, Pucker City, man. You're just waiting for it is. That's horrible.
What's the ultimate scenario? Maybe this is a tease for tomorrow. The ultimate scenario of what happens at the end of the Lions' first home playoff game in 30 years.
Wow.
6-10 Friday. That could take us the whole time.
Well, I just gave the example, the running into the incidental contact with an official, you fumble the ball, the other team picks it up. Scoop and score. In OT.
I'm going to have to put some thought to that because we're going to have to get creative. Because it has to be something that's never happened before. Can't just sit there and say they win by 2.
No.
Or 2 scores.
No.
It will never be that easy. Could it possibly be that easy? Where the Lions just come out, they're at home, you have a healthy offensive line. Jared Goff is the good Goff. I heard a caller yesterday for Doug and Gator where it was there's 2 Goffs. There's the good Goff and the bad Goff. He just wants the good Goff. We all want the good Goff.
Yes.
But the good Goff shows up. You got the offensive line that dominates, that holds Aaron Donald sackless, hitless on Goff, and then Laporta plays. The offense is operating at high efficiency. Aiden Hutchinson puts a couple of hits, and maybe it's James Houston comes and then in his return he gets a couple of hits, maybe a couple of sacks on Matthew Stafford. He throws 2 picks, and the Lions win comfortably. Never trail in the game.
That would be a blank dream for Lions fans.
Moist.
How about this one? The Lions are up 4, and there's like 25 seconds left, and the Stafford's like, we got to make a play, and Cam Sutton's on Cooper Kupp, and pretty good coverage. He stumbles. Well, C.J. Gardner-Johnson's coming over, and he hits Kupp right when the ball gets there, and the ball pops up in the air. Kupp doesn't go down, but C.J. does. His helmet goes flying off, so you can see his blue hair, and Kupp goes sprinting into the end zone.
That would fit the equation. That would fit the mold.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. That could happen.
Sure.
It could. Would that stun you?
If Jeff Rieger's listening right now, it's like, this is
He's
a moist.
He's yeah.
Let's go to John.
Where's the towel?
Let's go to John from Shelby, not former Tiger John Shelby. What's up, John?
So I was telling the screener, right? I think a lot of people, for some reason, are being very, pessimistic, and I'm something more optimistic, and in a reality sense too when I say that. So if we could script this at the beginning of the season, right? You really took a piece of paper, and you're thinking, man, like 0-16 team, player from that team leads them as the coach to win the Super Bowl, right? I mean, how awesome would that be? And then on top of that, former, Stafford comes back to Detroit, and we, as Ace Ventura says, exercise the demons, right? We beat Stafford at home, right? And then we get screwed on the number 2 seed by Dallas, go back to Dallas, whoop them because we're irritated, beat them, beat San Francisco, and then win the Super Bowl, right? I mean, this is, I'm not saying this is probable, but this is a very real reality that this could happen, and maybe, maybe God wants us to win. Maybe He feels for us and has empathy for the years and years of threat.
Well, listen to the afternoon show because the Hatchet Man, David, is a very religious man. Maybe he'll do some prayers to make it a religious experience. If God loves the Detroit Lions, all I have to say is, where the hell have you been for the last 50-some years? Say, hey, wait, there's this team in Detroit. I haven't been good to them.
Yeah.
God's also about redemption stories.
Yeah,
That's true.
Up north, Jesus
Exactly.
would be the definition.
You got it. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. The coaches poll was released, by the way, so no surprise. Michigan unanimous number one. I think that makes a difference because they won the national championship. And Washington was 2. But it is curious. There were 4 coaches who did not vote Washington number 2. Would you like to guess who those coaches are, John?
4 coaches that didn't vote Washington number 2.
Right. 3 of them voted Georgia number 2. And there's another one who I'll mention later voted Alabama number 2.
Brian Kelly.
No. But you're kind of close. The 3 coaches who voted Georgia number 2 were Billy Napier from Florida,
Okay.
Stan Drayton at Temple, Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. They all voted for Georgia number 2. The one coach who voted Alabama number 2, Butch Jones of Arkansas State, who is part of the Nick Saban coaching tree, by the way. That tree is unbelievable. I looked at that, and it's amazing, both obviously in the NFL, but particularly in college football.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Kiffin and Dayball and Sarkisian. It goes on and on and on. It's amazing. And the fact that he retired yesterday is incredible to me and shocking. I mean, he is age 70, and you kind of got the idea that he was getting a little frustrated with the way college football is going, which I think most people are getting frustrated with who've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
People like Harbaugh wants more player empowerment, which is good. But when it got to a point where there are some schools that are out basically begging for NIL money from boosters and things like that, that's where you have to sit there and say, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah. There's so much going on right now. When you think about, NIL, transfer, boosters, and the way it's going to change, might even change before next year.
Right.
And conference expansion, that's going to change before next year. But it's going to be wild to see the domino effect of who gets the Alabama job versus who leaves where. If it's Kirby Smart, then who goes to Georgia? If it's Dabo, who goes to Clemson? If it's Dan Lanning, who goes to Oregon? Or if Kirby goes to Alabama, which I don't think will happen, but if he does go to Alabama, does Dan Lanning go back to Georgia? Then who goes to Oregon? Where did they come from? Who goes there?
It's going to be nuts.
Because you're talking about the major programs. And so not only we're going to have a shift in conference expansion and where teams are playing, we're going to have a major shift in where coaches are coaching.
And of course, we already talked about the NFL. And by the way, for those of you who are waiting with bated breath to see what the NCAA does with Michigan, I don't know if it means anything, but the NCAA president, Charles Baker, basically said that Michigan earned their national championship fair and square, and that his organization's unusual decision to share info about cheating allegations during the season should help to eliminate doubts about the legitimacy of the Wolverines' title run. So basically what they're saying is, they might have cheated before, but when they play legitimate teams, they kick their butt. And because if we got that information out, helped save an embarrassing situation. They're basically giving themselves a high five to a certain extent, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which is weird, but
Yeah.
But the whole thing is weird.
The whole thing is, everything is weird right now.
I know. Let's go to Joe. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Joe?
Hi, guys. Great show. The ultimate pucker and the worst way for them to lose, I think, is like 2 seconds left. Stafford gets a snap at the 50, driving, and he throws a Hail Mary. It's tipped off of a receiver's hands, and they catch it in the end zone to end the game. So, I mean, that's horrible to think about. But that could happen, right? Because he's going to it's going to come down to the last play. I know it is.
I know.
I hate thinking about it.
Is there any chance it does it? Is there any chance the Lions just go out there and control the game?
I don't think so. I think with the coach that the Rams have, and Stafford's got a chip too, it's not just Goff. I think it's going to be a hard-fought game, and it's going to come down to the last possession.
What type of chip does Stafford have?
Well, I just think, he left on his own accord, but there's been a lot of press about him in Detroit, good or bad. He has a lot to prove, too, right? He wants to come back here and win.
No,
Well, he wants to win a
Super Bowl.
playoff game. He won a Super Bowl. I think all the press has been good. Let me ask you this quick question, Joe, and we'll get into more of this tomorrow. Would you rather them lose in the fashion that if they would lose in the fashion that you described, or just get the doors blown off? Like 38-10 Rams.
I would definitely want it to be the last play of the game, but that would hurt. I think it would hurt more, but I would prefer that.
Yeah, you want to be in the game. You don't want to act like you don't want it to be like you don't belong.
I know. But he's right. There's a hurt factor.
I do think there's a chance the Lions could control this game, not blow them out. Maybe,
Right.
maybe they could. Anything can always happen, but to where this thing's not really in doubt.
Yeah.
I do, and because this environment is, we just don't know what we're quite in store for. None of us. We know it's going to be loud and stuff, but this could be rough on the Rams.
Yes, it should be. And, it's Dan Campbell's first game coaching in the playoffs. It's going to be very interesting. By the way, we talked a lot about jerseys. And tomorrow, join Karsh and Anderson. They'll be broadcasting live from Twin Peaks in Livonia from 10 to 2. You can bring your old number 9, if you have a number 9 jersey, Detroit number 9 jersey, out into exchange for a new 16, 14, or 97 Detroit jersey. Okay? So it's a Detroit jersey exchange for a new 16, 14, or 97 if you bring your old number 9. First 1,000 people will get a new jersey while supplies last. More importantly, you get to go out and say hello to Gator and meet the guy who called Nick Saban's last game as a collegiate head coach. The last play, Doug Karsh and John Jansen.
This is true.
Yes, it is.
Sad day.
With Belichick and Saban.
I mean, these are honest. I mean, step back, look at it objectively.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The two
epic
greatest
coaching
coaches
careers.
in my lifetime.
In football.
In football, well, almost any sport. I mean, Scotty Bowman
He's number one in my
number one. But beyond that, I mean, this is football, man. This is the best college coach ever and the best professional coach ever, and they go down at the same time. And I know people are divided on Belichick and the whole Brady thing, but they needed each other, and they were amazing together for that run. It was great. And Saban doing it, building winners everywhere he went is, except for the Dolphins, is pretty impressive. It's nice.
There's no doubt about it. All right, Gator. Time for the 2 Grand Slam. Our contestant today got 6.
Oh, boy.
I think I think this is up your alley. I think you're good. All right, here we go. Who do the Houston Texans play Saturday in the NFL playoffs?
Cleveland?
The Tennessee Titans fired this head coach on Tuesday.
Vrabel.
Who did the Pistons play last night?
Spurs.
Sean McVay was offensive coordinator for this team right before he coached the Rams.
I'll pass.
Who played Rudy in the 1993 movie Rudy?
Aston.
Who played Vince Papale in the 2006 movie Invincible?
Mark Wahlberg.
Victor Wembanyama was born in this country.
France.
Dominic Hasek wore this jersey number when he played for the Red Wings.
39.
Who is the all-time passing yardage leader for the LA Rams franchise?
Kurt Warner.
Who played Peter
LA
Quill
Rams,
in
damn it.
Guardians of the Galaxy 3?
Chris Pratt.
Sean McVay,
Sean McVay was the offensive coordinator for this team right before coaching the Rams.
I don't know. I totally drawn a blank.
Pick a Washington.
He was in Washington?
Oh, yeah, they had that.
Had that whole staff.
Yeah, him, Mike McDaniel. I think LaFleur was on that staff.
Yeah.
It was incredible. And Jim Everett is the all-time
Jim
passing
Everett.
yardage
Yeah,
leader
I
for the
went
LA
back and
Rams.
thought LA Rams, jackass. It's not going to be that.
Unbelievable. All right. What's up, boys?
How we doing?
How you doing, Doug?
Good.
Doug, going down in history. You got to love that.
Hang on a second. Was anybody impressed with Aston? Tom is. Tom's the only one.
I was. I think you made
Rudy?
John laugh because of just saying Aston.
Well, no, it wasn't that.
Because I never saw Rudy?
No, I was laughing at the Vince Papale question.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
no.
So how
We
do
can't-
you
we
I
can't
can
let that
understand why
go.
somebody would. Yeah, no, I'll never be able to let that go.
No.
Visiting Vegas and Vince Papale sits down next to Stoney.
literally?
Yeah.
Not Wahlberg, but Vince Papale?
No, Vince. Well, yeah.
It's
a guy wearing a Vince Papale
jersey.
Guy wearing a jersey?
Yeah, a Vince Papale jersey.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, if you're in Vegas, why wouldn't you wear a Vince Papale?
Right, that was the whole thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And considering I hadn't seen the movie yet.
The oddity of it, yes.
So Doug Karsh with the last play-by-play call, John on the color, of Nick Saban's coaching career. That's pretty awesome.
Well, we warned him.
Yeah, you got what you asked for.
Yeah.
Doug and John, 28-1 and legend killers.
Yes.
Yep.
Did you think about that at all last night when you found out he retired?
I didn't think about it until you brought it up to me this morning. I was going back through and spent the last. I've been watching a lot and doing a lot of self-scouting, listening back and hearing stuff I did wrong. I had one just cringeworthy moment, but I don't know where the hell it came from. But
would you like to share since you brought it up?
Sure, why not? I referenced Washington's game the prior week with Chicago.
Chicago, Texas. I mean, I get a moment.
What? How? What?
Did
if I ever say that,
did John catch that?
Did you catch it?
No, I didn't catch it at the time.
Because if you catch
no.
it, say something.
I rarely listen to you.
When did you say that? At what point did you say that?
Grady Gross, every kickoff last week was returned against Chicago.
Well, at least you didn't call them the Redskins.
I didn't call them the Redskins.
Did you say that in the first quarter?
Yeah.
Okay, so was it before I was watching the game?
Yeah.
Because I totally forgot the game.
Maybe
started
more
at 7:30.
embarrassing than me calling Texas Chicago. Texas Chicago.
John didn't hear it because he just talks over you anyway.
Yes.
He didn't listen.
Yeah, no, I scream over him. Yes.
We got 2 announcements, not one, but 2 announcements coming up in the Carson Anderson program.
Coming up next, have a wonderful day, everyone, and drive safely.
All right, so apparently one of the announcements has already been made. I missed it. But the other announcement is we are giving away Lions tickets today here on Carson Anderson. Indeed, for that playoff game.
We're just giving away a pair of tickets? That's awesome.
Giving away a pair of tickets with a Carson Anderson quiz question. Is it 1 pair or 2 pairs? Chance of winning a pair of tickets. I think it's a pair.
Just 1 pair.
Yep. Just 1 pair.
Excited about that.
Yes. The way it works, Carson Anderson quiz question. So how we do this is it's something said on the show is the answer to the quiz question. Like if you've been listening for the last 10 minutes, what did Doug call Texas in doing play-by-play of the CFP national title game?
Getting out of the way early.
And the answer?
Chicago.
Yeah, that would be an example.
That's so great.
Isn't it bizarre?
It happens, man. I don't know
Yeah, it
why
doesn't.
Chicago popped into your mind,
I
but
have absolutely no idea. But anyway, that would be an example of a correct answer to a Carson Anderson quiz question. And so anything that happens between now and 1:41. So make sure you are listening all throughout. And typically we try and make it easy, and then you got to be quick on the phone call. 248-539-9797. So give away a pair of tickets. It's in the Miller Lite Tap Room for the Lions playoff game coming up this Sunday night against the Rams. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit on Randolph Street tonight for the Thursday night football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Rieger and a chance to win. That's from 6 to 8 tonight at the Buffalo Wild Wings on Randolph Street in Detroit. Courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Go Lions. Go Lions indeed. How are you today?
well, a little sore today.
The rehab?
Yeah.
You had a recent back
Had
injury.
some,
Rehab?
yeah, so I'm working through that. So I had some physical therapy yesterday. Was like the first real session of it.
Okay.
And, just a little, it's simple stuff, right? But when you haven't done even simple stuff in a long time, you're going to feel it. And I knew halfway through, I'm like, I'm going to feel this tomorrow. And I'm certainly feeling some of it.
Get you to a better place, though, my friend.
Yeah,
right?
it will. And that's fine. That's fine. As
All
long
good?
as, in a couple weeks, when hopefully this back issue is done, we'll find out. I got an MRI next week.
Do you?
Yeah. I'm going to think it's probably a pinched nerve is my guess. Hopefully it's not anything that needs surgery. I don't think that's going to be the case, but we'll find out next week.
Yeah. Well, other than that, how are you? Other than the excruciating pain, how are you?
Well, nauseated watching the Pistons play last night.
Yep.
That was disgusting, seeing them take on a team that's every bit as bad as they are. And apparently not. Apparently not every bit as bad as the Pistons are, because they dominated the entire game. Wembanyama had a triple-double in, 21 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. So I wasn't happy watching that, Doug.
It's his first triple-double.
I don't know if it's his first of many, but it's his first.
Yep.
And who did it come against? Against a team that had just yielded another triple-double the previous game. So
Yep.
it's what they do, I guess. I don't know. It's so painful to watch them. I can't really explain why they're that bad. I mean, just a bad NBA team should win games every 5 days or 5 games or something like that. And they're not. They're extraordinarily bad. And I get there's no Cade Cunningham. They played without Cade last year. They were a heck of a lot better than what they're looking like this year. And they had Cade for the first 30 games this year. So I don't know.
Well, we got a lot to get into today with the Lions and Rams coming up on Sunday. There was seismic news in the world of coaching yesterday. And as we always do, we spin every topic into how does this impact us? How does it impact us? In the NFL, Bill Belichick parting ways with the Patriots. Pete Carroll mutually agreeing to start a new course with Seattle. And in college, last night, Nick Saban retiring from Alabama. Okay, so how does it impact us? Let's start with Saban. Probably doesn't have a major impact right now, but it can with recruiting, and it can with the portal if players decide they don't want to stay at Alabama for the new coach. It can also have this sort of secondary impact. Like, I'll give you an example. Michigan is in on one of the top 100 players in the country, a wide receiver by the name of Gatlin Bear, who's apparently down to Michigan and Oregon. Well, he's
a 2024 recruit?
This is a 2024 recruit. He's in his senior year.
Gotcha.
And I believe he's also going to go on a Mormon mission, so it wouldn't be in next year's class, I believe. But he's down to Michigan and Oregon. He was kind of waiting to see what Jim Harbaugh will do. Now he might be waiting to see what Dan Lanning will do, because Dan Lanning is the Vegas favorite right now at 3-1 to be the next Alabama coach. He's the head coach at Oregon. So these are the sort of, like when the pond hits the water and the ripple effect. This is the ripple effect it could have. Dante Moore transferred from UCLA to Oregon. Is he going to be looking at maybe I won't, stay at Oregon? And there was talk about him at Michigan or Michigan State. So,
well, is he allowed to transfer again?
I think if the coach leaves, and is he actually started? Like, is he in class? I don't know when Oregon's semester starts, but he might not actually. I don't know if it becomes binding until you go to class.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think his situation can be very unique if his coach leaves to take the gig at Alabama, but he just transferred into Oregon, so I'm not sure he gets that. He gets that opportunity. I think kids that are there already that haven't transferred, I think they get the opportunity, but you get an opportunity to transfer out again?
I think he could, especially if classes began on the 8th. So he might have, it could be terrible timing for him if that makes it binding.
Or that would just mean that he has to opt out in the spring. Go there for a semester and then if he can. I don't know.
I suspect in this day and age, I suspect in this day and age he'd be able to get out. So these are the ripple effects that it could have on us. And mostly the Nick Saban thing would be recruiting. The two NFL names, Bill Belichick and Pete Carroll stepping down.
Wow.
Now you get into more places, more landing spots for Ben Johnson, more landing spots for Aaron Glenn, more landing spots for Jim Harbaugh.
Well, except for Seattle. Harbaugh's not going to go work with Pete Carroll in Seattle.
Well, what role's Pete Carroll playing?
Well, he's going to have a role in Seattle, but it's with the Seabags, but it's not going to be as a coach. That ain't going to happen.
Fair enough. I mean, I appreciate you eliminating landing spots for Jim Harbaugh, but I wouldn't, at this point, I don't think anything would surprise me. If you look at the names, like Atlanta has interesting. The Detroit News had a list out today, and we talked about it yesterday. We knew that Washington had asked to speak to both of them. The Chargers had asked to speak to both of them. Chargers are also linked to Harbaugh. I was listening to Todd McShay report on this yesterday, and he had a lot of fascinating things to say, but one of them was, Harbaugh and Justin Herbert would be very attractive to him. I think also jobs with high draft picks would be ones that could be attractive to him. Washington, New England, Tennessee. My 51 still stays with him staying, but every time another job opens up, it's the supply and demand, and there's a whole bunch of jobs in the NFL: Atlanta, Carolina, Vegas, the Chargers, New England, Seattle, Tennessee, and Washington.
I would imagine that there's a lot of interest in the Chargers because of the Herbert factor, because they do have a ton of talent on that team that just haven't had the right coach there.
And they're talking to Glenn and Johnson already.
Mm-hmm. But with Harbaugh, is this ironic or am I making too much out of it? That because the Chargers left from San Diego to go to Los Angeles, does that decrease the chances, do you think, or does that increase chances? Because Harbaugh had his ties with San Diego before.
I don't think it matters at all.
Okay. I was just asking.
25% of the league's head coaching jobs are available, and they might be filled by 40% of them might be filled by someone from Michigan, right? From the state of Michigan. Is that weird?
It's very weird.
I'm glad you did the math on that.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of this coming up. Also, another announcement if you missed it earlier, but stick with us because there's a chance to win Lions tickets at 141 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So, titanic change at the top of the college and the NFL food chain in terms of coaching. Within about 12 hours, Nick Saban, Pete Carroll, and Bill Belichick all announced that they're stepping down or retiring or whatever, parting ways. Saban in the college game at Alabama, Carroll with Seattle, and then Belichick confirmed most recently at New England, although speculated on for some time. You know, it sounds like...
Is that 8 Super Bowls and 8 national championships between the three of them?
Something like that, yeah.
Carroll's got one of each, I think. And
yeah, does Belichick have 7 Super Bowls?
He's got 7, and Saban
Carroll's got 1 of each. 7. Does Saban have 6? I think Saban has 6 national championships. Carroll has 1 or 2.
And 1 with LSU?
Maybe.
Or is it? Yeah, maybe.
I thought it was 6 total. But either way,
it's a lot.
It is a lot. And what it comes down to is like we always do, we spin it. How does it impact us? And we've talked about, the Bama job could impact recruiting with a bit of, the ripple effect of coaches that might take that job as Bama's recruiting class now poised to get plucked and people start.
Well, how about Bama's coaching staff?
Could be.
New coach comes in, wanting to bring his own coaches in. The coaches that are there,
yep,
could be dispersed.
Dan Lanning is the favorite to get that job at Oregon. Oregon has, Michigan's recruiting against Oregon for a recruit in this year's class. There's Dante Moore, who just went to Oregon, Detroit kid, who was some speculation that when he was leaving UCLA, both Michigan and Michigan State got speculation. Could he be back in play? Here are some odds of the next Alabama coach. We mentioned Lanning's a favorite at 3-1. Dabo is 4-1. Lane Kiffin is 5-1. Dion and Kalen DeBoer are 6-1. Other names: Urban Meyer 10-1. Ryan Day is 20-1.
Then the names start to get a little ridiculous.
Marcus Freeman is 22-1. Sharon Moore is 25-1. So is James Franklin. Both 25-1.
What about Tom Allen?
He is not on the list.
What?
Same.
I'm surprised Sharon Moore is, on even par there with James Franklin. I think Franklin's pretty well entrenched at Penn State, but I would imagine Sharon Moore is a guy that gets interest. Moore would get more interest than that if he's not staying at Michigan to become the head coach.
BetOnline.ag also has the next Seahawks head coach. Dan Quinn's favorite at 1-1. Vrabel is 4-1. Ben Johnson 8-1. Jim Harbaugh 12-1. Aaron Glenn 16-1. Now, you pointed out during the commercial break, so I don't want to. You go ahead. The other ways this impacts us.
Well, people are automatically. I think, like you said, Dan Lanning is the number one candidate to fill the job at Alabama. Why would Dan Lanning leave Oregon? If Oregon right now they're getting ready to start matching up with the big boys and playing in a Big Ten conference, and they're one of the big boys that's coming along with obviously a Washington team that just played for the national championship, a storied program like USC and UCLA. They're bringing something to the Big Ten, and now the Big Ten, thanks to Michigan, is also home of the national champions. So why is it such a? I'm just surprised it's such a foregone conclusion from some people that Lanning would leave Oregon and go to Bama when Oregon has maybe the deepest pockets in all of college football thanks to Nike and Phil Knight. So any offer that Alabama can make, unless Dan Lanning wants to go to Alabama, that's his dream. He came from there, right? He was part of the coaching tree of Saban.
Yep.
Unless that's his dream. But if it's not, if he's built what he's built at Oregon and wants to keep it going, and hey, now we're getting Big Ten money and all this, and why would I want to? I've got my quarterback. I've got everything rolling here because he's got Dylan Gabriel as the quarterback for this upcoming season. Dante Moore is there because Dante Moore said he's willing to take a back seat for a year and learn and then go ahead and start in 2025. So it's a perfect situation for Dante Moore at Oregon if that's what he wants to do. But it's set up. Dan, I don't think it's a fait accompli.
You know what's so weird is that you start looking at the new additions to the Big Ten, and Kalen DeBoer's a candidate to go to Bama.
Right.
And so now we're in a position here with Michigan and Michigan State where, I like that the Big Ten is strong. I don't love conference expansion, but I'm not going to stop paying attention, stop following deeply. And so, B1G all the way. But at the end of the day, there's also this element of, well, if they get weaker, it's better for us. If Kalen DeBoer leaves Washington, like they're going to lose Penix. Oregon's probably more set up. USC is losing Caleb Williams. Yep. But everything's year to year anymore. Like the idea that you sort of build a program.
So that coach is not being mentioned. USC.
What?
He's not one of the odds-on favorites, right? Is that kind of surprising?
Maybe a little.
Is the shine completely off?
Yeah, it might be. I'm going way through this. That's wild. Anyway, but the point more than anything else to me is that I guess it's not more than anything else. The point I was trying to make is that you get to a situation where in college football, everything is year to year now. Everything's a reset. Every year is a reset. And we can sit here and we can talk about building a program, but you kind of reset every year. And that includes, I guess, with the coaches a lot. There's a lot of movement, and there's 8 NFL jobs. There's now Alabama is open. So there's going to be a domino effect. And I guarantee somehow, some way, there'll be the butterfly effect. It will impact us. And no, I can't find Lincoln Riley's name anywhere.
You know what's weird? Like in the NFL with coaching changes, there's not the real domino effect like there is in college football. Like when a big job or two opens in college football, it's a big domino effect. Guys are looking to move up or different programs, better programs, right?
Yep.
In the NFL, like those 32 jobs, and people made fun of the Lions job, and you can make fun of any job in the NFL. They're coveted though.
Yeah.
All 32. It's almost equal. We know they're not equal, but it's almost like
there are no stepping stone
Exactly.
jobs. It's not like, I'll take the Cleveland job so that down the road I can get the job with the Patriots. No, they're all on equal footing.
Exactly. So to bring it back locally, where the NFL and college, Doug, is Mike Macdonald, Baltimore Ravens defensive coordinator. He's going to get a lot of interviews this offseason, and he's probably going to get a job. I don't want to say probably, but he might realistically get a job, which means does Jesse Minter leave Michigan to go to become the Ravens DC? That's another local angle right there.
Or does Mike Macdonald go to take the Michigan job, but Jim Harbaugh goes to the college ranks? But
it's wild. This whole thing is wild.
Well, and the way that things have changed in college football, would you even want to leave the pro ranks to go to college right now? College is crazy. Like college used to be pretty stable. You got time to build your program up. Yep. It's about recruiting, this and that. Nobody leaves. Now it's
reset every year.
It's Wild West, man.
It's a reset every year.
NFL, you've got stability, which is crazy to think.
You've got free agency rules.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's actual
right.
rules in the NFL with free agency.
Yeah.
The college seems like it's the wild, wild west.
There are tampering rules.
But loosely.
248-539-9797. We'll start knocking down your phone calls, taking your feedback. We'll get into Lions and the Rams coming up, but huge news in the world of football, all this coaching and how does it impact us? Maybe there's things we haven't thought of, too, if you're waiting for us to make that point. And if you did not hear, we're going to be broadcasting live at the Twin Peaks in Livonia tomorrow from 10 to 2 for the Detroit Jersey Exchange. Bring out your old number 9 Stafford and exchange it for a new 16, 14, or 97 jersey. First 1,000 people will get a new jersey while supplies last. That's while supplies last. Please keep that in mind. So bring out your old number 9 Stafford jersey, and we'll see you at Twin Peaks tomorrow from 10 to 2. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh. That is Scott Anderson. Kang behind the glass. Kenny answering phones. Hope you're doing well. On this Thursday, building up to a huge weekend here in Detroit. It's playoff week here on 97.1 The Ticket, brought to you by Amish Direct Furniture. We're also giving away Lions tickets today at 141 with a Carson Anderson quiz question, so make sure you listen throughout so you know the answer to that question and give yourself a shot to win a pair of Lions tickets for the playoff game against the Rams Sunday night. 248-539-9797. We're talking about all the seismic changes in coaching and how it may impact us. And yeah, we've got coveted commodities here. I mean, what are the odds that all three of these guys are back? That Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, and Jim Harbaugh all are in their same spots next year.
Not good, Doug. Not good.
I think all three are gone.
Wow. I think Aaron Glenn's gone.
Well, that's the exact opposite of all three returning, Ken.
Well, it's a good and a bad thing, right? That means you got good coaches. The bad thing is you can't keep them for long.
Yep. Yep.
And then you might lose Jesse Minter too, Doug.
It's getting more awesome.
Sharon Moore could go.
Also great.
But not both. But not both.
Not both.
Come on, not both.
Someone's got to take that
Not
job.
up in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about Lions could lose Dissner?
Yeah, I know.
Even, right?
And that's the cap guy, right? But it's a good cap guy.
He's a good cap guy, and we put this thing together. Like
we're entering the point where we're nervous about what goes with the cap in the next couple seasons here, right? We're entering the point where you're going to have to perhaps throw an offer out to Jared Goff as an extension to keep him around. And I want a good cap guy.
Yeah.
Can we hang on to him?
Yep.
But going from cap guy to potential GM, that's a different thing.
248-539-9797. We will go to Brandon. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good. Thank you.
So a couple things. One, it's kind of crazy. It seems like we've lost the two Darth Vaders in sports in the same day. Like last year, we lost Coach K a couple years ago, which was crazy. But now we lose Belichick and Saban in the same day, which is insane.
Well, the Sith always travel in pairs, right?
Yeah.
Don't they always have an apprentice? So we got rid of both of them. That means there's no more dark side of football.
There's no more dark side of football. We have nothing to worry about. Aaron Rodgers is gone. Now we lose these guys. It's all smooth sailing from here.
God, it's weird. You're obviously you're right, and it is strange. Belichick's reign over in New England. Saban's reign over in the SEC. And
this is I'm sorry.
It's quite all right. I mean,
there's only one thing left to happen. I've decided to sell the Dallas Cowboys. They're all gone.
Guys, this is how I think it's going to impact the Lions. So you always talk about the Belichick family tree or the Reed family tree.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the Dan Campbell family tree. Just an entire league of coaches just biting kneecaps.
Well, look, I mean, already we might lose two guys here, and then it's incredibly important decisions to be made, and we'll find out. We are very well likely to find out. This is just such a bummer. We just got this thing up and running, and already we're likely to get rated here. But I guess that's part of being at the top of the totem pole.
Exactly. It's exactly what it is.
This food chain looks completely different from up here.
I mean, did Nick Saban lose guys every year?
He did.
I mean, every year he lost at least one coordinator. For how many years? Of all the years he was at Alabama, from his first national championship at Bama, he's probably lost a dozen coordinators during that time. I mean, it's amazing. And yet just kept chugging along. I mean, good teams can do it.
Here's the question, though. When you're at the top of the food chain, do you have a better selection of potential coordinator candidates to choose from? Your job's more coveted, right? So you get a better pool of candidates to fill your vacancy from? Is that my spin on this topic?
Well, if you're doing everything right in the office, you're grooming the next guy, right? Mm-hmm. So you don't necessarily have to go outside. Like, I mean, they got Ben Johnson now. Anthony Lynn didn't work out here, but they got Ben Johnson from within. who's the next Ben Johnson on the staff. That's what you're hoping for.
Yeah.
So if you're doing it right, you just keep moving on. I mean, as long as you have Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, those are your two mainstays, you'll be okay is what you hope, because you're talking about Saban and Belichick. Yeah, their coordinators, the offices at their buildings, they're probably written in dry erase board, right? They just leave. They don't. Why put a nameplate up? I mean, he's gonna lose him and not remember his name anyway. So I just need Dan Campbell. I need Brad Holmes, and we keep this thing rolling.
Yeah, I mean that's the most important part. It's the most important part. I've come to really have faith in the staff and
faith in the organization.
Yeah,
which is crazy to think. What a difference a few years made.
We don't know what to do with our hands. How about hold on to our coordinators, right? Like anything. Hold on to the guys leaving the building.
You can't go.
Not yet. Don't leave.
Oh yeah, we haven't
just getting
accomplished
started,
things yet.
right?
Yeah,
that's exactly what we got to do with our hands. Is give those fend off
the competition.
Fending off all these.
Not up in here, right, Gator?
Right, not up in here. Like Penei Sewell is going to prevent Aaron Glenn or Ben Johnson from leaving the building.
All right, so going over the
Can't
jobs.
leave, coach.
Just
step aside, Penny. Can't do a coach.
When I said lock the gates, I meant lock the doors, lock
everything.
the gates at Allen Park.
We've set you up in the corner with a really nice suite.
So here are the NFL jobs that are available in our ties, that reported ties through various sources. Atlanta is looking at Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson. This is alphabetical. Carolina is requested and will talk to Ben Johnson. Las Vegas. And Dissner, you're right. Las Vegas, rumors that they have interest in Jim Harbaugh if they don't keep Antonio Pierce. The LA Chargers has asked to speak with Glenn and Johnson and seems to be the number one team that would pursue Harbaugh. So I'm through the first four. All have local ties, interest in our coaches.
But it's only 4.
New England. Well, New England, Vrabel seems like the logical choice because he played there. And they have the number 3 overall pick, which might appeal to a coach like Jim Harbaugh who wants to get his quarterback, but it would probably appeal to Ben Johnson as well as an offensive coordinator. I'm sure Aaron Glenn would see it as a commodity, but there have been no written ties yet between any of our local guys and New England. Seattle, there's nothing reported yet tying anybody locally to Seattle. Tennessee, both Glenn and Johnson are considered candidates there. Washington, both Glenn and Johnson are considered candidates there. And with the number 2 overall pick, I've seen Harbaugh's name linked to Washington. So with the exception of Seattle and probably New England, 6 NFL jobs currently could be filled by 3 people here locally, which kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. 248-539-9797. Some news from the college football world that we will get to today at 10:53. In the meantime, let's get into the Lions and Rams in the 11 o'clock hour because we have Lions and Rams tickets to give away, and we will today. That is at 1:41 here on Carson Anderson with the Carson Anderson quiz question, so make sure you stick with us all the way through. It's 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tomorrow, we're going to be on the road at the Twin Peaks in Livonia. Broadcasting live from 10 to 2. Not only that, we'll be previewing the Lions-Rams playoff game. It'll be the Detroit Jersey Exchange. Bring your old number 9 Stafford jersey out and exchange it for a new 16, 14, or 97 jersey. First 1,000 people will get a jersey. Remember, it's while supplies last, so if you're deep in the line and you want a 97 and all they have left is 14, or you want a 14 and all they have left is 97 and you want a 16, whatever.
Those are pretty solid numbers to get, though.
They are great numbers to get.
If your consolation prize is another number, okay.
Yep. Sizes can be an issue, too. So, but just...
you have a medium?
I'll ask.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. So bring your number 9 Stafford jersey out and exchange it for a new one. First 1,000 people will get a new jersey while supplies last. Again, that's Twin Peaks in Livonia from 10 to 2 tomorrow. Wow. What a week. 248-539-9797. Here are some ticket texts. David Warren says, the big three are gone from coaching. I'll only worry if they've all built an underground bunker. They know something we don't. Next up, if I were Lanning and offered the Bama job, I'm taking it just to avoid the travel schedule that Oregon will have in the Big Ten.
That is certainly an advantage that I can think of. Absolutely. And I think it was the first advantage I thought of. I'm not sure what other advantages there are. Is SEC country better than Big Ten country right now that we've added these 4 teams and now that Michigan is the defending national champion?
I said it from day one that I think those Pac-12 schools are going to take a hit because of all of the travel.
I agree.
There are going to be some occasions where Big Ten schools make 2 trips out west, maybe 3, but there's going to be more occasions where those 4 schools have to make cross-country junkets to play conference games. Oregon next year has 3 of them, at Purdue, at Michigan, at Wisconsin.
Well, and before
the big 3.
Big 3. And before we get too chesty about the Big Ten, let's not forget that SEC is adding Oklahoma and Chicago.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I mean Texas.
I earned that. You son of a bitch.
Which is crazy. I didn't even think of it until just now that the other 2 teams that were in this, this whole semifinal.
Texas?
Well, the
and
final
Alabama?
4 teams were an SEC team, a Big Ten team, and then 2 teams were about to join the SEC and the Big Ten.
Yeah. I'd heard from SEC people, watch, in the end, it's going to be just 2 SEC teams, Alabama and Texas. And I'm like, so we get to claim Washington too? And they will play each other on October 5th, Michigan and Washington. Andrew in Ipsy says, calling it now, Jesse Minter is going to be the defensive coordinator for the Packers next year.
No, look, anything can happen, right?
Yep.
I think if Mike McDonald gets a head coaching gig, Jesse Minter goes to Baltimore.
He could to be the defensive coordinator there. I wonder how much Jim and John talk. Like, John helped Jim out with the names McDonald and Minter that have helped with the Michigan defense. Now does Jim, you also don't want to block your guys for career advancement if that's what they want. But does Jim say to John, no, if Jim stays, we're good?
Here's my guess based on Monday night. I think they talk a lot.
Yeah.
Given that the feed that I got to see when I was watching the ESPN feed with the home radio, they kept the screenshot of the full screen the whole time and also up in the corner just focused on Jim Harbaugh. At some point during a commercial break, during a stoppage in play in the second quarter, John Harbaugh is hugging his brother on the sideline. They're just talking, having a conversation. And I'm thinking, is this happening right now?
Yep.
Somebody can just walk up to the head coach during the game and say, hey, man, good to see you. Good luck. What's planned? What you got going on? Oh, I don't know. We're thinking about, running some more blitz packages. Going to try to confuse Penix a little bit. No, I think you got this. Thanks. I appreciate that. Hey, who you guys got coming up next week? Well, we did clinch the number 1 seed, so we're just going to kind of lay low for a little bit. So, yeah, that's why I get to come out here and watch you guys. I think it's great.
It's funny because, I've seen John Harbaugh on the sidelines during Michigan games. Like when Michigan played at Maryland, I was a sideline reporter. Bam, there's John Harbaugh. When Jim Harbaugh was suspended for the Maryland game this year, he watched the game at John Harbaugh's house.
Yeah. I think they're pretty close. But I just thought it was kind of surreal to see that moment take place during the game.
Was it actually during the game, or was it replayed from earlier?
No, it was during the game. This is what my point is, because the feed I watched was actually just the cameras were just trained on it the whole time. There were no commercial breaks.
Oh,
so
okay.
I got to see it live. I'm like, is that John Harbaugh walking over and talking to his brother right now?
Do you remember when it
happened? And then
happened?
20 minutes later, I think it was the second quarter.
Okay.
And then later on, they showed in the main feed, they showed John Harbaugh coming over and saying hi to him, that they replayed it. But the initial part that I saw was live.
Yeah, because it wasn't his flight delayed because of the weather and everything like that. So he got there late and he couldn't, greet him before the game or something. I thought, honestly, it was like a DoorDash guy saying, "Did you order Potbelly?" What was going on? Like, we're in the middle of the game. Harbaugh's like thinking about something. His hands are on his knees. He's trying to go over something.
Do you have a thin turkey on whole wheat?
Yeah, right? And also this guy comes up behind, "Hey, did you order a sandwich?" What?
Did you bring my soup? No crackers?
Oh, man, that was Minter.
Damn it.
More feedback. When Aaron Glenn leaves, we need to get Jesse Minter to run the Ravens defense. When Aaron Glenn leaves, we need to get Jesse Minter and run the Ravens defense. Not run the Ravens defense, but yes, to the Lions. Stephen Madison Knight says, if we lose our offense coordinator, who do you think would be the best replacement for him? Quarterback coach Mark Brunell or somebody outside the organization coming in? I think it's somebody. I would lean towards somebody inside the organization.
I think whoever Dan Campbell wants, Campbell can get.
I would agree, but I also...
Which means it could be his tight ends coach, could be Mark Brunell, could be somebody outside.
It won't be like Dan Campbell, if Ben Johnson gets a job, it's not like Dan Campbell's going to go, what? No way. They probably, I would guess that they've been attempting to sort of groom someone in-house. Doug needs to RELAX. Dan Campbell is sitting in on the same meetings as Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. I imagine he's soaking up what each has to offer. I agree with Kang. So long as Campbell and Holmes are here, things will keep rolling. That's from Will.
I'm kind of with that. I think it would suck to lose either coordinator, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We've seen the team grow together and play as well as they have, division champs, ready for the playoff game Sunday. I want to keep the band together. But if they're unable to, I think we've seen Dan Campbell and his ability to handle that situation. He handled it right away. Anthony Lynn, not the right guy. We're going to move on from Anthony Lynn. I'm going to take over the play calling duties. I'm going to promote Ben Johnson. Ben and I are going to work on things together. We'll see how it works. I'll call the game, the plays some weeks. Ben's going to do it later. He trained him. He groomed him. Here he is, ready to go. I think he can do it again. Why wouldn't we be able to think he can do it again? And he's only going to be hiring guys to his staff that he thinks have high ceilings and potential to move into other roles. I mean, it's whether they still promote from within or not, I have confidence that Dan Campbell's going to hire a guy that can get the job done right if Ben Johnson decides to leave.
I mean, yeah, if he leaves, it's either from within. Obviously, like you said, I mean, that's the hope, I think, because you can just keep this train rolling. But if someone's not ready, right, if it's Brunell's not ready, Antoine Randall's not ready, or they go somewhere else, you got to look elsewhere. Kellen Moore, whoever. There's going to be available guys. You got to trust Campbell at this point. We trusted him with the last one. He knew the Lynn thing wasn't working out. He got out of that quick. So I think you got to trust him this other time, too. Not that no one doesn't trust him, but, I mean, that's what we're at the mercy of right now.
All right, I mentioned we get some college football stuff at this time. Let's do it right now. One is the president of the NCAA, Charlie Baker, said of Michigan when asked at the NCAA meetings, I don't regret, this is the suspension of Jim Harbaugh, and they're letting everybody know what was going on, which was unusual during the middle of an NCAA investigation. He said, I don't regret doing it because sitting on that information, given the comprehensiveness of it, I think we had to put everyone, including Michigan, in an awful place. At the end of the day, no one believes at this point that Michigan didn't win the national title fair and square, so I think we did the right thing. He did add he hopes that the NCAA investigation will pick up and this case can be put to bed sooner rather than later. So this is the guy that's in charge of the NCAA. I would just say this about that comment. The thing that I take away from that is that it's not bad news for Michigan. For people that are following this, and I know Michigan fans, you don't want to see this be any worse than it possibly can be. And I know there are other fan bases that want this to be the worst scandal in the history of the game, and it's not over. I'll just say that, anything that we know how this works. Anything I say gets dismissed by certain fan bases. Anything other people say gets dismissed by certain fan bases. I think when the president of the NCAA says that, it's not bad news as far as the direction that he believes that this is headed as of right now.
I think what it says is that anybody that's worried that Michigan's going to have to vacate wins or championships because of the scandal, one thing you won't have to worry about is them vacating the national championship. That's not going to happen because of what he just said. Because what they did was put the information out there, and when they did, it put a halt to the shenanigans with Connor Stallions and let everybody know. Everybody's on notice. This is what we have information. This was going on. Act accordingly, whatever you want to do. So at that point, everyone knew what was happening, and it was a different jumping off point that there wasn't some kind of perceived or real competitive advantage that Michigan had. So from that point on, all they did was win games and win the toughest games on their schedule and win a national championship. I think it sets up for that no matter what happens down the road. Now, down the road, if they come out and say, all right, after all the evidence that we've uncovered, we are going to have Michigan vacate wins, but it's going to be from the 21 season, the 22 season, not the 23 season. It'll be from the other seasons and not what happened this year, because he said, because we let everybody know everyone's on the same level playing field. I don't like the terms fair and square, but whatever he chose to use at this point, it's appropriate, because the truth is everybody played everybody on a level playing field at that point. Alabama's got nothing to bitch about. Washington has nothing to bitch about, right? Ohio State, Penn State, you've got nothing to bitch about except for how your own team played against Michigan.
As it stands right now, and I think it's probably based upon the information that the NCAA has, as it stands right now. The other news is that Emeka Egbuka has announced that he will be returning to Ohio State. The deadline to declare for the NFL is the 15th. There's also the portal, but he will be back. So Ohio State is bringing back, and there's been others that have announced. There have been some key players that might be that are returning for them. So.
Yeah, and who's the quarterback? Is it Will Howard? Is that the quarterback for the kid from
Kansas State?
Kansas State.
Yep.
Is that?
I mean, if I were an Ohio State fan, I'd rather have another year of McCord.
I'd absolutely rather have another year to McCord, but he's gone.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls, feedback. Let's get into Lions and the Rams, too, a little bit, as what's going to happen on the field coming up on Sunday night. Man, getting close. It's playoff week. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The New England Patriots will have to find a new head coach for the first time since 1999. Bill Belichick is out after 24 seasons, 9 Super Bowl appearances, 6 championships, and 266 regular season wins. However, he was sub-500 and missed the playoffs in 3 out of the past 4 seasons. Just another possible opening for the Lions coordinators or Jim Harbaugh, but there are 8 openings now. Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn reportedly have 4 requests each to interview so far. Fans, meanwhile, are gearing up for playoff football at Ford Field on Sunday, and if you're planning on being there, linebacker Alex Anzalone, who has postseason experience, gave his advice for everyone in the crowd. Hey, there you go. Insider tips. The team is practicing in Allen Park today. Word on Sam Laporta's injury not expected until tomorrow. After winning 3 straight on the road, the Wings are looking to bring their momentum back home with them as they'll face Connor McDavid and the Oilers downtown tonight. They have won 8 straight games. That's a 7 o'clock start right here on 97.1. Meanwhile, Michigan Hoops takes the court in Maryland at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. MSU plays at Illinois, a top 10 team, at 9 p.m. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. One other name to add that we haven't announced on this show, but Jalen Harrell is going to the Senior Bowl, Michigan edge rusher. So another guy that they're going to have to replace. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Daryl. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Daryl.
Happy New Year to you guys.
Happy New Year to you.
Oh, I have a question for you guys. I'm a Michigan fan. I watched all 15 games. In my opinion, it's one team that was the toughest game the whole season. If you had to answer that question, what team would you guys pick, including the playoffs?
Ohio State. Ohio State or Bama. I say Ohio State quickly. It's Ohio State or Bama.
The toughest opponent Michigan had?
Yeah.
Ohio State.
Yeah. You know what I say? Maryland. Maryland has played them guys tough the last 2 years. Prior to Maryland's game, no one scored any points in the third quarter. Maryland scored 14 points. No one has scored over, I think, 13 for the whole season against them. Maryland has played them guys tough the last 2 years. That Maryland game, to me, was tougher than both playoff games.
And kind of a trap game.
Well, look, I mean, I don't know if it was tougher than both playoff games. It was definitely near the top of the list when it all played itself out. Maryland, where it was on the schedule between Penn State and Ohio State, would make almost any, when you sandwich a lesser opponent between 2 marquee names, that always fits the criteria for a trap game. And when you
the same way for 2 years in a row.
Yes, but I was about to add, and sometimes certain teams are tough matchups, and Maryland gives Michigan headaches. That's a game you got to work to win.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, gentlemen.
Yep.
Have a great one.
Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Okay, so we told you at the beginning of the show we're giving away Lions tickets at 141 for the playoff game against the Rams. It's coming up on Sunday. And the tickets are in the Miller Lite Tap Room, which is awesome. If you don't win, and the way we're doing it, by the way, is a Carson Anderson quiz question. Somebody say, or something said on the air will be the answer, like, who did Daryl say was Michigan's toughest opponent? And the answer would be Maryland. That's an example of how this works. Usually we make it pretty obvious. Sometimes we make it tough. We might make this one tough. But just keep listening. And then today at 141, first one with the correct answer, they'll get the Lions-Rams playoff tickets in the Miller Lite Tap Room. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit on Randolph Street tonight for the Thursday night football feast. Buffalo Wild Wings with Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Go Lions. 248-539-9797. All right, Scott. Game coming up on Sunday. Interesting exchange regarding Sean McVay and Jared Goff. And I saw this on our website, 971theticket.com, and a story done by our Birchie kid about the relationship between Sean McVay and Jared Goff. So remember yesterday somebody called and said there was a headline, will Stafford exact revenge on the Lions? Revenge implies that either there's ill feelings, ill will, or you were done dirty by someone, right?
Yes.
And they said it just seemed like a mischaracterization. There isn't a Stafford revenge factor against Detroit, a legitimate one, is there?
No, Stafford asked to leave Detroit, and he won his Super Bowl right away. There's nothing left with that. Nothing.
So what would the revenge be?
If there's any revenge in the situation, it would be for Jared Goff towards Sean McVay.
Yep.
Period. Because Sean McVay is the one that cast him aside. He cast him aside before their season was done. And then had to come groveling back because the other quarterback got hurt and he had to use him.
So the Birchie kid was writing about this, and he wrote that Goff said he could handle criticism, but he was extremely disappointed and upset, that's in quotes, that he never heard from McVay or the Rams between the end of the 2020 season and the moment he was traded. Not a phone call, a text, or any kind of heads up from the coach whom he'd spent 4 years with and who he had helped win a playoff game with a badly injured thumb just a few weeks prior.
Yeah, he had surgery.
McVay has admitted that it was a mistake, that he handled it wrong. McVay has said, I wish there was better, clear communication on my end. McVay said the situation taught him the importance of, quote, handling every situation the way you want to with perspective, respect, and appreciation. The thing that I'll never run away from is mistakes that I've made in previous instances. When you look back on it, the gratitude for those 4 years, all the good memories that we had, and then when you end up making a change, that ended up being difficult. Could it have been handled better on my end? Absolutely, and I'll never run away from that. But the further you get away from it, the more you try to grow as a man, as a person, as a leader that you want to become. He deserved better than the way it all went down. I'll acknowledge that, and I think he knows that too, and I'm not afraid to admit those things.
Keep this in mind. Sean McVay is really young.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And he was even younger a few years ago.
Yep.
I don't like him, but I appreciate what he had to say here because I think, time and you grow older, you get a little wiser with things and you wish you had done things differently. I think it also helps that they immediately won a Super Bowl. So now he can just kind of sit back and say whatever he wants at this point.
I'm established.
I can be
I've
the
got
good
my
guy
ring.
now.
I've
Right.
got my ring.
Yeah.
People don't question that anymore about whether or not I can win the big one.
That's the cynical side of me
And
that'll come out and say that.
The move that we made worked out.
Right.
So,
however, I like to give some people the benefit of the doubt and think that there's some sort of sincerity involved when he says this. But you think about that. That's like 3 months' time that you don't talk to the guy, or two and a half months, whatever
even
it
if
was.
you were planning on bringing him back, it would seem unusual that you weren't talking to him.
It does seem unusual you spend that much time not talking to somebody. And then the way that things unfolded where you're in Cabo or whatever it was, and look, hey, who's over there? Is that Matthew Stafford? Hey, Matthew Stafford. You like tequila? It just seemed all a little too perfect for the way that things went.
Well,
but
your goodwill towards McVay, it doesn't sound like it lasted very long there.
I like to make fun of this situation, but at the same time, I can appreciate what he had to say. I'm not sure I believe it wholeheartedly that he's sincere, but I think there might be some sincerity there. And again, maybe that just comes as he gets older in life. Now, if he was a 55-year-old coach and then he gets to be 58 and then says this, then it's total cynicism. Like, sure thing, bud.
Okay, so then the next thing is McVay doing this to take the edge off Goff? Is he doing this to basically try to take away that bullet, that revenge bullet in Goff's chamber, if you will?
Try to dull the chip that's on Jared Goff's shoulder?
Yeah.
Yes, I think he is.
Do you think that's it?
I read quotes this morning. It was the Free Press Online, and there were a bunch of quotes there from Sean McVay about being effusive in his praise of Jared Goff and all this. And I think it's 100% that. I think he knows that Jared Goff is a motivated individual, and he knows what can motivate Jared Goff. And words can motivate Jared Goff coming from the right source. He knows how awkward that thing ended up. So he wants to soften it as much as possible and do nothing but throw him flowers. Jared Goff was great. I handled it poorly. He's really grown into it. He deserved better. He's had a hell of a season. He's done a great job with that team. I'm very proud of him, what he's become. He's a real competitor. He's tough to play against. We're going to have to be at our best. Jared Goff's a warrior. What I mean, everything he's going to say, you know?
Keep going, man. Keep piling
He's a
it
great
up.
dog owner. He's involved in the community. He's someone I wouldn't mind if my daughter dated him, you know? All these things, right? I'd like to run a small business with him.
I'd let him beat me in chess.
Yes. We share the same seamstress.
Well, if Jared Goff is listening, and we know he does because he said he listens 4 hours a day
That's
to
right.
our show.
Yeah.
Jared, if you're listening, F McVay. All right? This
Don't
guy,
fall for it.
yeah, do
Don't
not
fall
fall
for
for
it.
this,
Don't fall
my
for it.
friend. This guy started John Walford
There it
over
is.
you in a playoff game.
Thank you for bringing up the name because I never remember who the hell it was.
No one would. I had to
You
look
could
it
put-
up.
You could put
Yeah.
3 names on the list, and I'd be like, I don't know which one it was.
I think that guy did my taxes.
Right? Or he's their seamstress. I don't know.
Yeah.
John Walford. He chose him over you, and I know you had a hurt thumb, but you came in and won that game with a hurt thumb. They left you for dead, my
Yeah, they
friend. All right, they did not care about you. He was having drinks in Cabo, like Gator said, with the next guy already. Already.
You hadn't even broken up yet. You're out in your next date.
Already partying it up.
Fish tacos and tequila.
There we go.
Laughing it up. When they come here,
Bikini optional. What?
I want McVay's head. I want Stafford's head on a spear.
Whoa.
I want their bodies on a platter.
Good God.
Ah,
I
here we
want
go.
their fingers and toes and ramekins.
Wow.
Serve that dish up cold. The revenge is what is it? Revenge is a dish best served cold.
Yeah, sure.
I want it all, man. This game, I've never wanted to win. Like, I thought the playoffs just going in, like, oh my God, I'm going to want to win a playoff game. This is going to be so great. The NFL script writers, they are fantastic. They didn't go on strike, all right? They laid it all out. I'm so ready. This game is so, I want to win this game more than any other game I can remember, playoff game in Detroit history. It's crazy it sounds. I know it's probably recency bias here, but that's how bad I want to beat the Rams.
I want no drama in this game. I want it just a blowout. I want the Lions to start
but
and finish with touchdown after touchdown after touchdown after touchdown to the point where McVay is like, I have no answer. Stafford's limping to the sideline, staring daggers at McVay like, why am I even still in this game? We're down by 35
Wofford.
points.
Put Wofford back in.
Yeah, where is
Yeah,
Wofford?
exactly. Stafford's played at Ford Field before. He's never played at this Ford Field before. All right, he's never played against these fans before.
Nope.
It's gonna be a different experience for him, and I want him to regret every second of it.
All right, so Gator just looked down at Twitch. This is so great from Nayrock, who writes, that was an insanely quick 180 Gator did. Basically the same statement that McVay made. He went from defending McVay and his statements to turning it into bashing him, saying it's BS.
It's fun to do that.
You are correct. You can watch on Twitch. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. Watch the show. Plus, you can participate in the streaming chat there. Also, watch on YouTube, youtube.com, and search up 971 The Ticket. Streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where you can see the original story we referenced, written by the Birchie Kid, and also stream the show and all the shows through our website, 971theticket.com. Hey, rev it up in the new year with a brand new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights right now has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox that are ready for you to test drive and take home today. So hurry into Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights today and get a 2024. Get it off to a great start. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH like I did or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Talking about this story on our website, written by the Birch Kid, 971theticket.com. Sean McVay says, Jared Goff deserved better from him and the organization when he was traded from the Rams. And Gator is calling BS, saying this is all an attempt to try and take away the revenge card that Goff might be able to play. Make it less about Goff being bitter about the way things ended in L.A. and make it more about football.
Can it both be true? I think McVay has grown up a little bit, and I think he can recognize that things he could have handled and should have handled things better.
So you're back to giving him the benefit of the doubt.
No, I'm saying I think both are right. I think, and also at the same time in doing that, the effect is also trying to soften up Jared Goff.
I mean, that could be it. Yep.
He's an evil genius, this Sean McVay.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Varn. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Varn?
Hey, guys. Do you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
All right, sweet. First of all, congrats, Doug. I can imagine being able to be the voice of a championship season must be pretty special, so congratulations.
It's been an awesome run.
Yeah, I can imagine. And anyways, to get to my main point, so as you guys know, based on my hundreds of calls, I have no horse in this particular race. So I remember, King, I think you're back there. You mentioned after one of my calls, you basically used a perfect analogy saying that the way that, Stafford was discussed around Detroit is almost identical to the way Kirk was discussed when he was in Washington, Minnesota, because I feel both they obviously being the faces of their respective franchises, they were definitely the talking points. I feel neither of them really deserved any blame for the issues, and Stafford, when he left, proved that he was not the issue. So, again, I'm looking forward to, obviously, the two storylines really, you cannot get much better storylines in this game, so I'm looking forward to a great matchup. So I just wanted to give you guys the analogy of Cousins and Stafford that Kane provided to me when I last called.
Yeah, I mean, it may be true. I'm not sure it's particularly relevant in any way whatsoever, but sure. What are we supposed to draw from Kirk Cousins?
I don't know, but he always finds a way to bring Cousins in the conversation, right?
I mean, does that have anything to do with the price of tea in China? Like, why are you bringing up Cousins?
Because.
I mean, he always finds a way.
Are we supposed to feel better now? Worse now?
I don't know. I have to see what Kirk has to feel about this, and then I can let you know.
I mean, cool story, bro, but I don't mean to be a jerk. I'm being a jerk, but what does that have to do?
I think it's just funny. Just laugh at it.
Okay.
It's funny that his shtick is to come up with something to make Kirk Cousins relevant in every discussion.
Right. Guys, live golf. It makes me harken back to Kirk Cousins.
Watching the golfers go through what they go through, when you see the behind-the-scenes stuff and all the stretching that goes on, it took me back to watching Kirk Cousins get stretched out on the NFL show. There.
I was watching The Sopranos, and it made me think of Kirk Cousins. Forecast for this weekend. You know what Kirk usually says?
Yeah, I actually was watching Sopranos yesterday.
Were you?
I've been doing a marathon on HBO.
I saw that. Maybe that's why it popped into my head.
They were around a fire pit, and I got to thinking about
Kirk Cousins' awesome backyard. It's a pretty sweet backyard. He's got a good setup there.
Yeah.
All right, so Dan Campbell talking about Jared Goff. We should have a ton of faith in this guy. We really, really should. And I'll get to some numbers here in a second that back it up, but Campbell was talking about Jared Goff yesterday and how he's been through huge games, playoff games, won an NFC title game, went to a Super Bowl, won a playoff game in another year under somewhat, I don't want to say controversial. It wasn't controversial, but for him, it wasn't the greatest of circumstance. But he came off the bench and got it done a few weeks off of injury. And, should that instill confidence? Does all that experience matter? Here's what Dan Campbell said.
I think this is the wrong cut. This is 2, isn't it?
All right, that's the wrong cut. Admittedly so. Let's try again. Does all the experience and everything that Jared Goff has been through matter in this playoff game? Here's Dan Campbell. Okay, so Campbell referenced when he was in New Orleans and Goff brought the Rams in and beat them in the playoffs. So, yeah, all that his career timeline should tell us, he's been there, done that, and experience matters. And then the Birch Kid has this on Goff. Over the past 2 seasons, only Patrick Mahomes has thrown for more yards than Goff. And only Mahomes and Josh Allen have thrown more touchdowns. Goff is 5th in the NFL in passer rating over that stretch. Somebody called yesterday and said, we got to get good Goff, not bad Goff. Of course. Of course you hope your quarterback plays well. What this tells me is the stage, he's been on it before. There's nothing new there for him. It's not going to be too big for him. And what these numbers tell you is that overwhelmingly we are getting good Goff. More so than bad Goff. Doesn't mean that you can't have a bad day, but when you, over 2 seasons, have thrown for the 2nd most yards, the 3rd most touchdowns, and have the 5th best passer rating over a 2-season stretch, that means you're really getting the good version of this guy way more frequently than the bad version.
Yeah, and other things go into it. Look, they're playing a home game, and Jared Goff's been outstanding at home, and he's always been outstanding on turf, but particularly on home turf. He's been that's not good Goff. It's great Goff. It's incredible how good he is playing at Ford Field. The other thing I look at is games where I would get nervous with Goff are against better teams. I'm not discounting the Rams are a good team because I think they're a good team. They're in the playoffs. It's a good team. But I'm looking at the Rams and I'm not saying I couldn't possibly think that that's the same thing as facing the Ravens defense. It's not like facing the Cowboys defense. It's not like facing the best defense of football, which is Cleveland, right? You're facing the Rams. And albeit they've got a couple of really good players, Aaron Donald's a force. But if they can neutralize Aaron Donald, I think they got time to throw. Now, they've got other guys who can get after the quarterback, but Aaron Donald's the straw that stirs the drink there. If you can handle him, keep him in check, which is not an easy task, but if you can, everything else works. They did a pretty good job against Micah Parsons for the most part, but there were other players on Dallas that stepped up and made some plays, including a referee. Whoops. But beyond that, the Lions were able to answer that. And particularly on the last drive, that last drive of the game for the Lions was perfect. I mean, Goff was just he was in another world, the way that he can operate like that. We've seen him do it, not just in that game, in countless games where, hey, 2-minute drill, that's his time to shine. He loves it. I'm hoping that we're not going to have to worry about a 2-minute drill on Sunday because the Rams are not the Cowboys defense. The Rams are not the Ravens defense. The Rams are the Rams. It's a good football team, but we're playing them here on our turf. This is time for great Goff.
We'll have more on this. Also, a team in the NFL says we're not interested in one of our local guys, or I should say it's being reported that they're not interested in one of our local guys. We'll get to that today at 11:33. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Having a great time on a Thursday. It's playoff week, brought to you by Amish Direct Furniture and the Detroit Lions. A few days away from taking on the Rams Sunday night in a home playoff game. That's right. Still sinking in. 248-539-9797. Still sinking in that Michigan is national champion. And according to Diana Rossini, speaking of Michigan, the Tennessee Titans are not targeting Jim Harbaugh. So of the 8 jobs available, that one is not one of them. Both Jim Harbaugh and Bill Belichick are not on the Titans candidate list per source. Team is open to a coach who specializes on either side of the ball. There's no specific criteria in that regard. There are reports out there that both Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson are on Tennessee's list.
Yeah, and Aaron Glenn spoke with reporters, and everybody's all the reporters have tweeted this out that he said that he is going to take all of the interview requests that he's had so far, which I believe is up to 4 now. Mm-hmm. But I believe he can only do it next week, and it's via Zoom.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bernard. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Bernard.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Good, thank you.
Good. Just 2 statements and one question. First of all, I've been hearing a lot on the other talk shows, some of your peers, about the Lions not being able to deal with the prime time pressure because of the playoff game, and they've been in this situation before. Some of the guys have, but even though it's a playoff game, we've won, I believe, all of our primetime games except for the one in Dallas, and we really won that one, if I'm not mistaken. And so I just wanted to bring that up. And also with the Aaron Donald thing, all-pro lineman going against another all-pro lineman in Ragnow. Is that correct?
Yep.
I believe he'll be right in front of Ragnow. And then one question I want to ask, I'll let you go.
Well, hold on. I'm not sure. Like they technically didn't win the Thanksgiving Day game, and is that a primetime game?
Well,
it's 12:30.
Yeah, but it's the only game.
There's 3 other games that day, or 2 other games that day.
Yeah, that's 3 other games that day. But prime time to me is like 8:30 at night, things of that nature. Yeah, but I want to ask you guys a question. I've been killing. I haven't heard. What happened to Vaitai?
He just, I think he had an injury, was never really better from it, and just decided that it wasn't worth it. His health wasn't there, and he wasn't.
He's on injured reserve,
and he didn't beat out Glasgow. So,
yep.
So he's not. Is he even still with the team?
He's on the injured reserve list, but I think it's done. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797.
I think primetime people consider that to be night games, not the Thanksgiving.
I always think prime times. I mean, if you holiday only game on, I thought that would qualify, but I'm not sure.
Don't mess with his narrative.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the start time of the game impacts the Lions' performance. Call me crazy. Do you think the start time impacts their performance?
I don't know if it impacts their performance, but I think they're aware that it is amped up. The atmosphere is amped up. They're aware of that.
Certainly amped up on Thanksgiving.
Well, we've talked to Goff about it, about playing on Sunday night or playing on a Saturday night or playing on a Monday night or a Thursday night, and he said as much that it just feels like it's more intense.
I don't feel any better or worse about this game based on being on a Sunday night. I'll just say that. He can, you can. I don't feel any better or worse. It's just the start time of the game. It's a playoff game, and I don't think they're afraid of the stage. Goff's been there, done that. That's the whole point of why we played that Campbell cut, and plus we're in over stat line the last couple of years. And the fact that Sean McVay says that Jared Goff deserved better when he left L.A., there is this from Jared Goff when we asked him about the McVay storyline earlier in the week. That's our leader. I'm perfectly comfortable with Jared Goff going into this game.
I am too. I'm a little chesty about this game.
Yeah, you are. I think you are chesty, okay?
Well, that's true.
And thinking they're going to win. And Kang, the word that came to mind when I heard you earlier in the show describe your feelings about winning this game, I'm just going to say this and tell you how I interpret it. You are desperate. I don't think you want to work in a world. You don't want to come to work next week if the Lions lose to Stafford.
I don't want to be up all night in pain and anguish. You know, like when they lost to Dallas, you said you'll never get over that loss because of the flag, everything that went into it. I get that.
Yep.
I don't want that feeling. I don't think I'm desperate. I'm very motivated, Doug. That's what I like to call it.
Okay.
I hope the Lions are as motivated as I am.
But see, the thing that changed, though, you were motivated anyway. Like, the idea that you wouldn't want them to win a playoff game is nonsensical. Of course you want them to win a playoff game. You desperately want – I didn't use the word desperate. You really, really, really want to win the playoff game. When the Stafford variable got introduced, I think you shifted to desperate.
Well, listen, the Rams are a dangerous team. I'm not as chesty as Gator. They've got weapons. I disagree respectfully on the receivers. I think this is probably the best duo they'll face all year in Puka and Cooper Kupp. Obviously, we know Stafford's got an arm and can sling it and all that stuff. I want the Lions. This is full circle. This is poetic. This is the real slang of SOL and the Dragon, if you believe in any of that stuff, to come back. I mean, whether you like Stafford or not, you can't deny that he was one of the better players ever put on a Lions uniform. It's true, you know. I mean, maybe you thought he was overrated or whatever. He went out and won a Super Bowl with another team. To be able to vanquish this all on Sunday night, yes, it means a lot to me, Doug. And if you want me to say I'm desperate, damn it, I'm desperate then, okay? I don't care. Call it whatever you want to call it. I really, really, really want to win this game.
I don't think anybody wants to come to work next week if the Lions lose.
I think it's not only that you really want to win it, now you also really don't want to lose it. Like, I think that the not losing is as important to you as the winning when it comes to this particular matchup.
I'll admit that I've said this to myself probably a handful of times already this week. I'm going to ask you, Kang, how many times you've said this to yourself, maybe just even today. And I'll ask the same question to Doug. How many times have you said, please, God, don't lose this game?
Well,
please, or please, God, beat the Rams. Just beat the Rams.
I've never used those exact words. I started with, please don't let them have to play Stafford so we don't have to do this all week.
Right. Doug
I started there.
He started way before that. Whatever.
I just wanted to have a regular playoff week, and I'm trying hard to have a regular playoff week. But
I mean, you're not where I'm at, Gator? You're just focused on just doing the task at hand?
Honestly, look, I have said, like I just said, many times this week, please, God, don't let them lose to the Rams. I don't, because I don't want to deal with it. And then I'm taking a step back and trying to be objective about it. And I've been to too many games at Ford Field the last couple of years watching Jared Goff and the offense look fantastic. I've seen it too many times watching on TV at home when they're on the road, but they're playing it on artificial surface where they can just march down the field. The game against the Chargers, it felt like they could score at will this year. And they kind of did. And then they went into a lull. It's all right. We got the ball back. We're going to score and win the game at the end. And they did. Saw what they did against Dallas in the last drive. That was a game-winning drive. You know, they got cheated out of it. I'm not worried about what Jared Goff and the offense can do against the Rams. And I'm feeling chesty because I think the defense can do enough. Based on what I've seen with the Lions defense against the Vikings and the Cowboys. And I bring up those because the receiving cores that they have, because I do think that the duos that the Vikings and the Cowboys have is better than what the Rams have. I think the Rams have a really good duo. But Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison is really freaking good. And then KJ Osborne has actually been a guy who's killed the Lions the last couple of years. The Cowboys with CeeDee Lamb and Brandon Cooks, and you got Ferguson, their tight end. Those are killers. I respect what Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua can do because I think they're really good. But I think the difference is the Lions can also stop the number one option on their team, which isn't Puka Nacua, and it's not Cooper Kupp. It's Kyren Williams. If they stop the running game, then the play action is no longer as devastatingly good as it can be. And I think
Well, that's a big
everything else
if, though.
comes
I
in-
mean,
yeah,
Kyron Williams is playing very well this year for a reason. Teams are focused on him. They know where he's at.
Yeah,
you know?
but teams can't handle it. The Lions have actually been very good against the run. So I think that factor is the number one factor why I'm chesty about this. I expect the offense for the Lions to go ahead and score some points. They score 4 or 5 touchdowns.
Wow.
Yeah, I do. I expect that because they're that
Well,
good.
I guess the question for the audience is who's with Kang? And what I mean by that is division champ, home playoff game, all that was already in place. And on a scale of 1 to 10, we'd all be at a 10. And then you find out, wait, they're playing Stafford? 11. Like, did it take it off the charts important to win this game? Because it's just about as much the not losing as it is the winning. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here at 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Telephone number to call in or to text if you like to communicate with us that way. Talking about the big playoff game Sunday night. Primetime action, Lions hosting the Rams. Doug, I don't know if you know this. Matthew Stafford is the quarterback of the Rams, and he used to play here in Detroit for 12 years. Did you know that?
Yeah. Yep.
Did you know
Sure
also,
do.
this is ironic, that the Lions quarterback Jared Goff, coincidentally, played with the Rams for a number of years and actually took that team to a Super Bowl.
Yep, also true. I was made aware of these facts. But, hey, man, football game taking place between at the same time. When Goff is out there, there'll be 21 other players, and when Stafford's out there, there'll be 21 other players, and they're going to have an impact on the outcome as well. And I don't care for the topic. I just want.
Actually, that's not true. I have confirmed it's Stafford versus Goff.
That's it.
Do you have sources?
It's
I have
just
sources.
those two.
All right.
Let's get back to the people. Let's go to Greg here at 97 on the ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, boys. So you guys reminded why you guys put the embargo in place after yesterday?
Yep.
No embargo.
100%
No
reminded
embargo.
why.
No, why in the first place, Gator? Sorry.
Yeah, I understood.
But, well, Gator, real quick. So you have a coconut in your hand. Kelly Stafford has a pretzel in her hand. You find her on the 200 level. All of a sudden, there's the OK Corral music. Who's going first? What's the move?
I don't believe in violence, let alone violence against women, but I would feel confident that the coconut trumps soft pretzel.
And so you guys asked about regarding the opponent. I don't care. I mean, I'm as chesty as you are, Gator. I'm talking like Morgana the Kissing Bandit.
Wow,
that's where I'm at.
Wow.
Because it's the offensive line, and that kind of goes with earlier too. Someone said, "I hope we get good Goff." That's the best attribute that Goff has, is that you don't have to worry about getting good Goff or bad Goff. You just have to hope that his offensive line keeps him clean, and then that's what we're going to get. So that's why I think this offensive line has something to prove. All those guys, they're so good, and that's why I think they're going to just win running away.
You know, what's weird about the offensive line is there's been a couple games this year where I've been like, what happened to the line today? They can have bad games too, right? You don't expect them to struggle, but they can struggle. And when they do, it's a bad formula. But because you kind of feel like those guys show up every week and play the same way, and it's not true. So anyway, yeah, as long as they're there playing well, it sets up Goff for success. It's kind of the foundation of all their success. 248-539-9797. And oh, by the way, the Rams have Aaron Donald, who also in some ways seems like he's full circle connected to Detroit.
Because the Lions should have drafted him, but didn't. Because we can re-sign Sue.
Yep.
We're not gonna. We couldn't possibly lose in Ndamukong Sue.
Yep.
We'll take Ebron instead. And Doug, you say, am I desperate? I'm hungry, man. I'm starving, okay? So you're offering me steak. I'm like, oh, yeah, please. But you tell me all of a sudden that steak's a porterhouse? Yeah, I guess that's that's Stafford coming to town. Like, I already wanted it bad. But you telling me it's a better cut of meat? Yeah, give me that meal. I want it.
You're desperate. 248-539-9797.
Desperate and chesty.
Let's go to Derek. You're next. Hi, Derek.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
Long-time listener, first-time calling.
Okay.
Congrats, Doug, on calling that game. That was so awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm calling is I was just wondering what you think if Goff does crap the bed Saturday night. I mean, I don't think he's going to.
Well, it's Sunday
I think
night.
he has all the pieces in place. He's at home. He's got a good offensive line. So I think he's going to have a good game. But from a contract perspective, this is a big game for him to get paid. So if he does have a bad game, do you think this is really going to dictate on what he's going to get paid on his contract?
I don't know. How about we do this? If you don't want to put it in the universe. Do you think if the Lions win this game and he plays well, that he's locked up an extension?
I really do. I really do. I think he deserves it. I think he's proven to us that he's more than capable of winning the big games in the big spotlight. But I do kind of think that it is a question that he needs to win a playoff game and prove himself that he can take us to the next level.
I mean, he's already proven it in his career, but you want him to do it here. I get it. We haven't done a ton of Goff contract talk, mostly because it's unnecessary. It's like we don't need to judge the entire album based off the first 5 songs.
That's a lot.
I'm not quite sure why I went
half
there.
an album.
Why did I do that? Why did I suddenly go? Nobody gets albums anymore. Why did I do that?
I don't know. I like where you're going, but it's
anyway. We can let the whole thing play out before that decision's made, and by the whole thing play out, typically contract extensions get signed going into the final year of a contract. So the whole season isn't done. So we've kind of held off on it. I feel like one playoff win almost solidifies it. 2 playoff wins to me, because that would likely include a playoff win on the road. Then I'm not sure. Sure, there's more to prove, but you've really done some things. 1 playoff win might be enough. 2 playoff wins, and if they lost, then I'd probably I'd still think that's enough. What do you think?
If they win 2 playoff games,
Yeah.
I think he gets an extension. Yeah.
Now, my definition through the years of an elite quarterback and why I never would put Stafford there, even though I was the biggest Stafford fan on the station, I think elite quarterbacks win playoff games and your team wins because of you. And I don't mean 1 playoff game. I mean multiple playoff games. If you go out and you are spectacular in the postseason and your team wins basically because of you, I think that's what puts you into that category, or at least gets you strong. I think that's sort of when you do that, you've got the resume to get into the discussion. I don't think you can be considered an elite quarterback until you've started to win playoff games, and it was you that won them. 248-539-9797. Rodney's next. Hi, Rodney.
How are you today?
Good.
First-time caller, long-time listener.
Appreciate it.
I'm very relaxed about this game. I don't see Rams coming into Detroit and winning this game at all. I pick a score like 31-21. I think the pressure would get to Stafford on the defensive end. I just think they're going to get to Stafford. They're going to rattle them. I'm just relaxed about it. I don't see it happen. I'm a diehard Steelers fan. We're not going to go past Buffalo, but I know how it looks to build a championship team, and Detroit is definitely building the championship team. And, they're going to win this game. You guys can relax in the studio.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, but we do appreciate your attempt to have us relax. Look, they're
I don't
set
want
up.
anyone's blood pressure going up for 3 more days.
No, it's been up. It's staying up. I mean, they're set up nicely. They're set up nicely. Now, what's interesting, you said you know what it looks like to build a championship team. We've never experienced it firsthand. We've watched the Steelers do it. We've watched other teams do it. Seattle, Baltimore. I don't know if I want to include New England anymore because I feel like New England had the unicorn and they built it. I mean, Belichick did a great job with the defense, and I'll tell you what they did a spectacular job of in retrospect on his career since he retired is his O-line coach, Dante Scarnecchia. Does that sound right? Longtime legendary. I think that's who it is. They took mid and late round and undrafted guys and had a really, really good offensive line. That was part of their superpower. But anyway, long story short, this feels like they're building a championship caliber team. This feels like it, and the results are there.
It definitely feels that way. I mean, it feels like they've definitely built a team. Now, how far this team goes remains to be seen, but it feels like the foundation has been poured, it's been set, it's been cured, and at this point, you know, the framing is all up. You're ready to start decorating, I guess. You know, this house is built. How nice is it going to be? How is it going to look lived in a couple of years? And it's going to be comfortable. I think it will be because they've got it set up the right way. They've got it built with an offensive line. They've got it built with a bunch of young players on defense. And, you know, they may have their quarterback.
I watch Lions football now expecting them to win. I watch Lions football where I'm not waiting for an implosion. I watch Lions football even when they're shorthanded, expecting them to win. And by the way, we hope to get news on Laporta tomorrow. 248-539-9797. If you missed it earlier, a chance to win Lions tickets. We'll give you the details at 12:02, plus your phone calls and feedback. We got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. When it comes to the NFL playoffs, you got to win them one game at a time. But when you bet the NFL playoffs on FanDuel, one game can mean a lot of wins. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has all your favorite bets, like the money line and the spread, plus all sorts of prop bets. And right now, every day there's an NFL playoff game. FanDuel is giving all customers, a no-sweat same-game parlay. That means you can combine all your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. You get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win. That's for all customers. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug if you don't already have an account. Make every moment mean more in the NFL. The official sportsbook partner of the NFL is FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. All right, we opened the show talking about all the changes in football with the head coaches and legendary names and Saban and Belichick and Pete Carroll and how it could impact us. And we got some more news on that front we'll get to in a moment. But first, a reminder, coming up today at 1:41, your chance to win Detroit Lions tickets for the playoff game against the Rams in the Miller Lite Tap Room. How awesome would that be? Coming up Sunday night. The way we do it is a Carson Anderson quiz question. We ask a question today at 1:41. Whatever is the answer to said question, it's something said on the show. So hopefully you've been paying attention. And if you are paying attention and you do have the correct answer and you're the first caller at 248-539-9797, pair of playoff tickets to the Lions game against the Rams on Sunday. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit on Randolph Street tonight for the Thursday Night Football Feast. At Buffalo Wild Wings with Jeff Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Go Lions. 248-539-9797. So the breaking news now in the world of coaching, Dan Lanning, it's been announced, will stay at Oregon. Now, there's rumors out there that Alabama is trying to replace Saban within 72 hours. They know how this works. The poaching probably of their roster has begun. The recruiting class. Nick Saban announces his retirement. We always wonder how it could impact us. Gator, would you be disappointed if Jonathan Smith wasn't trying to poach Alabama's players and recruits right now?
Yeah, I'd be disappointed. I think there's right within the rules. I mean, if the players are going to enter the portal, then I think you should reach out. Yeah.
Yep.
But don't do anything against the rules. We don't need that at Michigan State.
In the meantime, Oregon, I know Michigan's recruiting against going head-to-head for at least one guy still in this class, and then there's the Dante Moore thing. So Dan Lanning telling, and it's all the major reporters now reporting, he's staying at Oregon. I'm wondering if he got a hefty pay bump to stay there. That's the other thing that happens. Alabama's job opens up, and a whole bunch of agents around the country get raises for their guys to stay, whether they're actual candidates or not.
Jim Harbaugh's sitting back going, okay. Let's see what happens here.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
So Lanning was number one. Now he's off the list. So what do you have the odds? The next, I know Sarkisian was a thought.
We got a ton of live reads today, and none of them are numbered. But I'm sifting through all these.
All right, I've got it actually in front of me.
Okay,
so Dabo Swinney was next up at 4-1, and apparently students at Alabama were very vociferous about not wanting Dabo Swinney. Lane Kiffin is third at 5-1 odds. Could you see Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss, as I like to say, Ole Miss to go to?
I just can't imagine Lane Kiffin. I mean, Lane Kiffin, I think he'll take a less talented roster and he'll go 9-3, and he'll take a more talented roster and he'll also go 9-3. And I don't know that's.
I've got no.
And I think that's. I mean, there's a place for that. There's a place for that, right? And it's probably Ole Miss.
Over the years, I've come to really appreciate and like Lane Kiffin. I used to think he was a total toolbox. And then you see stuff like social media stuff that he does and just things he says.
Yeah.
And he's sarcastic and he's funny and he has can have a deadpan sense of humor. And oh, by the way, also can coach his ass off. He's a pretty good coach. The fact that he had been at Alabama before and knows what the circus is like and can handle it, I think it'd be an interesting hire. But to leave again, that just feeds to his resume of being a vagabond coach. Is it time for him to go? He's been there for a few years. Yep, there we go. Deion Sanders is 6-1. He's not going to go. Not with his kid still at Colorado. His kids are still there. Kalen DeBoer is 6-1.
Could be. I mean, if Alabama wants to move quickly, this is going to be fascinating because. I mean, dominoes fall all around college football. And we always say, how does it impact us? And, you hope that it's maybe from a program that Michigan and Michigan State can poach recruits, poach players.
When I look at the list of the odds, one name is kind of surprising how far down it is to me.
Lincoln Riley, because it's not even listed.
Well, Lincoln Riley, to me, that's just interesting on how everybody in
Not even listed.
I'm not even listed. But Tommy Rees, he's the offensive coordinator.
Yep.
You would think maybe an inside track. He's 75-1. There's 25 names in front of him.
Look, I mean, I think second-guessing play calling is the easiest and one of the most unfair things in sports. But Jalen Milroe up the middle on 4th and 3 probably didn't help.
Probably didn't help, but your hands are kind of tied with having Jalen Milroe as your quarterback and having the receivers that you had as your receivers. I mean, it's not the typical Bama team we've seen.
That
but
wasn't.
just interesting looking at like those top 10 candidates there and rounding them out. Pat Shurmur, Urban Meyer, Billy Napier, Derek Dooley, Mike Norvell, Ryan Day. So interesting names to me on that are guys that are still coaching, like Mike Norvell at Florida State, Ryan Day at Ohio State, Billy Napier at Florida, and we mentioned Kalen DeBoer at Washington. I think those are interesting names to keep an eye on if they're going to try to do something quickly. Because I mean, do you think Urban Meyer wants to get back into coaching? It seemed like he doesn't.
Seems like he doesn't, but I would say it's Alabama, and that's different than some of the jobs that were out there before. So 248-539-9797. In the meantime, in case you're just joining us, it was reported out of Tennessee that Jim Harbaugh is not on the Titans list. So only 7 more jobs to scratch off if you want Jim Harbaugh to stay in Michigan. Maybe he'll choose to stay anyway. I still stick with my 51 that he stays there.
You guys see the other college football news about a certain quarterback?
No.
Quinn Ewers is officially returning to Texas. So Arch Manning go somewhere?
Well, my dream is still alive.
What's that?
That Quinn Ewers wins next year's Heisman and Kyle McCord wins the Heisman after that. So 3 of the last 6 Heisman winners will be transfer quarterbacks from Ohio State.
Yeah. Well. I don't think it's surprising that Ewers is coming back. What happens with Arch Manning is going to be of interest. Does he stick around? I mean, look, he's getting paid not to play. It's a pretty good gig for Arch Manning when you're getting over $2 million to sit on the bench and soak it up and learn and start when you're ready to start. Right?
Everything is so weird. Everything is weird. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls in a moment. Got an announcement about what we're doing tomorrow, so stick with us for that. Lions tickets to give away today at 141. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, during the winter, the last thing you need is plumbing issues. If you got them, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing at 855-339-4242. CGC will send one of their plumbers out quickly. If you're tired of running out of hot water, CGC Water, well, they'll install a Navien tankless water heater in your home. We love ours because A, we don't run out of hot water. B, there's no giant tank in our storage room, creating some storage space. So there's that too. And you save money. Reduce your energy consumption. Call CGC Water and get 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. From CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Tomorrow, we'll be in full-on game preview mode because it's playoff week here on 97.1 A Ticket, brought to you by Amish Direct Furniture. And tomorrow, we got the Detroit Jersey Exchange going on at Twin Peaks in Livonia. We'll be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. Make sure you bring your old number 9 Stafford jersey. Get in line and exchange it for a new number 16, number 14, or number 97. First 1,000 people will get a new jersey while supplies last. So, make sure you make it out to Twin Peaks in Livonia from 10 to 2. You can also have lunch. Food's great. Atmosphere is awesome. It's like a big ski lounge, ski lodge, I should say. You'll love it. We love it. And we'll be there tomorrow from 10 to 2. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Jesse here next. Hi, Jesse. Jesse, are you there?
Jesse?
Jesse?
No good.
Let's go to Terrence next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Terrence.
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Good, good. Hey, I'm excited about this game on Sunday, man. This is the perfect time for the Lions to finally bury that SOL. Doing against Stafford, your former teammate coming back to town and everything. Yeah, let's go out there and kick some butt. This team is so different than the ones from years past. I mean, it's just crazy. I was talking to my dad about this, and he was saying watching the Lions takes years off his life because Campbell just goes for it all the time, and he's reckless. I was like, no, man, this is the best team that they ever had. Don't you love it? He said, yeah, I guess, but it takes years off my life. I'm like, but it's the best team they ever had. It's exciting. It's football. This is what they do. I mean, I'm excited for this. I can't be happier. So we got this.
Yeah.
We are all set. We got this.
You obviously.
The last thing I'm gonna say is,
well, hold on. So you're with Gator. You're very chesty. You are feeling extremely confident, and who the opponent is doesn't impact your outlook towards this game at all.
Who the opponent is does impact it because I think they're going to be extra juiced to play the Rams, to play Stafford. They're already coming in hyped up as it is. It's the storylines behind it, everything behind the scenes. It's going to have this team just so jacked up and juiced and ready to go. It's going to be ridiculous. I am excited.
Okay.
And I think the league wants the Lions to do well. They do. It's important. You know, I mean, this is a big deal for the whole league. I mean, this team has been crappy for such a long time, and now they're getting there.
Hold on. You think the league wants the Lions to do well?
I do, because you need a team like this. This right here shows that any team can come from garbage to great in a short period of time. This is exactly where the NFL is set up.
I think he's right. As long as it's not the Cowboys' expense, I think he's right.
I wouldn't call 60 years a short period of time.
It's not a short.
Well, 3 years though. Doug, has been 3 years. Campbell's been. This is third season. You know, the first year was like kind of wild, and then last year they kind of like started figuring out. But this year they're on the trolley. They're getting it. They're getting it. And you're right about the Cowboys. That's why they got us going back to Dallas after we beat the Rams. We're going to go to Dallas. Take care of business
game
there.
from us
they
again.
got us going back there
Better storyline
again
to
next
beat
season.
them next time.
Well,
yeah, they're gonna beat them. They're gonna beat them in 2 weeks, and then they're gonna beat them next season when they go back down there again. And then maybe one day they'll let Dallas come to Detroit, so we can beat them down when they come here also. So that'd be great.
I know what you were gonna say there.
You do, but I pulled it back.
That was
hilarious.
Sorry, guys. Last thing before I go is congrats to Nick Saban. What a great career and everything. But the timing was really interesting. It's like he announced it the day after they're celebrating Michigan's win and everything. Oh, that's right. Michigan beat you. So you got to try to one-up them again. So that was cute, Nick. But congratulations on a great career. Great coach. Heck of a dude. And it was a great feature on SportsCenter I saw yesterday about him and everything. And it was really good. So I just want to say congrats, Nick. But
all right, thank you for the phone call.
I don't know what else you're supposed to do
No,
with
I
it
don't
for Nick
either.
for a good. I mean, if you do it last week, you interrupt all the pre-championship game stuff. I think he did it at the right time, and it was kind of like a news dump at like 5 o'clock or whatever time it was yesterday. I'm just looking back at his record. He only had one losing season in all of his years as a college coach. He was 9-2 in his 1 year at Toledo. His worst year at Michigan State was 500. He had a couple of 6-6 years. Never had a losing season at LSU.
First season at Bama?
First season at Bama were 2-6.
Do you remember? Wait, what?
They were 2 he was it says 2-6. Which is odd because it's, 8 games. I don't know if he was sick or something like that, but 2-6, 1-4 in the conference, and the next year went 12-2.
It was like his first or second game he lost to Louisiana Monroe at Bama. But
his.
You got it in front of you?
Oh, they had the reason why is they had to vacate some wins.
Oh, there you go.
They lost to Georgia.
His
outright.
first year?
Yeah, Georgia, Florida State. But God, this is who you played. Then LSU, Mississippi State. They did lose to Louisiana Monroe, 21-14 at home, and also lost to Auburn that year, and beat Colorado in a bowl game. So they had to vacate 5 wins.
248-539-9797. Let's go to John. You're next. Hi, John.
Hi, guys. Exciting time in my life. I'm 66, and I never thought I'd see this weekend come. But I want to make a prediction. We ended a team from Michigan ended Nick Saban's career. A team from Michigan ended Aaron Rodgers' career. I think if the Lions beat the Rams, we're going to end Stafford's career. And I think if he beats Detroit, he goes on. What do you think about that? Does he go in the Hall of Fame as a Lion if he does go?
Well, first of all, you think he'll retire if he loses this game?
I think he'll retire. Yep.
Well, Aaron Rodgers didn't retire, but they ended his reign in Green Bay. That's for sure.
Right. They ended his reign. That's what I mean. We ended his reign, and we ended Saban's reign. We're going to end Stafford's reign if we beat him.
Well, technically, Georgia, I
And if
guess,
he
would have
beat-
ended Saban's reign because they didn't.
Okay, so what is your prediction? Would Stafford
Put my
go in the
national
Hall of Fame as a Lion if he goes?
I don't care.
I don't know. I don't even know that they do that in football, do they?
It's just there's no hat.
Yeah. I don't.
It's just a bust.
Yeah. I don't suspect that Stafford will retire after this game.
I don't either. I don't think that's in his cards.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Ken. You're next. Hi, Ken.
Ken.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. I need to turn my radio down. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very excited to call in. First, Doug, nice job calling the games, and I wanted to, congratulate you on imposing and upholding the embargo that you placed.
I tried.
No embargo. Floodgates are open.
You guys are as good of friends in real life as you sound on the radio because it's great to listen.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate the show and
think
yes,
we're friends. That's
yes.
good.
This game this weekend between the Lions is to play the defensive line, get into Stafford just like Michigan did to the Washington quarterback. That poor guy never had a chance. And in my opinion, that's how Stafford was with the Lions. The Lions just didn't give him enough chances. He's a good quarterback, but our offensive line just didn't hold up like it does now. And that being said, I'd like to hang up and listen to
Well,
you.
I will say that pressuring quarterbacks both ways is going to go a long way to determining the outcome of this game. You got to get in Stafford's face. And I think conversely, they're thinking they're trying to collapse a pocket probably from inside out. Aaron Donald pressure up the middle to get after Jared Goff. And, I love our offensive line and their ability to protect the quarterback here. Rams have done a decent job with Stafford. The receivers are really good, man. They are really good. And it's going to be a challenge for the secondary. We're still waiting to find out, speaking of which, what could play a role is James Houston possibly coming back here. So if James Houston, if he's healthy, do you activate him? I think that's a tough one.
Yeah, I would think that if he's healthy, you would. If he's ready to go, you play him.
But he hasn't played. So you're saying a guy who hasn't played since week 2, you have more faith in him doing something than an Aquara or okay.
I do.
I'm not
because I don't think Aquara hasn't been anything special.
No,
Harris hasn't been anything special. So,
but they might be more prepared to play in a game a guy who hasn't played since week 2.
Well, I'll trust the brass to know who's ready to play and who's not. But I would think that if James Houston is healthy, you got the guy that you can see
It would be
get to the quarterback. It would be massive.
Unbelievable boost to get a James Houston back, but also a James Houston that can make an impact like he did at the end of last year?
So I'm taking a look at Stafford's game log and how many times he was sacked in each game. The last game he played against was against the Giants. They won the game 26-25. Close game against the lowly Giants. He was sacked 4 times in that game.
Yeah.
He threw 2 interceptions in that game. That was the last game he played. He was not good in that game. The previous 5 games, he was devastatingly good. But the last game, he wasn't very good. They still were able to win the game, which is all that matters. But the point is, the 4 sack total, you can get to him. Now, I think on the season, he's been sacked as many times as Goff has. I think the number is 41 or something like that. Or each team has 41 sacks, whatever that is. It's a similar thing. But if you get to him, you've got problems for Matthew Stafford. The Lions, we know that Hutchinson's a guy. We know he's going to get more pressure than anybody. Having a second guy get there is so vitally important. And I don't want, this is why it's so important to have a guy who's on the front 4 doing it. Because if you bring linebackers or if you bring a safety, it's going to look good like you're getting pressure. But giving a veteran quarterback that heads up and knowing that, okay, here comes a blitzer that's coming in on me, he knows where the weakness is in the defense. He knows where the weakness is in the coverage, and he can exploit that. I get nervous about that, trying to blitz a guy who's a veteran quarterback like Stafford. But if you can get pressure, if Houston's healthy and ready to go and is getting after it, I really like the Lions' chances.
Houston would be a humongous lift that we didn't see coming. But since I have my doubts about that, I think the big position or the big player is Ali McNeil. So if you don't want to blitz, I get it, 100% play. Rush 4, play coverage. I think that's like what you would want to do ideally. Then Ali McNeil is the guy who has to get pressure up the middle. He just came back recently, and he was effective. If he can provide pressure up the middle with Hutch on the outside, that could be huge for this game.
248-539-9797. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Where are we at tomorrow, Doug?
We are at Twin Peaks in Livonia. And I'm looking forward to it. We'll give away 1,000 jerseys as part of the Detroit Jersey Exchange. Again, Twin Peaks in Livonia. It's from 10 to 2. Bring your old Stafford number 9 jersey and change it in for a new 16, a 14, or a 97. We have 1,000 to give away. First 1,000 people get a new jersey while supplies last. I've actually started a new series, Gator. New TV series.
Okay.
Netflix show.
All right.
Yep. What do you know about the show Fool Me Once?
I know nothing.
Kang, have you heard of Fool Me Once on Netflix?
I have not.
Okay. I will tell you, I was all in for episode 1 and 2, like wildly intrigued. I got to episode 3 and I was like, this is getting weird. And now episode 4, I'm like, I think they're about to lose me. And it can happen easier with me than many. I can bail on something. But it was episodes 1 and 2 were so good.
When ex-soldier Maya sees her murdered husband on a secret nanny cam, she uncovers a deadly conspiracy that stretches deep into the past. Starring Michelle Keegan, Adil Akhtar, and Richard Armitage.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, they had me. They're starting to lose. I might bail. I was hoping one of you two had seen it because then I was like, you could tell me whether or not it was worth it. But you know when a series is like seems really smart and interesting, and then you just go, what did they just do? Why did they do that? Well, that's not realistic. You know what I mean?
That doesn't add to my entertainment value at all.
So anyway.
Is that what you say?
That's where I am with that. All right, are you ready for another dish? Are you going to eat that?
I am, but I got to tell you, I'm going to be very tough today. I am not hungry in the least.
Okay.
Got a little aggressive with an omelet this morning.
Well, let's see how it goes. All right, on the winter menu, Starbucks has added a potato cheddar and chive bake. It's made with cage-free eggs, inspired by the familiar breakfast casserole, a savory combination of diced potatoes, cheese, spinach, chives, and egg. Offers 12 grams of protein and only 210 calories for a comforting breakfast on the go. Gator, the Starbucks potato cheddar and chive bake. Are you going to eat that?
I would. That sounds delicious.
Okay.
I'd have everything about that sounds good.
Kang, would you eat that?
Yes, I would, and I'd hope to get in, like at a Starbucks, not at a Target where everyone's trying to get that Stanley, because that'd just be insane. I wouldn't wait in that line for that.
No,
but I'd go like separately, a standalone Starbucks, and get that Gator.
Now you're talking.
I'd actually try this. I think that's
all right,
3 for
Doug.
3. 12 grams of protein, only 210 calories. Next up, McDonald's. You heard about the new McDonald's item?
I have not. What do we got?
McDonald's is looking to offer up a double Big Mac. They describe their newest menu item as double the fun, complete with 4
fun
100% all beef patties, more Big Mac sauce. The burger's topped off with pickles, lettuce, onions, and American cheese, and sandwiched between a sesame seed bun. A 4-patty double Big Mac. Gator, are you going to eat that?
All right. I love McDonald's cheeseburgers, and I honestly limit myself to like a handful of times a year that I do that. The Big Mac, I get a hankering for Big Mac maybe once every couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Big Mac, but I remember it being messy the last time I've eaten it. Now, to double it up, the thing that is kind of funny, if you were to undo the Big Mac and look at the burger patties, how small and pathetic those patties actually are, even though you get a couple of them.
Why would you do that?
Just because you want to see what do you got there.
Okay.
To double those up, it sounds like, oh my God, it's huge, but it really isn't because the patties aren't big. I would do it, but I'm not a huge Big Mac guy.
Okay.
Because they are incredibly messy.
Well, I'm obviously out. Kang, what about you?
Oh, I had a Big Mac last week, and it's fantastic. Gator, actually, they have improved the Big Mac, okay?
Have they?
So,
look Caputo.
They're yeah. I've had Big Macs for a long time.
Okay,
okay?
I know what kind of time. Okay, I know what the special sauce is. I like sesame seeds.
I've had it when it was a Little Mac. Now it's a Big Mac.
Okay.
No, but the patties are bigger, slightly bigger. The bun is actually more buttery and soft, and they put more secret sauce on it. So the fact that they're doubling it, yes, sign me up, man. It's better now.
Okay.
It's definitely better.
All right, so that's 2 yeses from you two. Bojangles has got a chicken and rice bowl.
Dance.
The Bojangles signature dirty rice made with sausage and special seasoning and slow-cooked Cajun pinto beans, shredded Monterey Jack and cheddar cheeses. The bowl can be topped with either grilled chicken breast or Bojangles Chicken Supremes, which are their fried chicken tenders. To make things a bit spicier, the chicken chain is throwing in a bit of Texas Pete hot sauce on the side. Gator, the Bojangles chicken and rice bowl. Are you going to eat that?
I mean, I was really expecting me to be discriminatory today because I'm not hungry. But yeah, I would do this. What's wrong with this? This is all good. Little Cajun cuisine there. I'm down with it.
Yeah, I'm out with the sausage if it's regular sausage, but it sounded good up until then. Kang, what about you?
Oh, I'm all in. I wish we had a Bojangles around here, man. Whenever I see one, I always want to try it.
I think we were coming back from Hilton Head this year, and I think that was the place we stopped for their breakfast sandwiches. I was disappointed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you probably got that turkey kale breakfast sandwich or something.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you got to try the other stuff, man.
It was a chicken biscuit. And it was just fruit stripe gum, Gator.
Fruit stripe, like with the old zebra?
Yeah. Gator, it's going away after 50 years.
I honestly didn't know it was still around.
Are you going to eat that before it goes away?
Fruit stripe gum was awesome. The flavor lasted for literally 48 seconds.
Yeah.
And then it was done, and you're like, what am I chewing? It was amazing how fast the flavor was gone. Gone, daddy, gone.
I remember as a kid being disappointed in Fruit Stripe. The packaging was spectacular.
So great.
The level of excitement never matched. It's like the roasted almonds, the cinnamon roasted almonds at Comerica. They smell
great.
so good.
Gimme. And you eat them, you're like, what happened to the cinnamon flavor? Where's that? Well, it's just for the aroma.
Yeah. Anyway.
Would I get a pack of that gum before it's too late? I might. I'll go, yeah. Yeah. Part of my childhood. Haven't had fruit stripe gum in about 20 years.
I'm not opposed to this, but I'm pretty much sure I'm never going to eat this.
I'd try before it goes again. You're right. The joke around the internet right now is after 50 years, you only got 50 seconds anyways when you chew it. But it was a good 50 seconds.
It really was a good 50
Right?
seconds. So, if you don't want to sit there chewing gum for a half an hour, throw it in there for a minute.
I like fruit stripe.
All right, final thing. New offering from White Claw. Have you heard about this?
I think I have, but go ahead, because I've got some feelings on it if it's what I think it is.
0 calories and 0 alcohol. Gator, sit tight. I want your take on this when we continue.
Oh, boy.
0 non-alcoholic White Claw. Get your take on that at 12:46. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Gator. We're up against it, and I couldn't wait to get your take on the new offering from White Claw. 0 calories and 0 alcohol. It comes in 4 flavors: mango passion fruit. There's also black cherry and cranberry. There's lime yuzu. And there's peach orange blossom. Gator White Claw in the non-alcoholic offering. Are you going to eat that?
No, it makes absolutely no sense to me. The only reason I'm even trying a White Claw is because it's got the alcohol in it, right?
Yep.
Summer drink, you're out on the boat or you're out at the lake or you're out in the backyard with friends. It's whatever it is. Hey, anybody want a White Claw? It sure sounds okay, whatever. I'll try it as a change-up. It's not my go-to. I'd rather have beer or I'd rather have a tequila drink. Now you're going to say, what's that? Non-alcoholic White Claw? Give me more. There's no point in it anymore. At this point, now I'm just like, I'll just have a Diet Pepsi or give me a Coke Zero or, how about a water? You got water in there? Because if I'm not drinking, I don't need to do it, right? Like non-alcoholic beer, I feel like non-alcoholic beer is for, I don't want to offend anybody, but I think it's for alcoholics, right?
I mean, people like the taste, but maybe doing the driving.
I mean, I don't know many people that say that they they seek out the non-alcoholic beer because they're the designated driver. I mean, there are people that do that, but I mean, basically it's because they can't have the alcohol, and I get it, and that's fine for them. But for people that don't have a problem and want a beer, I'm going to get a beer. I'm not going to get something that tastes like beer, and it isn't. Because they're not the same. So I don't understand this move at all. I don't get it. I mean, there's a media personality, a social media personality out there. Her name is Lauren Powell, and she's known as the Seltzpert. She's done for the years. She's really made a brand for herself on TikTok videos, on Facebook, and all over the place as being an expert on seltzer drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And she recently got pregnant and just had her first child. And so she's been going through all these. She loves to drink. I mean, loves to drink. And all these videos that she makes are taste testing all these different things. And it's clear that she does. Is this done to appease her? I mean, I honestly don't get it.
I think it might be a dry January thing because it's become popular. And they're like, all right, how do we keep our numbers up in January? We offer up non-alcoholic White Claw.
I mean, the best thing about it, I guess, is that, okay, you're saying it's 0 calories too.
Yep.
So now you've got a diet pop. Right?
Dude, this is seltzer. Just drop the hard part, right? This is why are we marketing non-alcoholic? It's just seltzer water, flavored seltzer water. Is it because you want to feel like you're drinking with the rest of the people or not? I think this is more confusing than anything. Well, you might actually grab a White Claw at this point.
Exactly.
You know?
I go, if I brought one into work, like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
We should bring some
I'm just having an alcoholic White Clam. What are we talking about here?
Scott writes in 0 calories, 0 alcohol. Is there any liquid? Or did you pretend to drink?
Is it just because? Is it the can?
Is it just because it's carbonated? I mean, you're right. It's seltzer. That's all it is now. It's not hard seltzer. It's just seltzer.
That's what.
So
fine, drink it. LaCroix, whatever you like.
And then you know what
Aha.
people are going to say? Oh, this is good. You know what make this even better? Tequila. Vodka.
If I put a little vodka.
Rum.
How about that? You buy it, non-alcoholic, and then add your own vodka.
Right. People are already adding a little floater to their White Clams anyway. But now you're talking about non-alcoholic?
Yep.
I don't get it.
You know what this White Claw needs? White Claw!
I like my White Claw with alcohol. Like it was originally intended.
No bits of claw in this.
No.
Yeah. So no then, huh?
It's a hard no.
If anybody out there's tried it.
There's got to be a market. They keep putting stuff like this out.
Well, you're right. You can't just get LaCroix.
Oh, yeah.
Right, or whatever.
Bubbly, whatever. Yes.
Bubbly, right.
The people
There's a million of them out.
Maybe didn't even know about LaCroix. They're like, I got an idea. Let's just take the alcohol. There's a part of the market that nobody's thought of yet.
You know what's going on? It's weird. The alcohol is getting rid of alcohol, and the regular stuff is adding alcohol.
Right.
Like, we're getting hard Sunny
right.
D. Like, why are we getting hard Sunny D? Like, what's going on? And the White Claw's got no alcohol. Like, I'm getting complete confused. Bud Light, no beer, no alcohol. Wait, we're going to get, milk. It has hard liquor. Like, what?
Almond milk with rum.
Exactly. What is going on? What? My orange juice has alcohol in it, but my alcohol has
Can I
it's just
pack
orange
this
juice.
in my kid's lunch and send them to school?
Capri Sun now with hard liquor.
I mean, can I send it my kid in their lunchbox with a non-alcoholic White Claw?
Sure.
Have them in the
If it comes in a pouch,
There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's not alcoholic. It's
not alcoholic.
It's like sitting with a can of pop or a seltzer. The hell, man?
I don't know.
I'm gonna start handing them out for Halloween next
Watch
year.
this thing take off, though. Watch it take off. I mean, you're always concerned as you like age, hang another year on your resume that you're getting out of touch. Is this going to become the biggest thing and we're completely out of touch? Seems unlikely, but
is this millennials ruining things again?
Is it their fault?
Are we gonna see like this on the NFL sidelines? They're just cracking non-alcoholic White Claw. It's actually got hydrolytes in it. You know, electrolytes. In. Yeah,
Hydrolytes. Like
yeah,
that.
that's better actually.
All right, well, there you go. All right, well, just something to look for on shelves near you.
Some for Gator to pass up.
Well, it might be.
Yes. You want one of these? What's that? What's a White Claw? Oh, what flavor you got? You got black cherry? Well, it's not alcoholic. What the hell are you offering me?
Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with you?
That's a nice nothing you're almost
Yeah,
drinking.
No, I'll stick with my, meal flavored water.
Yeah.
It's just there's no carbonation.
Coming up next, White Claw, can of air. It's just nothing. All right, well, there you go. So Lions and Rams coming up on Sunday. Gator, how do you feel about our head coach heading into this? Because everything he does now is times 10. Every fourth down he decides to go for it, it's magnified. Every kick he fakes, magnified. Every field goal he passes up because it's 4th and 6, magnified. Does Ben Johnson have the Guyans to go 4th and 6, handoff up the middle? Like everything they've done to get here, and they've done some really unconventional things. Does he continue coaching the way he's coached, which is hard to believe that he won't, but everything means more. And it's like all the goodwill you've built, taking calculated risks and winning 12 games. I hate to see it go out the window, because if it fails in the playoffs, that's what people remember.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I don't want him to deviate from who he is.
No,
and
I don't
what
think he
is.
can.
And I think too much gets made out of it. I think Dan Campbell's a master of reading the situation. I think he knows what he can trust, what he can't trust. I think he knows when the time is to go ahead and play that gamble, and when it's not. They're not is crazy. We talked about this before, and King said it, and I agree 100%. They're calculated risks. It's not gambles necessarily. I mean, this isn't like 80% of metrics say don't do it, and he does.
Mm-hmm.
This is like you're 51, right? He is coached in a way that those decisions have impacts on the game, and for the most part, it's paid off for them to win. Why would you change now? I mean, I understand that sometimes you want to get a little bit more conservative, and I think the pace of the game, the situations in the game, will dictate that. I don't worry about him making some crazy ass decision.
Well,
I can disagree with some stuff he does, but I don't think I'll get passionate about it. Like, what are you doing?
The fallout, if something goes awry, is going to echo for days, weeks, months. But if you pull stuff off in the playoffs that you did in the regular season, he'll be hailed as a hero. It's a really weird, because the stakes just go so much higher. And this is our leader, man. This is the guy that, I said it weeks ago. I don't think he can nor should change. I think him being authentically him has resonated in this locker room. And I think the players see it as belief in them. And I think that's easy for them to get behind him. But if it goes wrong in the playoffs, I feel like there are certain things that are harder to recover from. And playoff, anything that goes wrong in the playoffs, those are tough, man.
Yeah, it's tough. Well,
hopefully it won't be that.
Yeah, my mindset is they win this game and they win it kind of handily on Sunday.
Well, I hope you're right.
So do I.
Can you trust our guy going into the postseason?
I want to so badly.
Yeah.
I really, really want a boring, just pummeling game where we're like, that Rams team made the playoffs?
It's 34-10 with 6 minutes to go.
Lions up.
We got this. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
What's your level? If you were to rank the concerns, defense, no Laporta, maybe no Laporta and Raymond, kicker, or coach, what would be number one on your list of concerns?
It's defense.
We'll get to Gator's answer coming up at 102 here on Carson Anderson. And we'll give away some Lions
Perhaps
tickets.
you should look over your shoulder and recognize the time and see what I'm trying to do here.
And we will give away some Lions tickets today at 141.
Wait a minute. I might come up with a completely different answer in 4 minutes.
97.1 the ticket.
Just over 48 hours until the Lions host their first playoff game in 30 years, and the Matt Stafford storylines have dominated the lead-up, but an angle that's getting not nearly as much play, maybe should, is Jared Goff's revenge game. Goff has said in the past he wasn't happy with how things went down when the Rams traded him to Detroit, specifically criticizing Sean McVay for not communicating during the process. Goff is taking the high road now and keeping the focus on the importance of this game to the Lions and their fans, but also acknowledging his time with the Rams didn't necessarily end amicably. McVay, for his part, has taken responsibility for the hard feelings Goff harbored, admitting he should have done better by his former QB. The point spread for Lions-Rams has held steady the last 2 days, at Detroit laying 3 after opening at 3.5. The public loves L.A. 74% of the tickets and 94% of the money are betting Rams. The total stable, too, at 51.5. 77% of bets on the over, but 54% of the money on the under. Translation, some big bettors believe the Lions and Rams will score 51 combined or less. You can hear that game, by the way, Lions and Rams, right here on 97.1 The Ticket Sunday, coverage starting at 5. And the red-hot Red Wings, fresh off their West Coast road trip sweep, host the red-hotter Oilers, who have won 8 in a row and 16 of 19. Ken Holland's Icers are paced by 2 of the league's top scorers, Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. Hear it tonight right here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. Just a reminder, we're giving away Lions tickets today at 1:41 with the first correct answer to a Karsh and Anderson quiz question. Be the first one with the answer to that question. You'll get 2 tickets to the Lions and Rams in the Miller Lite Tap Room for the playoff game January 14th against the Rams. If you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit on Randolph Street tonight for the Thursday Night Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Jeff Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. So 141. Make sure you are listening today. All right, I asked a question before the break. And Gator, I patiently await your answer. What's your biggest concern? What's your bigger concern? Is it the kicking? Is it the defense? Is it the possibility that they don't have Laporta or Raymond? What was my other one? Kicking, defense. There was a fourth one.
I don't know. You're springing it on me, so I don't know.
All right. What are those things? Is it
I
the
think
coach?
Campbell was
Is it
the
the
other
coach, yeah. The gambles. What concerns you the most?
Well, you're putting me on a spot, but what concerns me most, I guess, would be the defense.
Would it? Okay.
Yeah. I'm not worried, and it's because it's process of elimination. You were the first to point out, and quite astutely, they won plenty of games without Hawkinson last year, and they didn't have Laporta last year. They didn't miss a beat.
Mm-hmm.
It's a next man up mentality here. Brock Wright's returning. If they lost Laporta, yeah, it hurts because he's dynamic, but they have plenty of other players that can pick up the slack. Jamison Williams is back. So I'm not terribly concerned about this. I already touched on Dan Campbell. I think Dan Campbell's ready for this moment. I think he's relishing this moment to coach in the playoffs and get his chance to shine. So I'm not worried about him. What was the other one?
Kicking?
Kicking was a little bit of a concern. It is a concern for me, but the defense is more of a concern because you've got an experienced quarterback that has won a Super Bowl. He's familiar. He knows what he's coming into. It's not like he's going to be surprised by it. And that does concern me a little bit. I've mentioned the wide receiver duos that they faced, and I know that Kupp and Nacua are good, but I think they faced better in the last 3 weeks with the Minnesota crew twice and then the Dallas crew. But Minnesota's quarterback was a turnover waiting to happen. Dak Prescott's pretty good, and particularly when he's playing at home. The Lions stepped up in that game, so I like that. It's a concern for me for the defense, but it's not like this isn't weighing me down like I think, oh my God, they have to play perfectly defensively in order to win. I don't think that's the case. I think that they can play, a similar style that they've done. They've been opportunistic. Now that they've added C.J. Gardner-Johnson back to the mix in the safety, I think they've got guys like him, like Kirby Joseph, like Brian Branch, that are all guys that can capitalize on mistakes. And if you get pressure on Stafford and he has to throw the ball, he'll throw interceptions. He's not immune to that. We've seen plenty in Detroit, and they've seen plenty in Los Angeles of him throwing picks. And, he threw a couple picks his last time out. And he can also take a sack because he's not mobile. So it's my biggest concern, but it's not like I think that they're doomed because of their defense. I don't think they're doomed.
Nothing needs an out-of-body experience to win a game.
Correct.
Right? I mean, there are times where we will try and have to work very hard to craft the path to victory. We've done this on occasion. And sometimes there's a lot more heavy lifting involved in doing so. I don't feel like we have to do that for this game. And I could see all those things coming through. I have a lot of faith in Dan Campbell. I don't always agree with every decision he makes, but I want him to be himself. I think that's what's gotten him here. So I can question it, but it's not an epidemic, his decision making. And I think part of that helps in other ways. A failed fourth down might still help in other ways because I think this team loves specifically the offensive guys, love that he believes in them and they want to have his back and play for him. And so maybe they fail on that fourth down, but come through later in the game, or fail on that fourth down, but they don't have any problems in the locker room because he went for it during the game. So these things, like a long way to get there, but I think it can help. The kicking might not even be a factor, right?
Hope it's not.
And it's not like he's under 50%. You know what I'm saying? So what? Is there a whoa?
This is kind of a whoa in the college football world.
Okay.
There's another player that's returning to his team.
Is he a local quarterback?
No.
All right.
Plays in the Big Ten, though. And I'm stunned by this one.
Penix.
What, does he have a 9th year of eligibility?
I don't know. Maybe.
I hope this is true. I don't know if I want to cite
did you
the
see it
source.
on a website? Did you just see it on? You're going to quote something from a bogus website?
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to say it. I see something and I see who it's reposted by.
Okay.
Until I see somebody else do it,
right.
I won't do it.
All
I
right,
won't do
you've
it. Sorry. Sorry. But it's a big one. If true, we'll wait on that one.
Right.
We're going to wait on that.
Everybody's scrambling for their computers.
I'm sorry.
Stick with us, people, please, to the commercial break. Anyway.
Well, yes. Okay. Never mind.
Okay.
It was incorrect. Instead, a player has decided to enter the NFL draft.
Okay.
What? It's the opposite.
I know.
Oh.
I know. So I'm glad I took some time there. I'm sorry about it. But Marvin Harrison Jr. has declared for the 24 draft.
Okay.
He has announced.
Okay.
All right. It's like, how does that make any sense for him to come back to school?
I don't know, but I just
stupid websites put out stupid things.
No, I just so he's gone. Marvin Harrison.
He's going to the pros
So
as he should because he could be the number 1 pick in the draft.
All right, cool.
It also probably could have waited.
What, that announcement?
Yeah.
Instead of doing it in the middle of the season.
Had he come back, it was a big one. I'm sorry. You're right. All right. I'm new. I'm sorry. I already answered the question 10 minutes ago. Now you hold me to this. You got me screwed up. I'm thinking about non-alcoholic white clams. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's part of what comes along with the job of working with you.
I'm a child.
Yeah,
I'm a child.
His attention span isn't maybe what it should. It's why I once heard a story, and this goes way back, and I don't know if anybody heard of these guys, but their names were Karsch and Anderson, and the Anderson fell for a bogus Pierre LeBrun tweet about Matt Niskanen signing a big deal with the Red Wings.
I don't know why you have to bring that up. And at that time, it was a hell of a lot more relevant than this one.
I thought that you had something with the Lions, man, for sure. The way you reacted, Doug's into this middle of his Lions take, and I'm like, oh my God. Like, what's going on? Ben Johnson said, I'm not taking jobs. Like,
now I'm like praying for Lions news to show up. Bail me out. Somebody bail me out.
Laporta's active? What's going on?
Who knew? That's great news.
So nothing breaking, huh? Just making sure.
Junior Colson's leaving. How's that? Is that good?
Is he? That is breaking news. Do you have that from a credible source?
I don't know. There's a guy named Pete Thamel. I know you don't like him, but
No.
Here's the ESPN story on Michigan linebacker Junior Colson leaving school for the NFL draft.
Well, there's another guy to replace. They're gonna have to be busy in the portal.
You'd think they would have been busy at this point. I mean,
well, they've been busy preparing for a national championship game. But anyway, suffice it to say, Gators successfully hijacked the segment. I don't even remember what the hell we were talking about. Stick with
The
us. if you
concerns
wanna-
about the Lions. What's your concern with the Lions? You gave 4 things out there, and which is it for you? You
with
started
us.
pontificating on the kicker, and then I derailed things.
Yep. Well, we'll continue and try and put the train back on the tracks. Next, 97.1 The Ticket. Spent like the last 2 weeks hyperventilating, and it will continue this weekend. Lions in the playoffs, home playoff game against the Rams. 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, tomorrow is the Detroit Jersey Exchange at Twin Peaks in Livonia. We'll be on the air live from 10 to 2 if you want to bring in your old number 9 Stafford jersey and exchange it for a new 16, 14, or 97. Well, feel free to stop on by. First 1,000 people will get a new jersey while supplies last. 248-539-9797. Okay, so Gator, we were talking about concerns. And the thing about my concerns for this game is where the Lions are and what they've established. I don't feel like they need any out-of-body experiences. First of all, I'm not particularly sure that the kicking will even matter. But even, it's not like our place kicker is less than 5, like missing more than 50% of his kicks. Secondly, is we've got the defense has played better and is getting healthier. And hopefully, I mean, they could, I suppose I shouldn't say hopefully, they could get James Houston back. And if they get him back, this is where we get to the hopefully part. Hopefully he can reclaim his form from last year right out of the gate. So that's something to watch for. Third, Campbell, what's got him here is what he should take into the postseason. It would almost be absurd to change anything, right? This is who you are. This is what's got you here. Keep it up. So all those things I feel pretty good about, and I don't think anything. If I had to pick one that's my biggest concern, I mean, I guess it's the kicker, but I'm not even that concerned because A, it may not play a role at all, and B, even if they line him up to kick, I expect them to make it.
If you
more
look
often
at their
than
kicking
not.
stats to see what they are, because I mean, there's perception out there, and I'm probably aligned with you in thinking, you know, it hasn't been great, but combined between Patterson and Badgley, they missed 2 field goal attempts. They're 19 to 21 between them. One was missed between 20 and 29 yards, and one was missed beyond 50.
Yep.
Extra point wise, combined they are 48 out of 52. Both
That I
kickers,
don't love.
No, that's true. Both kickers have missed 2 extra point attempts. Badgley has only kicked 15 attempts, and he's made 13 of them, so he's missed 2.
Yep.
It's a little concerning.
But if it comes down to a kick, all right, and it comes down to an extra point, and you're going to tell me that the Lions have an 87% chance of winning the game, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Even if he is just 13 of 15.
Which is technically 87%.
Yep. And if you look at his field goals, he still hasn't missed for the Lions.
This is correct.
Yes. Now, he's supposed to have the longer leg. He's supposed to be better beyond 50. He hasn't tried one beyond 50, so we haven't seen this yet, but they've seen it. They've seen it in practice. Now, we all know doing it in practice is a completely different thing from doing it in the game. As far as the defense is concerned, look, the defense started playing better on Thanksgiving and has kind of kept it up ever since. And it's sometimes, quite frankly, they've been relentless. And Hutch has been on a tear of late. I mean, it feels like it's maybe rounding into shape to be average to above average at just the right time. You put that with an elite offense, that can get you there. Like, people don't – you look at the recent years, offensive success has carried the day in the postseason. You don't want to be terrible defensively. You just need to be average. You get to make sure you're not terrible. And they have been not terrible. They have been not terrible lately.
No, they've made some of their own luck, and I like how they've stepped up, and I like how this team is starting to get healthier. That last game was nerve-wracking because guys were leaving the game. But it doesn't seem like they've been terribly hampered so far with limited practice here. But, I mean, we saw Anzalone leave the game for a minute, Brian Branch leave the game for a minute. We saw Amon-Ra St. Brown leave the game for a minute and clutching his ribs, but only to come back and score a touchdown. You know, and then we saw what happened with Laporta and Raymond. Those are concerns. Those are real concerns. But the other guys, it's just football, man. We're football players. We're tough. We'll come back and we'll play. And hopefully the other injuries they suffered look like knee injuries, but they weren't like terrible knee injuries.
So the other concern, right, is how is life going to be potentially without Laporta and Raymond? Well, last year they didn't have Sam Laporta. They were great at the tight end spot. In fact, they had a pretty damn good tight end at TJ Hockenson. When he went away, they started getting more production out of the tight end spot in a strange way. And last year, I mean, they didn't have Jamison Williams. Jamison Williams if Khalif Raymond doesn't go, we have seen Jamison Williams get better and better as this season goes on. And maybe this is the stage where he more than makes up for not having Khalif Raymond, right? I mean, so our biggest concerns on the grand scale of my entire life of Detroit Lion concerns are pretty small. Pretty small.
Yeah, I'm not terribly concerned with what they have going on. I like their chances against the Rams. I always have. That's why I wasn't worried about this week with the outside noise and the Kelly Stafford stuff and the Goff McVay thing. None of that bothers me. Not at all. It's about the game on Sunday night, and I think the Lions win the game.
All right. So Kang, what do you think?
So on the, you mentioned something there with Jamison Williams, Khalif Raymond, Laporta. I mean, Laporta's got an outside shot, but I'm my heart of hearts, I don't think he's going to play. You know how leading into the Michigan national title game, people all year have been waiting for Donovan Edwards, right? Like he wasn't there, and then like this is the final, literally the final game where you're like, is this the game? And he obviously had two huge runs to start off that game. It was amazing. Now Jamison Williams hasn't been, completely silent like Donovan Edwards. But is this the game where he completely breaks out? I mean, throughout the year, we took the calls, right? This is the game every week.
Every week we take that call and get that text.
But does it actually happen this weekend? Does it actually happen this Sunday night, kind of like Donovan Edwards?
It'd be kind of ironic.
Yep. Big play guy in a big moment, biggest stage you can have all year long. And that helps make up for possibility not having Laporta and not having Khalif Raymond. So I see that as a big possibility. I'm with you, Gator. If I had to pick anything that was my biggest concern, it's the defense. And like I said earlier, it's because I'm very aware of Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford and Kyron Williams. They have some offensive weapons up there. It's absolutely critical, yes, Gator, critical, for the Lions to put pressure on Matthew Stafford, force him into bad throws. He is prone to making bad decisions and bad throws at times. They got to force that onto him. And if they can do that without blitzing and play coverage, then that's huge. But if they have to blitz as well, then by all means do it. But whatever you do, make him feel uncomfortable, stop the run. That way he doesn't use those two outside weapons because those guys are money.
248-539-9797. Let's go to James here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, James?
Hey, what's going on? Is there any chance they get out coached?
I mean, is there a chance? Yeah, there's a chance.
Would you say that you feel comfortable heads up? I mean, I'm a Dan Campbell fan, but McVay's one of the best young coaches in the league. So when it comes down to it, if it's all things being equal, is McVay a better coach?
He's got more experience, and he's proven it with a Super Bowl. I mean, you could say that, and I'm not going to take that away from him, but I don't care. I like my guy. And McVay's a hell of an offensive mind. There's no questioning that. He knows offense. Our coach has done a really good job of delegating and empowering and motivating.
Well, let me answer your question this way. You asked, is there a chance? Yes, there's a chance. Do I expect it? No. And I think he would have to get outcoached by a significant margin for me to be really concerned. And I don't think he's going to get outcoached by a significant margin.
This is the way I would want it. I would want Dan Campbell for the first 3.5 quarters, but I'd want McVay for the final 4 minutes in a close game.
Interesting.
I don't know. I love having, are you saying who's got the ball, though? Like if Detroit has the ball, I have full confidence that Jared Goff and the offense can get downfield because we've seen it time and again.
Yeah, because it also includes Ben Johnson. He's playing a role in this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or would you be confident in his decisions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now,
I'm not saying I want him to be outcoached. I mean, I'm a fan. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
in the back of your mind, you're a little worried.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounded painful, didn't it?
Well, McVay, you got to give him his due. As much as we don't like him, Gator, the guy's won a Super Bowl, right? He was one of those young and up-and-comer coaches that everyone thought that was going to be the next.
He got there quickly, didn't get it done. They made a ballsy trade, and
then he got it done.
It paid off.
So he's a good coach.
Yeah.
There's no shame in that. I mean, you're going up against a good coach, and Campbell doesn't have the resume that McVay has. Few do actually, with a Super Bowl ring under their belt. But tactically, I believe in Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell. And motivationally, we definitely have to believe in Dan Campbell, right? And I think he's going to use that to get his players to get up for Sunday night.
Don't forget it. We're giving away Lions tickets today at 141 with a Carson Anderson quiz question. Stick with us. 97.1. So remember last week, I'm getting ready to go to Houston, and I said my credit card had been compromised right before we were leaving.
Yeah.
So now I'm thinking about, the dinners and the Ubers and all the things that you have to expense on these trips. I'm going to be getting on a flight. I couldn't get the credit card sent to me quick enough. Somebody suggested, actually, it was your brother texted you and said they can send it directly to the hotel.
Yep.
It was a Friday, and they said, yeah, it'll take 2 business days. So when do you leave? And I'm like, Tuesday. And they're like, well, they'll probably get there. And I'm like, I don't want to play the probably game. So I went to Houston without a credit card. When you get the new credit card, and by the way, so I called the number, and indeed it was a legitimate compromise. Somebody bought $85 worth of stuff from an Ace Hardware in Oak Park, Illinois.
Interesting.
Yeah, right? I mean, if you got somebody's credit card, I don't know how the scammers work. Maybe they test it off first at local small hardware establishments and then go big, but that's what we caught them with. It was an $85 purchase at an Ace Hardware in Oak Park, Oak Lawn. It was one of those.
Either way, it works.
Yeah. So anyway, when you get the new card, what is the bigger headache? All the auto pays that you got to change over to your new card, or memorizing the number? Because it's so satisfying when you don't need to pull out your credit card. You have the number and you just rattle it off.
Well, I don't think I know mine by heart.
Yeah, have you never known your credit card number by heart?
I used to, a previous card. This one that I've had for a while. I mean, if under interrogation, I might be able to get it out, but it's tough. But when they issue a new card, is it a new card, totally new number?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. Yep. I didn't know if it was just, hey, we can destroy the previous card and we'll just same number, but you've got a totally different card now.
Yep. So anyway, I got this card. And now I've got all the accounts. Like I get random notifications that, hey, your charge got denied. And I'm like, oh yeah, I got to change that one.
That's the bigger pain in the ass.
Yeah.
It's not trying to remember the number. It's trying to remember what you have associated with the card.
Yep. That gets really, really irritating. But
which I would think that you've got. There are apps that can reveal that.
Yeah, I mean, I should also know.
Yeah, I mean, you've got it all. Just pull out your most recent statement, and they should all be there, right?
One would imagine, but that
it's
involves
still a pain.
That involves more work.
Yes.
Kang, do you know your credit card numbers by heart?
No, I don't. My wife does though.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't. I mean, we use certain ones for online only. So, just kind of separate, how many credit cards you're using and things like that to try to keep it straight. But that way, you don't run into certain, like everyday use credit cards are different than online credit cards. So if one gets compromised, at least it's less of a hassle.
I'm working very hard. I like to quickly memorize them as quickly as possible because you get asked it for a lot of things. And it's nice to be able to just rattle it off. Although it's not as if
pull it out,
reaching into the wallet and reading off the numbers is the end of the world either. But all things that are pains in the ass. All right, so you said Junior Colson announced, Zach Zinter announced. These are guys leaving Michigan for the NFL that still had eligibility left. So I've got my depth charts with names crossed out.
Right. You had a couple that transferred out, or they're going to head into the portal.
Yeah, guys that were mostly buried. There's nobody that's gone to the portal yet that you've gone, ooh, right, that one's going to hurt.
No, but people know the return guy because he muffed the return against Alabama.
Oh, Jake Thaw?
Yeah.
So offensively, right now, of the starters, Cornelius Johnson hasn't announced his intentions. Roman Wilson hasn't announced his intentions. Drake Nugent hasn't announced his intentions. Trente Jones hasn't announced his intentions. And J.J. McCarthy hasn't announced his intentions. Colston Loveland can't go. So that's 6 guys from the starting offense. And if you want to include Max Bredesen, the fullback/tight end, that's 7 that have started. They haven't announced their intentions. But the big one's JJ, of course. Michigan uses NIL to try and get their own guys to stay. I would suspect that JJ McCarthy will have the largest NIL package in Michigan history and one of the larger ones in college football thrown his direction to try and convince him to stay. Other guys that have left that probably had NIL deals, and these guys are declaring some of them are declaring for the Senior Bowl, which you can that's not a declaration for the draft. They've committed to the Senior Bowl, but they can pull out of the Senior Bowl. It's not binding, but you have until the 15th to make up that mind. I bet Braden McGregor, Jalen Harrell, Junior Colson all probably had large NIL deals thrown their direction. They have all declared for the Senior Bowl. So what does that leave Michigan on defense? Well, the 3 sophomores on the defensive line, Derek Moore, Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham. Josiah Stewart has another year. Rayshon Benny, who got hurt, can come back. I believe Cam Good is out of eligibility. I got to check that. Ernest Hausman, the linebacker, will probably be penned in as a starter going into next year. Josh Wallace, I think, is out of eligibility. Makari Page has a decision to make. Rod Moore has a decision to make. Will Johnson will be back. Keon Sabb will be back as well. But they're going to have to hit the portal. And like I'm growing accustomed, Gator, to the fact that your roster is built on a year-to-year basis.
It is. And, with the names of the players that still have decisions to make, I mean, they're not going to listen to me. But I'm going to offer my opinion.
You mean to Michigan?
Yeah.
Okay.
They should all go back. They should go back and run it back. I don't know if any of those guys are truly special. Nugent may be the best of the bunch out
as far as NFL prospects.
Yeah, I think McCarthy apparently is getting a first-round grade. I think it would benefit him if he went back for another year. But hey, if you're going to, it all depends on the NIL package. If it's going to be big enough for you, then go ahead and go back and try to win a national championship. But if you're guaranteed first-round contracts, which you can't guarantee it. That obviously will trump it. But they've got a good defense coming back regardless because of all the underclassmen. You start adding to that with some of these other pieces. And on the offensive side, you're like, well, who are the receivers going to be? Well, if the receivers come back, you would expect them to be better another year with that system and with that quarterback if he comes back too. And all of a sudden you're looking at a really, really strong football team going into 2024. And now with the whole Saban thing, him retiring, and with the uncertainty for the next 24 hours or whatever it's going to happen in Alabama, whoever it's going to be, I mean, they're going to rob a coach from somebody. Are they going to rob the coach from Washington? They're going to rob the coach from Florida State, from Ole Miss? Where's it coming from? But whoever it comes from, that team's going to be devastated.
So apparently on, let me see if I can find this. It's tweeted out by Colin Cowherd, quoting Joel Klatt. I'm actually going to be pretty surprised if Kalen DeBoer is not the next coach at Alabama. I don't know where Joel's getting that from, but apparently Kalen DeBoer is a strong candidate for the Alabama job.
Well, he should be. He should be. A hell of a coach. He's done it. Obviously, he's built it up at Washington. Prior to that, he had experience at other colleges and did well. Prior to that, he was a head coach at the lower level, but was outstanding at that level. I think he's a great young coach. It's a guy who would have been my first choice at Michigan State if he was available.
Yeah. In the meantime, when I was talking about NIL and NIL packages that'll be thrown around, Michigan's got their championship celebration at Chrysler Center with the money going to the Champion Circle, I think it is, which is their NIL fund that will raise over $500,000 for players.
I don't understand NIL. I really don't. Because it's supposed to be, or it was supposed to be, how you make money off your name, image, and likeness. Like if I wanted to start a business, I could do it. And everything's changed now.
This is going to one of the collectives that then sell your name, image, and likeness. This helps them pay the players, is where the money's going. So,
yeah.
Anyway, that's over $500,000 that they can put towards that. We shall see how it plays itself out. Coach Prime, you're putting it 0.0 to Bama?
I just don't see it because his kid can't transfer with him.
Well, he can't unless he's a graduate transfer.
Well,
Right.
Shedeur Sanders did put a tweet out last night when the news broke.
Yeah.
He said, Alabama players, tap in. So he's doing the other way. He's recruiting
wants to recruit,
players.
yeah.
He wants players coming to Colorado. And he put eye emojis before
College
that.
football's just gotten crazy.
Here's
It's
what's
just
interesting.
gotten crazy.
Because there's a whole fuzzy world about what happens when your coach leaves. So you have an opportunity to enter the portal again.
Yep.
Now, Shedeur Sanders is already transferred. He's already had that one-time transfer.
Mm-hmm.
But if his dad were to take the coaching job at Alabama, if Deion goes to Alabama, does that open up the portal for the players at Colorado? They can now have 30 days. And does that allow for Shedeur Sanders to transfer to Alabama
Sure sounds
and
like
not
it.
have to sit out a year? I don't know. I think there might have to be some kind of waiver form with the NCAA. This whole thing is just,
it's wild.
It's
I'm
crazy.
trying not to say I don't like it because it's different, but it sure is wild. You know what it is? You know what it feels like? Raise your hand, travel sports parents. Does this feel like late in the season when people start maneuvering for, well, I'm taking my daughter to this program. I'm taking my son to that program. All right, let's give away these Lions tickets. Are you ready for the Carson Anderson quiz question? First one with the correct answer to the following question. You get the Lions tickets to see him take on the Rams Sunday night NFL playoffs in the Miller Lite Tap Room. Earlier in today's show, what TV series on Netflix did I say I watched the first 2 episodes and I loved it, but I started to lose interest, episodes 3 and 4? What was the name of that series? First correct answer at 248-539-9797. You will get the Lions tickets for the game against the Rams. If you don't win here, you can win tonight at Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit on Randolph Street for Thursday night football feast at the Buffalo Wild Wings with Jeff Rieger from 6 to 8 for another chance to win. That's the Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit on Randolph, courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Congratulations to Norm and Harrison Township. You got the correct answer. Fool Me Once, the television series that I've started on Netflix, and I was all in episodes 1 and 2. Episode 3, I'm like, Episode 4, I'm like, well, these are some very odd decisions. That doesn't seem particularly realistic. And I don't know if I'm going to finish it. We shall see. Congratulations, Norm. If you didn't win, we've told you how you can win the Buffalo Wild Wings on Randolph in Detroit. We got the Jersey Exchange going on tomorrow. Hope to see you out there. 10 to 2. We'll be broadcasting live from Twin Peaks. Outstanding food. Great place to get lunch. Highly recommend it for those that care about eating somewhat healthy. They do have great food and great for you. For those that don't care, sure, you can lean into all the deep fried stuff you want. Plus, they got the ice cold drafts. Unfortunately for me, and I love their ice cold drafts, it is making an effort again at dry January. I'm trying to pick it up. I'm trying to pick it up.
Come on. What the hell, man? Lions are in the playoffs.
I know.
Okay, so here's the deal. You know what this means. Lions are in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Monday, I'm solo. I'll be watching the game at home alone, so I won't be drinking anyway because I'll be doing show prep for a solo show. Now.
Oh, you need prep for this show on Monday?
I need prep for every show, Kang.
Dude, you just did the national championship game on Monday night. You got after it, and you did the show on Tuesday. You were fine.
You know what I wouldn't have been able to do? That show solo. Right?
You got this.
Think I could do that show solo?
I think you know how this works. The day after a Lions game is usually people are talkative.
Yeah, people usually are talkative, but look, I'm not asking you to do dry January. I'm just doing it.
So
round out the month.
Well, I'm sure not doing it.
Is this out of the question then? Doesn't Twin Peaks have like a shot ski where you guys do a shot together? Like it's on a ski. Maybe a little Carson Anderson after the show.
I'm going to be getting the non-alcoholic White Claw.
Go for it then. I just want to see you guys do it off the shot ski.
I don't like the shot ski.
Don't you?
No.
It's someone always gets spilled on, right?
Right. Just do a shot, dude. I don't need to attach it to a freaking ski.
Is it because of the ski? Would you feel better if it was something else? An oar? I don't know.
Yes, an oar ski.
What if they had like on the neck of a guitar?
Oh, yeah.
Would you do that?
No, how about we just do a shot?
I didn't realize.
How about we just put it in a little shot glass and we do a shot?
Keg, you know what's great about Gator? Is the unexpected things he's hostile towards.
Oh, yeah. It's like he has a list.
Yeah.
Not opposed to doing shots, although I don't typically do shots and we like to sip,
Yeah, you like to enjoy it. Yeah, that's fine.
But I will do a shot on occasion. Yeah, pour it in a glass and here we go.
So
when I had my party, before Stoney left the house for the party, he walks over, hey, before I leave, let's do a shot. I'm like, before you leave, let's do a shot? He had his wife with his wife was driving. Yeah, so he pours a shot of something. I don't know, what's the cinnamon whiskey? The
Fireball?
Fireball. The shot of Fireball. I quickly do. I'm like, oh, that was a big shot. And look at Stoney. He's like, all right. Here you go, buddy. See you later. Bruce.
Right. And out the door he went.
Yeah. That may have been the last time he did a shot.
The last time he did one or you did?
I did a shot. Okay. Yeah.
Till tomorrow after the show.
But hostility towards the shot
I don't
ski?
know hostility towards the shot ski. It's just I don't need to do the shot ski. I just give me a shot. You guys, actually, it's not true. I did shot at the Christmas party at 24 seconds.
Did you?
Yeah.
With who?
There were a bunch of people. There were like 10 of us there.
Yeah.
And we all had various shots. I did tequila. And yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Easy. I'm a festive guy.
Are you hostile towards the shot ski? I mean, you love skiing. No, I'm talking to Doug.
Yeah, I'm not hostile.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think shot ski's great. It's like a team bonding event. Like that's something you do at work with everybody you work with. Team bonding, right?
I did the same thing without having to attach it to a ski.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's choosing. I want to do the shot ski. It's a
bonding experience.
Yeah,
fun.
It unifies people, right? It
Together.
As
opposed to getting in a glass and chinking the glass with the person next to you. Hey, here we go. Cheers.
But it takes no coordination. Like shot skis Take some coordination. Everybody's in
Why
it
do I
together.
need coordination to do a damn shot?
Because it's more fun.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't have more fun with it.
No. The one thing about Gator, he is definitely not more fun.
You don't think I'm fun? I'm fun. I'm a good time.
Are you?
I think so. People have a good time with me.
I think they can, yes.
I'm a good golf partner.
But do not introduce the shot ski.
Oh, you don't have to do it. Let's just do a shot.
Yeah.
Pass a bottle around. I don't care. I don't need it attached to a ski. That's all I'm saying.
You don't need it, but I'm sensing hostility.
I mean, have I done a shot?
Okay, a whole bunch of people together and say, all right, 4 of us, we're doing shots. And there's four shot glasses attached to a ski. You in or you out?
I mean, I guess I do it. I'm like,
wow, you shamed him, Doug. Nice.
I did.
You'll see. We're going to see how much fun I have.
Yeah. We'll have to have you report back.
Yeah.
We welcome in Rico Beard. He's made his way in studio. What's up,
Speaking
man?
of fun, hey, Rico.
I always love when I walk in at the end of a conversation and have no idea what was
Quite all right. Today they made an announcement. I walked in and then teased a big announcement because I didn't hear that they had just made the announcement. So,
What was the announcement?
The announcement was it will be at Twin Peaks tomorrow. And we'll be doing the jersey exchange. You bring an old Detroit number 9 Stafford jersey, and you're going to exchange it for a 14, a 16, or a 97. 1,000 of them while supplies last. We're on the air from 10 to 2.
Jeez. Man.
So
you guys are great hosts to go out there and do that for the people.
Well, we're not.
The money that you two are spending out of your own pocket. I hope people appreciate what you guys do.
I hope so, too.
I don't think that they do, Gator.
They're not taking it out of my pocket. They're taking it out of Gator's paycheck.
This is why I'm drinking early.
This is why he's doing a shot ski.
As a, you can't hide money, and Gator has it. Yeah. Gator, the people, if they say nothing to you, let me be the first to say, I appreciate what you do.
Yeah, I'll just give it away. That's the plan.
And see, that's
the plan.
Man,
that's who I am.
I tell people all the time, like, what's Gator really like? He just gives you anything you
just
need.
give you
That's
money.
right. What do you
just
need?
hands
How
out
can I
cash.
help you today? That's the way I start every day. It's an affirmation every morning. How can I help you?
Yeah, you're good enough.
How can I enrich your life?
Thank you.
I would say every late morning.
It's morning. I mean,
Don't bring the man down, Doug.
it's pre-noon.
How you doing today?
I'm good.
Anything exciting in your world?
Yeah,
what just broke out there?
It's Mike. I was like,
I
did
know,
you have
right?
too much coffee? I don't have enough. Like, he literally was a 2-year-old in a playpen knocking things
He
down.
broke something?
He does it all the I literally said, Evan, would you take this thing away from him and go give it back to Lori? He's going to poke somebody's eye out.
So he broke something of Lori's.
No, he knocked some stuff off of he did a hockey thing into the board with one of the cubicles.
Like a check?
Yeah, check, yeah.
And knocked something off a cubicle?
Yeah.
It's so funny
Wasn't your
because
cubicle.
it's okay. I was walking into the studio and I heard crash from outside, and I said something just broke. And Gator said, "Mike."
He was. I was just like, too much coffee, not enough.
Was there a microphone around to catch it so you guys can use it as a drop or no?
No.
Okay.
I don't think anything will ever top the. He got.
I got to tell you, I still laugh every time I hear the chair
you know
drop.
What it is? It's Roberto.
It's just, I think it is.
It's Roberto. Oh!
It does make me laugh every time I hear it.
Because I was like,
no matter the context, it doesn't matter. It's
I was
just
like, Mike, did you break every toy when you were a kid? Like, were you that guy?
You know, he broke we got an Xbox in the little lounge, and the Xbox lasted less than a week.
He broke it
before Mike threw a controller and broke.
I was like, as a kid, you probably have none of your toys.
yeah, that's not the first chair. Maybe the first chair with you, but it wasn't the first chair.
All right, what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We got a few things. Will there ever be? Have we seen the end of an era with Belichick and Saban and even Pete Carroll, where you're not going to see coaches coach this long and have this much success? Belichick and Saban, 13 championships between the two.
Yeah, Saban won 6 with Bama, 1 with LSU, and
They went to
Belichick won 6 with New England.
7. Saban won 7. Belichick won 6, and they went to 19 different
And
championships.
Carroll won a Super Bowl
So,
and an NCAA championship.
You know, we always try and ask questions when there's like these big national stories. How does it impact us, right? So those jobs are jobs that are not going to be filled by the 3 big candidates in our area, the 2 coordinators and Jim Harbaugh. But Joel Klatt just said he'd be surprised if Big Ten coach Kalen DeBoer isn't the next coach at Alabama. And I think it's interesting that the SEC is raiding our conference. They're going after our coaches.
It's been a minute.
I
We're
mean,
going to adopt him as our coach.
Dude, on ESPN,
I don't think Kalen DeBoer is ready for the SEC. He's a good guy.
I said to Gator, if I'm firmly established and have a great job, I don't want to follow Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Unrealistic expectations. Now, maybe they'll come at you $17 million will make me change my mind, but
no, you never want to follow up the legend. Nope. Ask, who was the guy after Brady left? Exactly. Yeah. You don't want to be the guy after Phil Jackson. You remember that guy? Yeah. Didn't work.
Have a great show.
Thanks.
Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Bill Belichick and the Patriots amicably separated Thursday morning, bringing the number of open NFL head coaching roles to 8. That probably isn't comforting to Lions fans hoping to keep Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, or to Michigan football fans. Multiple sportsbooks have Johnson as the odds-on favorite to be the next coach of the Panthers, despite his turning Carolina down 1 year ago. Other books give him the best odds to take over in Washington. Books have Jim Harbaugh as the favorite to coach the Chargers next season. In lots of college football news today, Michigan stars Junior Colson and Zach Zinter have both officially declared for the NFL draft. Ohio State phenom Marvin Harrison Jr. has done the same. Quinn Ewers announced he will return to Texas next season. Staying in college football, could we be in for a major domino effect in the coaching ranks with one of the premier jobs in the game open? Nick Saban announced his retirement late Wednesday afternoon, and sportsbooks immediately released odds for the next coach in Tuscaloosa. Oregon's Dan Lanning topped many of the lists. Other names toward the top of the odds were Lane Kiffin, Steve Sarkisian, Mike Norvell, Kalen DeBoer, among others. But Oregon football posted a video to social media at noon today showing Lanning addressing his team with the caption, quote, "If you're scared your coach is leaving, then come play for us. The Ducks aren't going anywhere, and I'm not leaving." Even more interesting development, though, is happening in Vegas. Multiple, if not most, sportsbooks on Thursday morning pulled the Alabama coach futures bet from their boards. Does that mean the Tide have made their pick? Wings host the Oilers tonight. Teams on a 3 and 8 game winning streak, respectively. Right here on 97.1. Coverage starts at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just tremendous. What a day. What a way to start out. Rico really enjoyed it. That's good, right? It's not too shabby. We have got a couple house cleaning items to get to. And I want to start with what was becoming the big news story yesterday. Mr. Kenny Cott and the two alleged Christians that sit in this room just hammering me. This idea that I wouldn't come through for Kenny.
Oh, nobody was hammering you, buddy.
Kenny, if you check your email, you are in premium, lower level seating. You have parking, and I'm handing you your drink budget, which will be well into the six figures. So you are ready to go for Sunday.
The Admiral will be downtown.
That's right. See, we gave you encouragement, giving you Bible verses on how it can happen.
Admiral +1.
Oh. Uh-oh.
That was spite for you and your friend over there.
Okay. I don't know how we got hurt.
You guys did not help the cause at all.
Why?
We could have relied on your God. We could have relied on your prayer.
I
even
kept
your
giving
good spirits.
him examples in the Bible where God would say, and the tickets are right there if you just do this.
Well, it's funny.
You cross the Red Sea and get the tickets.
Kenny will be there with a guest of his choice. I've got them all hooked up. We're good to go. It's done. So I don't want to hear another peep out of Tweedledee and Tweedledee over here. Now,
hey, David, did you make the promise?
I needed support from friends.
I didn't make the promise either.
Kenny, we will also have a way to get you to the luxury box. I don't know. It depends on what kind of deadbeat you go to the game with. But the point is,
Kenny,
we will get you there.
Stay in the seats.
Stay in the seats. Okay, so here's the deal. That's one. So don't blame me if the Lions lose. Kenny's at the game. 2.
Congratulations.
No. Have you ever listened to David answer the phones?
Yes.
You should have heard. Now, Doug and Scott were giving away a pair of Lions tickets.
Did Kenny win?
No. No, they weren't giving away those tickets.
Oh, okay.
So Kenny had to go and do something. He goes, David, can you answer the phones and tell the people the tickets are gone? What I heard next, it was sociopathic behavior. David, with no pause, going right down the line. 97.1, tickets are gone. 97.1, tickets are gone, bitch. 97.1, your mom's a hoe. 97.1, I mean, it was and he was just going boom, 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 boom. Yeah, tickets are gone, you're an ass. Tickets are gone, you suck. Tickets are gone. David, you didn't even have the decency to say, hello, 97.1, I'm so sorry, the tickets are gone. It was 97.1, you're a terrible dad. 97.1, your kids are losers.
By the way, he asked to do this. I didn't even say, hey, David, could you cover me for a second? No. He was like, Kenny, I want to tell these people the tickets are gone.
Yeah. Kenny, have you ever seen David get joy like that?
Not like that. From a Christian man, not
you
like
missed
that.
out. I'm like, hey, Jesus. Now, what I don't want you to do, don't call Kenny and ask for tickets. The tickets are gone.
Yeah.
Please.
Maybe we'll play the Viking horn.
Hey, whenever I play this drop, call for tickets. Whoops. Uh-oh.
Call up now for tickets.
Call for your chance. You can see Motley Crue with Poison as an opener. All right, so let's get to the show.
Congratulations on getting the tickets for Kenny.
No, I
knew you could do it.
I feel
you just needed some encouragement.
I feel a sense of relief.
You needed encouragement.
Okay, straight up. Do you realize this is the single most expensive wild card game in the history of the National Football League?
Yes, the price doubled. It was $400 the day before. It went up to like $800. I don't want to know how much you paid.
No. It settled back down.
This is probably why you were in that mood out there in the bullpen.
No. I have plenty of people who owe me plenty of things. So I just took care of this. We're good. We're not going there. The point I'm making is tomorrow's show, I want to ask the question. Is there a price that people would sell their tickets? Because the money, I haven't met anyone who's selling tickets. They have tickets with intent to be there. And the secondary market's well known what you can get.
The funny thing is, if you sold your seats, you would pay for your season tickets.
Oh, and then some. Especially
for next year.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But it's fascinating. I mean, tickets in Kansas City as a comparative, $50.
Oh, yeah, it's like 5 degrees.
And I know it's cold, I get it, but it's still the Chiefs, $50. I mean, this is setting up to be it's hard to say, well, it's a bigger game than the last playoff game, but I think it is. They're at home. There hasn't been anything like this for Lions fans in 30 years.
No, it's a very apt statement. It is a bigger game than the last time they had the home playoff game, Mike, because during that time period, the Lions were winning. They had gone to the NFC Championship game. Like, going to the playoffs, it was always Wayne Fonten, the miracle run at the end of the season where he would win 8 in a row and they would get into the playoffs. Right. It's been 30-some years. An entire generation has gone and never seen this before.
Well, think about this. You're favored in a playoff game. And you're at home favored in a playoff game. It's 30 years. Yeah. And it's, I cannot.
Because normally, if the Lions made the playoffs, you're on the road somewhere.
Exactly.
You're here.
We're conditioned to them not making it. Or conditioned that if they do, they're on the road and they're largely bait.
Congratulations. You're at Dallas. You're going to Philly. And it's going to be 2 feet of snow out there.
Yeah. Listen, it's a question we can do tomorrow on the show, which is, what price would it take to sell? I mean, even the Taylor, remember we did the thing this summer with the Taylor Swift tickets, how crazy those were and how people weren't selling? Like they had to be there. And I'm like, wait a minute. You have 2 tickets that are worth $2,500 a piece. You need to tell your kid, I'm sorry, but we're taking the $5,000. All right. Mom and dad need a vacation. I wonder what it would take, because this is something that is Taylor Swift's going to do plenty of world tours. You'll have another swing at that. The Lions, there are no promises in the NFL. None. To get another home playoff game, there are no promises. Plenty of teams who were plenty good last year stunk this year. Hell, I mean, I don't even remember the last Giants home playoff game. I legitimately, I'm not being smarmy. It might be 2011.
Well, but if you think about it, Mike, neither team in that playoff game last year are in the playoffs this year. Giants or Vikings.
No.
Neither made it.
Great call. So, no, I do wonder what it would take for people to sell. I do. And if you're going, are you willing to go into debt to be at this game? Because some of the prices, I mean, look, just do the statistics.
How about we just do it right now?
You want to do it?
Let's just do it.
I was amped up to do the Belichick-Saban deal. But all right, that's fine. I'm sad all these big coaches leaving the game. Seriously. All the brand names are leaving. We could do it another time. It's fine.
I mean, as you said, if you feel passionate, I told you. If you want to do the price thing, we can. The Saban thing.
I just want to feel as passionate about something as David felt as telling listeners off that they didn't win tickets. Unbelievable. That was David. And I really didn't want that to be a drop. Please, can we delete that? That's embarrassing.
I kind of like it.
I bet you do. Rico Lucifer Beard. All right, so 248-539-9797. What would it take for you to sell? And if you're on the buy side, I mean, are you, like, what price does it become not worth it? Because remember, you're not going to get to tailgate. What is it, 10 degrees, 8 degrees on Sunday?
Yeah, it's going to be nasty outside.
It's going to be brutal.
I mean, it's a good thing the Ford Field's indoors because, if this were like Kansas City, I don't think the seats would be going for what they're going for right now.
248-539-9797. If you're on the buy side, how hard is it to pull the trigger on tickets costing what they're costing? If you're on the sell side or you're not currently selling, what would it take to get you to move them? This truly is in the city of Detroit. There hasn't been a game of this importance since minimum 2012, Tigers, Giants. Before that, it would have to be a Stanley Cup Finals game, 2009. Clearly, the Pistons haven't been awake for 15 years. Clearly, the Lions haven't had a home playoff game.
I was about to say for the Pistons, it was Pistons Spurs.
What, last night?
No.
Oh.
No, I was like, back when they were both good.
How about Wembanyama, 21 minutes, triple-double? My God.
Doesn't count.
I know. We'll save it. Let's talk to the people, though. And again, I mean, if you are, this isn't even about bringing your kids. This is about, you're an adult. Let's say you're my age, you're 43. The last time that home playoff game, you were a kid. It's a life experience moment, which also terrifies me that, God, please don't let them lose. And I'm very afraid. But
that's my experience when I was at the last Lions home playoff game.
Losing. 248-539-9797. Were you at the Sterling Sharp game?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. How old are you? 38?
I was in college.
Do we have photographic evidence of you at that game?
No, because back then people just enjoyed the moment and you didn't have to take
That's what I mean.
selfies. Hey, here's me in the first quarter and the second quarter eating a hot dog.
Who'd you go to the game with?
I just went.
No. Who'd you go? Did you go with Benito?
No.
Were you an MC Hammer suite?
No. You know what it was? No, Mike. They were giving away tickets because it wasn't on TV.
Well, and the Silver Dome was behemoth.
No, but because they didn't sell out, if you wanted to see the game, you had to get tickets. So, like, somebody had a ticket and was like, if you want to go, here, go. So,
Amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's amazing.
I went for free at the last second.
Well, you're not going for free Sunday if you plan on buying. 248-539-9797. We get to your calls next as Rico's hijacked the show. Northville Lumber, the oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody sells more Trex decking, lumber, railing than Northville Lumber. How do they do that? It's fairly simple. It's all in their warehouse. Nobody carries stock anymore, but Northville, they do. So you don't have 4, 6, 8 week lead times. You buy it, you get it. Some of it as low as $1.59. You need someone to build that deck? They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So all that's left for you to do, call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, on the ticket text. We're doing a little ticket survey, obviously, tomorrow. Oh, it's all about the game and the confidence level. And I know at some point today, Rico will probably get you with Belichick Saban, which I'm bummed out. And look, you guys may laugh. I love hating people. I hate loving people. But like, if Harbaugh leaves college football, that's a bummer. Why? Because he's detestable, which makes college sport, what used to be college football, makes it, I don't know, passion-driven. Like, think about in the same offseason, we could lose Belichick, Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, Jim Harbaugh. Man, that's a hell of a coaching haul.
Yeah, you don't have the same hate for Kirby Smart.
No. Yeah. And I happen to like Dan Lanning quite a bit.
Right. It's like all the other guys are like, yeah.
But
even
Saban,
Lincoln Riley was like, okay,
he's whatever.
Yeah.
You need more guys with Nick Mullins' face to coach. Very punchable. Very just, I don't like that guy.
With Nick Mullins.
I can't stand it. Every time they'd cut to him and he's like, he gets hit and he's like, his
Nick
face
Mullins,
is smushed into the helmet.
Nick Mullins, Danny Cutlets.
Nick Mullins. Wow. Much better football player.
Oh, I mean, one you detest him more.
Cutlets, because he ruined the Giants draft pick. David, ticket text, as we are talking price to sell and how far are you willing to go to be at the game?
I told my wife to move off of our tickets would be $5,000 a piece. Currently, similar tickets are going for $1,000 to $3,000 per ticket. Lower bowl, row 10. That's
right.
Mike
So
in Farmington Hills.
you've put them in an unsellable price range, and that's fine. At least I understand what it would take.
So he's not selling, basically, is what he's saying.
I'm not selling mine for any less than $2,500 a piece. Someone else says, I'm taking my dad, who had season tickets for 20 years, never attended a playoff game, paid $600 each for the tickets. Price would be pretty high for me to
Yeah, if you involve a family member or a child, a parent,
it's like the Taylor Swift concert.
Yeah, it's hard to sell. Now, listen.
Yeah, we're trying to get Jimmy to say, I can't.
I just think it's much easier. Like, I'd rather disappoint a kid who won't appreciate it anyways than your dad. Your dad is old. Got a limited shelf life here. Got to get him to the game. Kids, they didn't even work for it.
You'd be amazed at what kids appreciate, though, if you raise them right. A marquee.
And remember, these are the same people who are going to be putting you up in a retirement home later or setting you out on the street.
They will have that choice. You're exactly right.
They just wheel David's ass to the corner.
Dad. No, you take him.
I don't want to visit Dad again. He's always singing and things.
What if we just...
In fact, I would be, yes.
We just dropped him off at the bus station.
Dad, you've told us that for 50 years. All right, keep it going, will you please?
A marquee once in a lifetime matchup and a chance to witness history in person is priceless. However, I'll take the Valenti approach and give me my big screen TV at home. That's practical.
No, and again, you can set a price of how far you're willing to go, and if it doesn't match up with where the marketplace is, that doesn't make you bad in any way. I'm curious what you're willing to do. And let's face it, all right, we live in a country where we are $1 trillion deep in credit card debt. People pretty routinely buy things they can't afford. So it's not a judgment.
No, but here's the other thing, the other side to this coin. You're favored in this game. You could win and have another game the next week at Ford Field that, yeah, you gave up this one. You're there for the divisional round. Because you'll know by the time kickoff comes if you're going to have a second game lined up at Ford Field. Because Green Bay plays right before you do.
Let's get to the people. Let's see where they're at, both on the buy side and the sell side. We go to Pete, 97.1. What's up, Petey?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Pete. What's going on?
So it's a similar story, but back in 2002 when the Wings won the Cup, my dad used to have season tickets for his company to give away to customers. And so they were going to sweep Game 4 at home. I begged him to go. I was 12. And he looks at me, he goes, are you insane? I could sell these 4 seats, and I'll make back my entire season and pay for the entire next season. So that's what he did. I was so livid. But as an adult, I'm going, I would have done the same dang thing.
Yeah.
You see the value now.
So here's my question, Pete. All right, you don't have tickets, right?
I do not.
Okay, so how far are you willing to go? And there's no wrong answer. How far would you be willing to go to be there Sunday night?
I'd love to go. I am not paying that kind of money, though.
Yep.
There's just no way.
You know what, Pete? You know what the funny part is like, and I mean, you'd have to go back. Like, you remember when HD became a thing? Like 2004, 2005? Like, once that happened, the at-home experience changed. Got a hell of a lot better. Pete, it's very hard to justify dropping a couple grand on tickets versus I can buy a badass television and be done.
And Pete, the same thing now goes for the 4K. It's like, wow, this really looks good.
I had second row seats to the Thanksgiving game against the Bills last year. We had a blast, but the whole time I'm going, I can see this game better at home.
Yes. Pete, 100%. I ran into it. You know, I wanted to go to LSU so bad, and I went, and the biggest thing you find out when you do the research, make sure you're not close to the field. It's the opposite of what most places are, because LSU's field is raised. It's not dropped down. First 20 rows, you can't see bupkis. But you have all these people paying big money to sit in the end zone field level suites. Can't see nothing. Unless you're going to stare at the player's ass, can't see nothing. So I had to make sure we were a good 50 rows up. I want to watch the game. I'm with you. I wouldn't want to sit like first row. To do what? See the players sit by the air conditioners? I want to watch the game. Let's go over to DJ. Uh-oh. We find out whether the Lions are winning or losing if DJ's going to be there. DJ, you are not in that building Sunday night. Tell me, please.
What up? What up, though, my dog?
How are you, sir?
I'm good, but my homeboys about to text me. They about to hit me on Facebook. So look, dog. Number one, when I go to the road games, hey man, I normally pay about $500 or $600. I like to sit like what you're talking about, where about 30 rows back where I can actually watch the game because I'm a real fan.
Yes.
So I've been doing that all season. I'm prepared to do that here. Like I'll pay $500 or $600 just because. Listen,
I will pay you $500 not to be there. You are a plague on this team.
Hey, Mike, that's the same thing two of my dogs said. But look, man, I'm with Rico. I think Rico kind of with this one. This is ridiculous. Like Lamont used to tell Fred on San Francisco, this is ridiculous. I am not superstitious. I am not religious. I told myself we ain't been to the playoffs since I was 12 at a home game. I got to go. Y'all just convinced me listening to y'all. Like, you know what? I got to go. I got to find me.
So, DJ, if they lose, will you finally realize it is you and it's not Detroit? And we can't say, man, DJ, it's all your fault.
No, but look, though. So, look. Remember, we were in a similar situation with that Thanksgiving game, and I hit Hatch like, man, I had never been to a home Thanksgiving game. We were favorites, and we took a L. And I'm sitting here like, you have got to be kidding me. So now, I'm going to be honest with you, Mike, I don't even feel confident about this game. Like, when I'm really looking at it, that Rams D-line, Stafford can slang it, and the kid from Minnesota embarrassed us. So I'm thinking to myself, what is Cooper Kupp and this rookie about to do to us? See, I'm looking at it from a logical standpoint.
DJ,
you know what
please.
I mean? Like,
oh, you can't be there. What is your record going to home games? 1-12?
Yep. Yep. No. They've never won when I went. They've never won.
I was about
Not
to say,
one time, seriously.
Well, if you extend it to him supporting Butler at the Breslin Center, it's 1-13.
Hey! Before I go, I want to say something. Y'all two touched on, and this is switching gears for a minute, Mike.
Yeah.
I took my 7-year-old last night to see Wembanyama. Bro, that dude looks like an alien. And I've been around a lot of athletes in my lifetime. Looking from down, even on the court, dude.
Oh yeah.
It looked like I was looking like the actual Alien movie.
Did
like,
you?
He looked crazy in person.
Did you see what Jalen Duren said about him?
What'd he say?
Hey, this is nuanced commentary. He's tall, really, really tall.
Dude,
and I think he's still growing.
He's frightening.
My 7-year-old is just learning the game of basketball. She's starting to play, and she just kept saying, "Wow, Daddy, he's tall." I'm sitting there looking like I've never seen nothing like it. He literally looks like an alien.
Yeah. No, listen. If he stays healthy, I can't imagine what his career is going to look like. But I worry about that frame. I'd also like to tell you the Lions are losing to the Rams because DJ's going to the game. And if you're a listener of this show, you know the deal. If DJ is at Ford Field, they're not winning.
So basically put up signs, no number 9 jerseys and no DJ.
I'm making that a part of tomorrow's show.
No DJ?
No, my football reasons. I'm scared of the game. I have to add DJ's presence to it. Rico, he's pestilence. When he's there, they lose.
Yeah.
We'll get more of the
Has
people.
nothing to do with that bad secondary, though.
Nothing. We will get to the people. How much for you to sell? How far are you willing to go to buy? We got Kenny in. That's settled. He's all set. Yeah, but Evan, we got a problem. I told him, don't bring some degenerate and embarrass me. And now we're spinning the wheel with some of his friends here. I don't know who he's bringing.
Why do you assume all my friends are degenerates?
Because I work
They don't
with-
have any teeth either. At least make sure they have a full set of teeth.
I did not say that. I'm sure their dental care is lovely.
It was coming. It was down the line.
We probably already know who's going with him.
No. She's out.
What?
It's over.
It's over?
Yeah.
No, it's not. She's working that night. God. I hate this bit. No,
That's okay.
That's enough.
I think I'm going to press the button.
Yeah,
now.
David, hit that button. All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Right now, football today. David. God, please. My God.
There are 8 head coaching openings in the NFL. It's so let's rank them from 1 to 8. What's the best and what's the worst?
All right, the worst is the Carolina Panthers, full stop.
Yeah.
David Tepper has fired 5 coaches in like 4 years. He's petulant. He's mean. He throws drinks at people. And you have no future. You have no draft capital, and you have a quarterback who's not tall enough to ride rides at Cedar Point. I have nothing for you. The Panthers, to me, are the worst.
If they're 8, then at 7, the New England Patriots. Because you have to follow up a legend. You really don't have a QB, whether you want Zappy or Mac Jones. And it's just going to be, you're never going to win over the people because you'll never be Bill Belichick or do what Bill Belichick did.
Can I offer one cheat code to what Rico said, which, by the way, I think he's completely right? If they hire Mike Vrabel, you will have time because he's a Patriot Hall of Famer.
Yes.
But everything he said, oh, yeah, that job's radioactive. Yeah. If I'm not Vrabel, I want no part of it.
That'd be just like Floyd, who coached the Chicago Bulls.
Tim Floyd.
Yes.
Right after Phil Jackson.
Phil Jackson's like, what are you doing? Oh, it's a great job. You'll be fired.
Marcus Pfizer. Great draft pick.
Yeah, so you were right on one, close on the other. Yes, the Panthers are ranked the worst. The Patriots are ranked 6. So there's a team in between these two. And I'll give you a hint. You mentioned the coach that used to coach there.
Tennessee.
Tennessee is number 7.
What is the rationale for that?
Derrick Henry possibly leaving.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have a quarterback?
No.
And
stadium's a dump.
Yeah.
I don't like Nashville as a town, but that has more to do with I don't like country music.
You're in a rebuild.
And they're also mentioning the possible power struggle with the new GM there and the ownership. So
okay. Yeah, and you know what? Maybe a little bit of a red flag the way Vrabel got let go because, well, we didn't like what he did when he was in New England's Hall of Fame ceremony. Like, really? Yeah, okay, 7. Fine.
Stuff like that is what used to happen in Detroit, where you're like, the GM should really be making these decisions, right?
Is that's not the family that's suing each other, is it?
No, that is the McNairs. That is the Texans ownership.
Oh, okay. I knew somebody was. Yeah, I get them confused.
They came from Houston, so it makes sense.
This is the Adams.
Gotcha.
Yes.
The petty Adams.
So then we get to number 5 on the list.
Commanders?
No.
Really?
They are number 2 on the list. Yeah,
yes, I can understand why they're number 2.
Okay, go ahead. Let me hear 5.
Yeah, number 5 on the list would be the Las Vegas Raiders.
No issue. Owner's a goofball.
Okay, they should not be on the list. You have a coach already. Why are we doing this?
Antonio Pierce did everything right, and the idea that he's not given this job, it's remarkable to me.
Here's the thing. If Aaron Glenn gets a job and they fire him, if I'm the Lions, I bring him here.
No, that's my DC.
Instantly. Okay, somewhere.
The Giants should line up to hire him. He was a great Giant on Super Bowl teams, but give me Antonio Pierce. Can you do me a kindness?
No, you know what? Just in case somebody takes the Niners DC, we'll take Pierce.
Okay, super.
But no, I mean, you have a coach. He's right there.
And the Vegas thing, the thing that bothers me the most, it's like LA Light. You don't have some great home field. You're a bit of an exhibition.
No, you're right. You're still trying to figure out how an indoor field tears up.
What about the dew point?
Yeah,
What's for?
That was interesting. The
You know
end
why?
zone is just gone.
Because they're the only team allowed to play on the grass. Any other game in there is artificial turf. But the Raiders have a special field that apparently they don't take care of.
What's number 4?
Number 4 would be the Atlanta Falcons.
They have everything except the quarterback. The weapons are there.
Young players, yeah.
Blank's a good owner.
They're sitting with the 8th pick, so you could possibly get a quarterback. You're not going to get one of the top 3. But
You know what I'd do if I were them? I would try to move up to get Jaden Daniels. You put Jaden Daniels in that offense with those weapons, I mean, automatically you're going to sell some tickets and re-energize the franchise. I mean, Arthur Smith, for a time, you thought it was going to work. They were like 6-6 last year. They were an upstart team. They collapsed. This year, it just never felt right.
Or maybe, they should have. They should do what they didn't do last year when they really didn't go after Lamar. Just see what it would take to pry Fields away from Chicago.
Sure.
You know you don't want him there.
Sure.
You know you want to take that number 1 pick. We'll swap our picks. We'll throw in some extra picks. Just go ahead and send them to us.
There's another quarterback mentioned here. You all mentioned the first two. The last one they mentioned as a possibility,
Desmond
Kirk
Ridder.
Cousins.
Awful. No. I just don't understand that at all.
See, I think he's going to end up a Viking again. His value skyrocketed because they just couldn't find a quarterback that could fill in for him.
Number 3 on the list would be the L.A. Chargers.
It's a good job on surface. You get Justin Herbert. The problem, it's an aging roster, bad salary cap. The Spanoses are bad owners, notably cheap, and you'll play 17 road games a year. You have no home field advantage. You just don't. There's no fan base there. L.A. never wanted them. Mm-hmm. There is no big Charger base there. No. But yes, having a quarterback, it shows you the importance of it. That elevates them to the upper echelon of the list. You get Justin Herbert.
And I see why Washington is too, because you get a chance to really jumpstart the whole team, new management.
Have a lot of cap space.
And you have, at least as of right now, the number 2 overall pick, which means you're going to either get Caleb Williams or Drake May. Whichever doesn't go number 1, that's your QB of the future.
Yeah, it helps that you already have the number 2 pick, like you said, but you have so much draft capital from trading Young and Montez Sweat. So, to restart there would be easy. And then number 1 on the list, I don't agree with it. Seattle Seahawks.
Why?
I don't think they have a solution there at quarterback, so you got to find that solution.
You're in a great city. You got a great home field advantage. You've got a really good...
the opposite of L.A.
Right. You got a really loyal base. You got a really good roster. Now, clearly, he's more of a Geno Smith guy than I am, but Geno's passable. You have the skill players, the weapons, some good young players. Witherspoon's going to be a star on defense. David, makes sense. And guess what? It's a good organization. They draft winning players.
And here's the thing you can just wait to see which quarterback is going to be available because there's always one that you're like, wow, I didn't see that coming. They're ready to win right now. So, Seattle, you can win with Geno Smith. It's enough to get you on that playoff line, and if you somehow can either trade up to get a quarterback or you wait for somebody to make that, I'm going to go with the rookie. And if I'm Seattle, I'm calling Chicago. Give us Justin. What do you want?
Basically, Rico's got every team in the league calling about Justin Fields.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty much.
Atlanta and Seattle should have a bidding war because either team gets him, and instantly you're better.
It's just that we are already at 8, and we haven't had a collapse from a team in the playoffs yet. We could get very close to a third of the league.
I was going to ask you a question. Is there a non-zero chance? Obviously, with Jerry Jones, look, if Mike McCarthy loses at home to the Packers, but let me give you one that this guy is under the radar crazy, and it wouldn't shock me, especially if you know who is actually serious about going to the NFL. If Mike McDaniel and the clown car goes to KC and gets embarrassed, second straight year they've kind of collapsed, second straight year losing cold weather, there's no way Stephen Ross would fire Mike McDaniel, is there? Because Stephen Ross has made some rash decisions before.
I don't think so.
Harbaugh to Miami.
Oh.
Remember, Stephen Ross said, I'm not going to be the one to take Jim. Well, if Jim hired Don Yee, and Jim is already saying, you ain't taking me. I'm asking to come here. I'm leaving.
And he's already won the – oh, my Lord.
I'm not advocating for it. I'm saying David's right. Someone's going to get eliminated this weekend, and you feel like it won't shock you because there's so many openings.
See, that wasn't the one I was thinking about, but Mike, that was a good one. No, I was thinking we're watching all the different legends leave the game. What if Andy Reid just says, enough? I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore.
It'd be smart, but these guys aren't smart. Is Andy Reid the oldest coach in the league now?
I think he is now, yeah.
65?
So, I mean, 65 in that range.
That's one where, you know what? I'll just go with the guy painting chefs in the end zone and just call it a day.
Yes, he is 65. Will be 66 in March.
But I like what you're doing with the Miami thing. That was bottom of the ocean, Mike. That was deep.
Oh, boy.
That is in football today.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at the best viewing experience at Circa, and it is Stadium Swim. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the massive screen, the largest outdoor sports book on the planet. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. We're going to get back to your calls here in a moment. We're asking the question because tomorrow it's going to be definitely about confidence level, nerves. I think the game Sunday night can't get here soon enough, but it's just this question about today, tickets. This is where it really heats up. If you have them and you've pondered selling, you're coming to that decision. If you're in the market to buy and you're shopping, you're coming to that decision. How much you willing to pay? How much would it take to sell? Because this event is different than anything else. Now, if you want to say the comp for it is Michigan at the Rose Bowl, totally understand. The Rose Bowl's iconic. It's forever. Even though Rico destroyed college football, it's forever tied to the Big Ten and to a place like U of M.
I'm just a bad person.
No, you're a good person who has terrible takes on college football. But you ruined it because of your friends at the TV networks.
I'm beginning to wonder. Maybe I got bad takes on Friends, too.
No, okay, potentially. The point I'm making is life experience trumps this number. Look, the Lions having a home playoff game, this is a first time in 30-year occurrence. And in this town, we've had nothing professionally in a decade. So it's a question of, if you have tickets, what would it take to sell them? And if you don't, how far are you willing to go to get them? 248-539-9797. We're going to get back into that. We got to go on the board. David, any ticket text, and then we can do the business?
Yeah, someone's saying, I don't understand this guy, but
what? He
says he bought his ticket, section 321, for $91. He says, but I will not sell them. I'm 23 and have never seen any success from any of the teams in
Why don't you understand him? He's telling you that
can
his
sell a
life
lot of money,
experience
man.
is worth more. David?
Sometimes it's the life experience.
You got to leave it to the people, man.
I mean, if you've never seen this before, and granted, David, there's a generation of people who've never seen a Lions home playoff.
You're right.
I got a friend that you know who's a big Lions fan. He's 13 years old. He was at the last playoff game. He's not selling his ticket.
Right. That's one of those that, yeah, it's like when State made the Rose Bowl. I'm going to this game, right, no matter what, because I passed on it when I was in freshman year of college when they went, and I was like.
The same amount of time Michigan fans waited to get back to a national title was the same amount of time State fans waited to get to the Rose Bowl. Right. 26 years.
And I got on some people who were Michigan fans who could afford it. Like, how are you not going to the national title game? You have to go to this game. I'm not a fan. But if my team was in there tomorrow, it's called a sick day. Take it.
Let's go on the board. Boy, for a time, I thought we were going to cruise last night. System, Boston University with a W. Shout out Stoney's alma mater, American University. See we gave you Mississippi State at home against Tennessee.
So just took the money line.
And Ohio State was winning the whole night until like the last 3 minutes where you go up 56-52 and game over, 71-58. You go, huh? What the hell happened here? But overall, decent, and you didn't lose money. Push, better than take. So I don't have anything for you tonight. I do not like this card at all. I am not touching that State game. I'm going to leave that for Rico.
Well, I asked you about does it fit the system, not a system, because the number is going down.
Nope.
Illinois was favored by 3.5. It's now 2.5 on the road, but you said it has to be the other way around. Illinois would have to be at the Breslin Center.
That's correct.
But I do have a parlay. Oh, by the way, Wembayama did tons of things, but he did not get a block shot last night.
Triple-double in 21 minutes.
Which hurt me. So I will give you either a 1 or 2 leg parlay. David, I'll let you bless the third leg or not. Okay, here we go.
He always does.
He's done that before.
Tonight, we will go with the MSU game. The parlay is Tyson Walker, who normally plays big on the road, to score 20 or more points. A.J. Hogarth to have at least 6 assists at plus 425. Now, if you want the third leg to that, Michigan's on the road, and they're minus their point guard. They're going to Maryland. Maryland is favored by 6.5. If you throw Maryland and the 6.5 on there, you're now looking at plus 922.
I am blessing the third leg, yes. Put Maryland in there.
Without Doug McDaniel, what primary ball handler do they have?
One of your founding fathers of the country, George Washington. That's really his kid's name. He's the backup point guard, George Washington.
Great.
I'm not making this up. Kenny, that's his kid's name.
And the ball never tells a lie.
Right, exactly. Kenny, what do you got?
I have 2 in hockey tonight. One is a policy pick that I made at the beginning of the season. Kings plus 120 traveling to Florida. If you ever see the LA Kings at plus odds, you take them. They're a very good team. I'm surprised that they're underdogs by this much, and I don't really care why the reason is. I'm going
pair them up with the Oilers money line.
Absolutely not.
The Oilers are going to score 10 goals on the Wings,
or they won't score any.
All right. Okay. All right.
7-0, and I faded your play last night, which was a good idea.
They lost in a shootout. Let's not get carried away, okay?
Win's a win, loss is a loss.
Lord Mountbatten let us all down.
I'm also taking the Coyotes at home against the Flames plus 105. Nerdy metrics all in check there. I got the Coyotes and I got the Kings.
Okay. David, anything for the people?
Yeah, anything. Only thing I'm thinking about is the minus 2.5 for the Milwaukee Bucks tonight, because Boston is coming off of a win, but an overtime win in Boston. Long game. I just don't see it
listen,
tonight.
all I'm going to tell you is this. You have every right. It's a back-to-back.
Yes.
It's on the road.
Yes.
The Bucks are all messed up.
They are bad right now.
They
You're
made
right.
a bad move with this Dame Lillard thing. It hasn't worked.
Yes.
They have very little depth.
Yes.
They're like relying on Bobby Portis to score 20 a night if they're going to be any good.
He's not built for that.
They're just I'd be careful there.
Yeah, so I'm trusting the back-to-back over the Milwaukee Bucks. Really, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah, but, your choice, people.
You tread lightly on that one. We get back to the people next. 97.1. When it comes to the NFL playoffs, very simple. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, all your favorite bets, from the money line to the spread, the sides, props. And they are offering on Super Wildcard Weekend a no-sweat same-game parlay. It means when you combine all your bets, you got to have at least 3 legs, the David special. If that doesn't come through for you, you get a refund. Bonus bets back. Super Wildcard Weekend, great promotion they're running. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, 21 and up, present, Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. 1/4 of all NFL head coaching jobs are vacant, making it even more unlikely the Lions are able to retain Ben Johnson and/or Aaron Glenn. The Falcons, Chargers, Titans, and Commanders each have requested interviews with both. Johnson also has a request from Carolina, with whom he interviewed a year ago before removing himself from consideration. Both of Detroit's coordinators were asked about it in Allen Park today. No coach speak there. The Tigers have reportedly agreed to new salaries with 4 arbitration-eligible players. Tarek Skubal will get $2.65 million this season. Catcher Jake Rogers gets $1.7 million. Akil Baddoo gets $1.55. And the Tigers and Casey Mize have also reportedly come to an agreement. Specifics not yet available. Just one player has taken the Tigers to arbitration successfully since 2001. And the Wings and Oilers skate at LCA tonight. Detroit has won 3 in a row, Edmonton 8 in a row, and 16 of 19. Ken Holland's team has it rolling. You can hear that right here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thanks, Doug. Tremendous. 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us. And we're talking Lions. Biggest game for them in 30 years. It's a home playoff game. Ticket prices, the most expensive wild card game in the history of the league. What would it take for you to sell? And how far are you willing to go to be there Sunday night? And just talking to people about it. Because it is like nothing we've ever seen. David, a couple ticket texts, and I will go straight to the callers.
This is Julie from Madison Heights. She says, I would sell my 2 club-level tickets for $3,500 apiece to cover next season's tickets.
Let me ask you a question, David.
Yep.
And I'm talking even a Super Bowl. Is there any game you drop $7,000 for 2 seats? I don't care what financial position you are or are not. I'm talking about no live experience adds up to $7 for 2. Just doesn't.
There's only one way I would do it, and we've had Saban, Carroll, and Belichick gone. If you knew that your guy, your legend coach was gone, you were in the Super Bowl, and you knew this was it, like when Bill Cowher did it for the Steelers, I would probably do it.
Is it wrong of me? I don't care about anyone enough in sports to do that.
No, I completely
Much
understand.
like I don't care enough about Nick Saban to drop off candles and Little Debbie snack cakes at his statue at Bama.
You're not crazy.
He's not dead, people. He retired.
Right.
People, dude, people are weird.
I saw the candlelight vigil. Like, did he die?
Right, he was in the office today,
Right,
everybody.
He didn't go full Joe Pa and retire and then die the next day, did he? Like, he's still there. Like, snack cakes and flowers and, oh, coach, we're going to miss you.
People are weird, Rico.
I don't know, but maybe a Super Bowl. Maybe a Super Bowl that you would go because it's one of those events. It's like a bucket list event. Like you went there. A Super Bowl or, man, like a Game 7 with 2 great pitchers on the mound.
All right.
World Series Game 7.
Let's go to the people. Go to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
Hey, I have season tickets myself, just like that ticket text, and I'm in the club level. And I got to tell you, I've been waiting around for 30 years for this. There's just no price. I could sell them right now. I think they're listing between $2,500 and $2,700 on StubHub for my level, and it would pay for next year's season tickets for me. Not doing it. It was 30 years before. I can't trust that it won't be 30 years again, so I am not missing this for the world.
Yeah,
Having said that,
I get it.
If the universe aligns and we get another home game, I'm selling them.
I just can't pass up on that amount of money.
But Chris, that means that you got to rush to try to sell yours, because if Green Bay wins, you're going to want to go to the next game, I got to think, rather than this game at home.
I'll let Chris speak for himself, but I know what he's doing, and I agree with him.
So
Once you get
go
the
to
thrill of winning the home playoff game,
then you don't care?
Chris can cash in next week. He already got the thrill.
Yeah, I'm going to live that experience, and then I'm going to cash in on that experience if the stars align. That's where I'm going with that.
Okay.
Because that's some money, and money's money. But that first one, man, I was 23 years old, and I missed that one at the Silverdome. You can't get that back. All I could do is sit and be grumpy for 30 years, and I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to get this one.
See, I do understand that. Like, if you're a lifer, I think it's easier to sell in many ways if you're younger. If you're a lifer and you've waited the 30 years and you've just had so many disappointments, and like if you're like Rico, you were at the last home playoff game. That was another lifetime ago. That's when Rico was a Lions fan. Then yes, you kind of owe it to yourself to go to the damn game, right?
And the funny thing, the irony is I got a ticket for free because they didn't sell the joint out. And it was just like, here you go. Take the ticket.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. This isn't directly related to what you're talking about, but it might give Lions fans a little bit more encouragement to dish out some more cash to go to this game. And it fit yesterday's show better, but I couldn't get on.
Yeah.
It's two adjustments that I think the Lions should make to win this game, and Ben Johnson specifically, that we kind of saw in that last game he started to do. So, we all hold Johnson in high regard, right? He's going to be a future NFL coach. So this is a game, say Laporta doesn't play, where you need to come up with a game plan to prove you should be a future NFL head coach and to prove why people give you so much praise, right? So the first one is using more 4 wide sets. I know this is very X's and O's geeky, but Mike, I'm sure you'll appreciate that. Using DPJ a little bit more, using those receivers a little bit more, spreading people out, taking guys out of the box, forcing opposing defenses to use more nickel dime coverages. We saw DPJ have a nice catch on a 4th and 1 upfield. So I think that might be a way, if you can't use Laporta, to allow for that run game to open up a little bit more and spread people out. And the second, James Mitchell. He's kind of the backup to Laporta. He's no Sam Laporta. That's why he was a late-round draft pick. But I saw him play at Virginia Tech, kind of a flex tight end, similar to what Laporta can do. I think Johnson could game plan, draw up some plays to scheme him open. He has done it a couple times this year because he's not a great run blocker, but he is a good receiver. So perhaps there's some things there to tinker with and use to attack that range.
You hit on a couple of things, and they're both really interesting. I mean, John, one of the problems is the way Johnson wants to run the offense is go run set and good hard play action on first down. So you're right. Without Laporta, it hurts you both ways because he is effective in the run game, and he's also responsible for 48 first downs this year. Without that, neither of those is going to be as effective. But it's interesting when you bring up altering your sets and you go, can I get the Rams in a 5-man box? Can I get them in a 6-man box? Can we lighten this thing up and let our big dogs eat up front? That strategically, knowing you don't have that tight end who's going to be anywhere near the formation that is a good blocker. Yeah, it's an interesting adjustment, John, without leaving what you want to do, which is run the football. That's going to be your best friend. Right. It's going to keep Stafford off the field.
Right. Luckily, those guys are healthy. I just think it's going to be a high-scoring game. That seems to be the sentiment. Not sure what the over-under is, but if you want to win this game,
over-under is 52.
Really? Okay.
Highest one of the weekend.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so you're going to have to put up points. If Johnson wants to prove he should be that guy, draw up a game plan, put some points on the board without some of your best assets.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, John, they don't have some elite pass rush in L.A. They have your pass rush. You both finished the year with 41 sacks. I'd take your D-line over theirs because they generate more. You generate a few more pressures, but overall, neither of these would be mistaken for elite. Right. I also wonder, what do you get out of Aleem McNeil? What does that injury report say tomorrow at 4? What do we get? We're going to be waiting with bated breath. The Laporta thing is the thing.
Yeah, I think that people should just go ahead and hold on.
We're losing them.
Lower your expectations for Laporta. I think that's coach speak. I think that's just to get the Rams to maybe, do some plays and figure out defenses for him to be out there. I don't see that happening. your best case scenario is you win this week, and maybe he's ready for next week for the divisional round.
Let's go to Bart, 97.1. What's up, Bart?
How you doing, fellas?
Good, sir.
Sorry for the background noise. I'm just now leaving the dump. But I do have a pair of tickets. I've thought about selling them because I did get the next level, the next division, and the championship round just in case because, sorry, Rico, but Green Bay is going to beat the 49ers as well, and Detroit's going to be playing the 49ers for the NFC championship.
Wait, how can Green Bay beat the 49ers and Detroit play the 49ers?
Because Philly's going to beat Tampa.
Oh, boy.
Green Bay's going to beat Dallas. We're going to beat LA, and then San Fran's going to lose to them in the next round.
Rico, this one's all you.
I'm so confused right now. Okay. Okay.
Well, they're going to be the lowest seed available, right? And San Fran plays the lowest seed available in the next round, correct?
Right. But what can I, Bart, know this? But what does this have to do with what we're talking about? Just so I'm clear.
I have 2 tickets. I am willing to sell them for no less than I did initially say 600. We're on Ticketmaster, 700 apiece.
All right.
Because I am confident the other 2 tickets I purchased for the other rounds I will be able to go to.
Okay, so you're banking on that they're going to win. You want to cash in early and go.
So this game's not as important. The next game is important.
Dicey.
Yes.
Well,
because then we get to play Philly.
Listen.
Beat Philly at home.
Oh, boy. Boy, Bart's got this all charted out, David. He's got a matrix up on the wall with the pins and the strings and the whole bit.
Rico, he's going to face the 49ers after the 49ers lose to the Packers.
The 49ers will make history and lose not 1, but 2 playoff games in the season. That I don't think that has ever been done before. No. We're going to bring you back. You get to play again. Mulligan. That game didn't count. He lost me.
You like the Pack this weekend?
I do.
Getting 7.5?
I do, especially here's one of those cash the ticket facts for you. I think they are they've won the last 9 games.
I think it's 9 of 10. Yeah.
9 of 10.
I just that number. I know it's Dallas at home, but the Lions played really well down there. Packers, I just wish they could stop the run at all. At all. But they can hold up and pass pro. Lord knows we saw Thanksgiving Day here.
Yeah.
Good heavens.
Kind of like that number 11 for the Packers.
He's not half bad.
Yeah,
248-539-9797.
But I just can't wait for the Niners to lose not 1, but 2.
All right.
I was like so confused.
They're going to lose twice.
They're going to lose, and they're going to lose again. Yeah.
97-1. Hey, real quick, we've got a football today coming up. We've got your phone calls with the Lions. This game this weekend, these ticket prices, what's it take to buy, what's it take to sell? But I had alluded to this yesterday. You know the story coming out of Tennessee? Mike Vrabel getting fired and how it really wasn't about results?
Yeah.
Well, now with Belichick being gone, it sounds like something we've thought for a while. They were going to make a run at Vrabel. But there was a big story out there today in a lot of newspapers, the New York papers being one. But take a listen to this, just real quick, and then I'll get to the calls. But basically, his visit back to Foxborough during the Titans bye week for the Hall of Fame induction, quote, raised some eyebrows in the Titans organization. It contributed to the stunning firing. He talked now here's the statement a lot of people took badly. Quote, I don't want you to take this organization for granted, he said during the halftime speech. I've been a lot of places. This is a special place with great leadership, great fans, great direction, and great coaching. Enjoy it. It's not like this everywhere. Close quote. He was asked later, were those comments directed at the Titans organization? His response was, the Patriots have won 6 Super Bowls in 20 years. That's what I was alluding to. I don't know what to tell you. It's just a lot of success. The amount of success they had there, the whole message was for myself and former players to not take things for granted. Long story short, the owner of the Titans, Amy Adams Strunk, who is Bud Adams' daughter, didn't like that remark. And apparently she went from badly wanting Vrabel to stay and badly wanting to keep him there to kindly leave.
That was the statement.
That's the statement. That had ruffled her feathers. I only do this because for years, you guys dealt with stuff like this here. With the Ford family, with Russ Thomas, with different people in the front office, with Matt Millen, with dinner partners, the whole bit. Whenever you believe these billionaires are somehow above being dumb, just take a look at the decisions. Look at David Tepper. You hired Frank Reich and saddled him with a rookie QB. You fired him midway through the first year. Just amazing theater.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, sometimes they're just lucky to be born into a family of rich
Vrabel's the
people.
perfect fit in New England. That has to be their hire.
And they said, well, we didn't want to wait because we didn't want to work out a trade. Like, if you were going to fire him, okay, you're not coming back, but let's see what we can get from New England.
How do you not make a trade? How do you not trade Belichick? How do you not trade Vrabel? How do you not? These are commodities.
I can understand the Belichick because, guys, I don't want to be a commodity. I just want to.
We're on to Cincinnati.
We're going to we're just going to do things the right way. Okay, fine. But
wanted to pass it on to
the Vrabel thing, yeah, he's not coming back. Let's see. And New England wants him. Let's make New England pay for him. Even if we just get a second or third round pick.
That's right.
It beats nothing.
Can I give you some news here? Or maybe something to maybe excite fans? Dave Burkett just tweeted this out. Sam Laporta said he got some reps in at practice today and is optimistic about playing on Sunday.
We are back. Yes. Oh, don't get me excited. If he plays, it makes me flip my selection.
He got some reps in.
He got some reps in at practice today.
You know what this is, though. This is all like you want the Rams to prepare for him, even if you know you have no intention of playing. I don't want to get too excited, Kenny, and then Sunday he's out there in a construction barrel.
I was about to say, this is like last year or so when Corum went out for the first snap against Ohio State and then was done for the rest of the game.
Correct. All week he kept saying, I'm going to try to play. I'm going to play. Yeah. You're right.
Listen, we'll take it as a small positive and move it along. Let's go to Kevin 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm a long-time fan, listener here. What's up, Rico and Mike? Just want to hurry up and touch base. I know we were calling about the ticket thing, but
yeah.
I do want to kind of touch base on what you guys were just talking about, man, because the whole Sam Laporta issue, man, I feel like we shouldn't rush him. Like, I mean, obviously, if it is a bone bruise, I'm glad it was nothing more serious, but and the fact that we do have a solid offense, obviously our defense is getting stronger now. I say we rest him, man. Maybe play the little chess game of, not letting them know if he's going to play or not, but then, sit him and then that way we can just make him and make sure he's healthy enough for the next round if we make it. I feel like we're going to play a good game. I feel like with the home field advantage, the crowd's going to really play a big factor in there. So I'm really not too worried about the Rams, but just to touch base, though, and get to what I was calling for about the season ticket thing. So me and my buddies, there's 5 of us. We have season tickets. We're in 101, row 10, right by the tunnel. And we basically made a pact this year. Like, we went to every home game, and we basically said, if we go to the playoffs, we are going to the home game, the first home game. Now, we've already had offers for tickets for over $1,000 for our tickets a piece, and we've all turned them down. And I know we sound crazy, but man, you know, this is something, man, as a fan, dude, like you guys were saying, man, I mean, no offense. I mean, I'm a huge Michigan fan too. And, you know, this has been a great year for football for us, man. I mean, not just with the Lions, but just all around. And I don't know whether or not, you know, I'm 38 years old and, you know, like you said, we haven't seen a playoff game at home since 1991. I don't know if I'm ever going to see one again. So for me, this is nostalgia. This is just something that's going to, you know, put the icing on the cake for me for my bucket list and my friends. So, I mean, money couldn't buy that from us, man.
No, I don't think you're crazy at all.
No.
Kevin, that's why we did the topic. I don't think people are crazy. It all depends on what it means to you and where you're at in life and the rest. And it's really, look, Detroit is the epicenter of the playoff weekend. It's the most expensive wild card game in the history of the NFL. And it's fascinating to see what people are willing to do. And look, we're getting into 0 hour. If you're going to go to the game, you're buying in the next 24 hours. If you're selling, you're doing it in the next 24 hours.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't
Isn't
think
it crazy, though, the setup, though, that the fact that we're playing the Rams, like, I mean, I would have never expected that. Like, you know, beginning of the season, if somebody would have said, hey, Matthew Stafford's coming in, you guys are going to play your first home game against Stafford and the Rams, I'd have been like, man, you're crazy, dude. You're lying. Like, this is just, I mean, this makes it even better. I mean, I don't want to hear about the jersey bands and stuff, man. Honestly, like, if you're, you know, if you're wearing 9 and you're wearing Honolulu blue, I don't even care what jersey you wear. Just come in there, bring the pain, bring the energy, and let's let that home field advantage really take advantage for us, man. And I'm the end of that call, and I thank you guys, man, for getting me through work weeks every week, man. I love your guys' show. Keep doing what you're doing, man, and God bless, man. I'm going to go Lions, baby.
Appreciate you, Kev. I sincerely, you guys know this. I've been saying it for a year. You're going to win the division. You're going to win a home playoff game. I do not want to be here next week if they lose. I do not want to do those shows. I want them to win. No fan base deserves it more. You guys, the Laporta thing has given me some real pause. And you know what? The fact that the Rams are red hot, the fact that they attack what your weaknesses are, it scares me a little bit. It does. But I know that this fan base is going to do their level best. It's going to be the best home field advantage in the league this week.
They will. The Laporta thing, I need to see what he's going to actually do during the game. Like, it's going to be a whole lot of posturing beforehand. I've seen it go before. If nothing was being said and they just kind of rolled him out there, I'd feel a lot better. But the fact that you got to keep telling people, oh, no, he's doing this and he's doing that, it normally means it's a smokescreen. That's me. That's how I see it. Because if he could do well, you almost want it to be a surprise.
Keep
like, wait a minute.
It'll be a game time decision.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? Well, we'll
figure it out in the game. That's right.
That's fair. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good,
I was hoping when I called you guys, I was gonna have my mom get called home and get hung up on, but
well, that's only when David answers to tell you there are no tickets left.
Right. So I'm a season ticket holder, first year. I fortunately bought my tickets for very cheap, and I could have sold them for, like everybody said, I'm in the club level for about $2,500. There's no way I'd ever sell them.
Now, okay,
Absolutely
so first year season ticket holder, but how old are you? And you've been a Lions fan your whole life, I presume, correct?
Yes. I'm 34. I've never seen this before in my life. I'm excited.
Yeah, and Jeff, that's the thing. Like, everyone's got a story. You understand why we're talking about it. Like, these ticket prices are crazy. And
absolutely,
it's just about what would it take for you to sell. And if your answer is there's nothing within reason. Like, if somebody rolled up to you tomorrow and's like, listen, I'm going to give you $15,000 a seat. Well, it might be a different answer. Mm-hmm. Or it might not.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, it's funny because my wife was like, hey, if we get a second playoff ticket, we should probably sell those to pay for next year. And I was like, no, I'll sell yours.
No, because Jeff, I was going to say, no. It's addicting because, Jeff, if you go to this game and they win, there's no way you're selling next week's game, especially if it's at home.
I have to be the opposite of DJ.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
That means you go to the game and they win.
Yeah, like that's Jeff goes to the game, they win. When DJ goes, forget it. They shouldn't even kick it off.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for him and I'm gonna have him kicked out. So,
sir, politely leave.
Yeah, kindly leave. Jeff, best of luck. Go ahead.
Thank you. Did you guys also? Sorry, one more thing. Did you guys see that Jerry Jacobs post on Twitter that he said, "Thank you, Detroit"?
No, we just were informed by Evan and David. They cut.
Yeah.
They
cut him. Huh?
Yeah, I'm not overly surprised. He's been phased out.
I mean, basically relegated to special teams.
So,
do you think that they're going to put C.J. Gardner-Johnson at corner?
Well, he's everywhere. He's a heat-seeking missile. They play him everywhere. I mean, I like C.J. Gardner-Johnson primarily. I like him at the line of scrimmage. I like him in run support. I like him covering the flats. You know, that's just not a guy I really want 40 yards down the field. They have options. They have options at the safety position they've never had.
Yeah.
Now, how they deploy it all, you know, again, what's the injury report? What do we get on? All right, how's McNeil doing? How's Houston doing? You know, what do we have?
Yeah.
They have options.
Did they get rid of Jacobs to bring Houston back?
I go to David for that answer. 248-539-9797. We get to the people. Football today, a lot to do. 97.1.
Let's talk about that Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They are sky high right now. You need to go and talk to them because they are probably still basking in the championship that Michigan won on Monday. He'll give you a great deal regardless, but right now, you could probably pick your price. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save your money. Get into Hamilton right now. Start off the new year right with great deals on their inventory of new 2024 Chevrolet selection. It's best right now. And they're ready for immediate delivery, including the January Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT, $269 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year to drive away. So remember, go see Andrew, and even if you're not a Michigan fan, he'll still take care of you. Because you heard me right. That 2024 Chevy Blazer LT for $269 a month for 24 months. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. You stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. You walk in there, you tell them Rico sent you. Chevrolet, find new roads.
All right, a little football today. We're bringing out all the celebrities, which means the two bald gentlemen who really don't shave their head on a regular basis. It's Roberto and Evan. I mean, what is it with you two? You're shaving your head or you're not?
Every other week. I don't do it. I paid to have it done.
It's starting to look a little bozo to clownish, but okay. Hey, it's a football today with a twist. Let's get after it, shall we?
Oh, what could that music mean?
This. Let's go.
So listen.
What is this?
The Lions will be bringing the heat on Sunday, and so can you, with some spicy appetizers to serve and enjoy during the game.
Colin Man's the only one who can eat them.
Well, I bring this up because Rico gave me a dish to prepare for dinner last night, and my God, was it spicy. Unbelievable, but it was delicious.
Did you do? He's got a terrible stomach.
He's Gordon Ramsay over here?
He asked for permission
I
first.
said, hey, Roberto, if you can eat this, it's good. He's like, no, I'll try it. I've been able to eat spicy foods as of late. So it was spicy Mexican cauliflower rice.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I mean, it's just got just enough bite in it.
Hey, if anybody's near the bathroom, clear out stall 2 and 3. Oh, boy. All right, so we got game day bites.
Yes.
Because Lord knows there's no tailgating. It's going to be 5 degrees out.
Well, that's why these are good, because they'll be spicy.
All right, and Evan is going to weigh in. Kenny, David, Rico.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, because you're the king of spice.
Now we're going to start off easy, real easy. 3 ingredients. Even Beanie, the update guy, can make this. Here we go.
Beanie just took a stray.
How about Beanie catching a stray?
That's update Jesus to you.
How about a nice Velveeta spicy sausage dip? You just take your Velveeta cheese, you put in some Rotel diced tomatoes, some green chilies, and some spicy pork sausage.
That's actually 4 ingredients, but okay.
Well, 1 can for the Rotel. 1 can. 1 can.
Go around the room. I mean, Rico will say yes, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong.
I mean, it's simple.
Titanium alloy colon.
Oh, my
Evan.
God. You know what? You have the stomach of an 85-year-old man.
Dude, I'm just saying, that's a lot. That's a lot of fake stuff going in. That's going to result in a problem.
Dude, he had me at Velveeta. I mean,
right there, you got it.
anything with Velveeta, I'm in.
All
I'll
right.
try it.
I'll put it on a car bumper and eat it.
Yeah, like licking it off.
Right, it's like the Rita's nacho dip.
I feel like I'm going to be with Rico a lot because I love spicy things now. I'm all in on that.
But
that sounds
no,
great.
all right, don't lie to me. That would test your bidet.
Oh, yeah.
It would test it. I don't think it would break it, but we'll test it out.
Good to know. Hatchet.
Yeah, this is what my family would be saying to me. That's what they would be saying to me.
Oh, that's so good.
Also heard from the Hatchet household.
Wow.
Can I hear that again, please?
Stephen, hey.
My God.
My God.
All right, let's keep it going.
Well, in line with that, how about this? How about some sweet, salty, spicy nuts?
No.
You preheat the oven to 350. You line a baking sheet with aluminum foil. You combine your walnuts, your pecans, your almonds, your cashews. Put it in a large bowl. Add some salt, black pepper, cumin, cayenne. Toss to coat. Bam.
Yes, 100% I'd be in on that.
How easy is that?
That's delightful.
Of course.
No. I'll just pass because anything I say will turn into a drop. So
I was thinking the same thing.
Why do you think I picked it?
I'm just gonna say,
Well, all right,
pass.
drop-free zone. Say what you want to say. It's on tape. I said drop-free zone.
You remember Anna Vasana, how that worked out for you?
Guys,
Drop free zone.
We won't do this, and then the next day, there's a song.
Things like this appear. Evan, yes or no?
There's no way. I don't want
Yeah, I'm out.
All right, no.
Someday.
David.
No.
Wow.
You would?
When you think tailgate, you don't think
A little too healthy. A little too healthy for
Rico's
this room.
terrified to speak.
Right.
Let's go to the next one.
All right, how about this? These are called Detroit Hot Honey Wings.
Ooh.
So you get your wings.
I'm in already.
You put in a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, add more if you can stand it, 1 cup of honey, some butter, and a half a cup of Frank's Red Hot.
Yes.
Boom.
In.
Yes.
I would do that.
When did hot honey become this taboo
I don't know,
thing?
but I wish I invented it. I wouldn't have to do this for a living.
Right. It's like that Nashville chicken. It's all of a sudden it just popped up.
Right. Well, you know what? You didn't have the idea.
Maybe he did. Maybe he created it.
Hot honey.
hot honey.
Do you
I'm in,
imagine we could have
100%.
retired off of hot honey?
It does sound really good though.
Well, let's see. Well, there has to be something out there. There's spicy ketchup, hot honey. There's got to be some condiment that we could just add some heat to it.
Oh, there's like a siracha mayo out there now.
Oh, I got it. I got that coming.
I'm getting very hungry. I'm in.
Where's this on the bidet meter?
This is like a 7 or 6 out of 10 on the bidet meter. We're getting there.
It's a 6 chili.
Wow.
It's a 6 flush out of 10. All right. Let's go to the next one, shall we?
All right, this one's a little out of the box, but hey, maybe we'll like it. Some curry meatballs.
No,
out.
You're a disgrace.
Perfect for the spicy food lover. Meatballs in a spicy curry sauce loaded with flavor.
Nope. No.
Wow.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
If you eat that, you may as well burn your own home down.
Why is that?
Curry and meatballs? Absolutely not. Ridiculous. I'm out on principle. Leave me alone.
What, meatballs can only be served one way?
I know my truth.
Yeah, with a brown gravy.
Okay, you can
Swedish.
get out
Or
as well.
ketchup. Swedish.
Ketchup?
Yeah,
Is
ketchup's
that a
good.
yes? So it's a yes for you.
There's the grape jelly.
I'm probably.
Oh, grape jelly meatballs are the best.
What are we doing
what?
here? Yeah,
They are.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, I didn't put it on the list, but it was on what I was looking into.
They're phenomenal.
See, I was just having fun with him.
Oh, you can replace it with like little mini hot dogs too.
You know what? I'm not coming over to your house.
They're very good, I'm telling
They're
you.
great.
Yeah,
Kenny, yes
very
or
good.
no?
This is a 9 flush out of 10, so I'm out on this one.
This would have the bidet shaking. All right, we go to David.
I think for that reason alone, I'm out. I can't do this. My bathroom can't take it.
Jeez.
Next.
All right. How about this? If you can stand it, you can make it. A habanero salsa.
No.
Yes.
Nope, I'm out.
Fresh habanero peppers, tomato, onion, some sour orange juice. Pack some heat. Will make you sweat like a dog's nose.
Yeah.
We're in.
Yeah, at both ends. No. Out.
What is sour orange juice?
I don't know.
It's like
a blood orange or
No. It's an actual like Mexican Latin American fruit. Like it's a dude.
I'm
listen, it's probably delicious. I would
What
rather.
color does this end up
I'd rather
being?
die.
Evan looks disgusting.
when it goes in or out.
Rico would. Oh yeah, that's his. That's his speed.
I'd do it.
Colin Man would be all over that.
yeah,
Kenny,
yeah.
Roberto, you've cracked the toilet bowl now. I'm officially out.
this is the bidet is shut down. Kenny's out on that.
This is I'm at the big box store buying a new toilet.
All right, give us one more, please.
All right, how about some jalapeno poppers in the air fryer, wrapped in bacon.
Oh God.
All the way in. I love
And then
jalapeno
to
poppers.
spice it up even more, you're going to add some cayenne, some paprika, garlic powder. Try it with some taco seasonings as well.
Eat it at your friend's house. Ruin their toilet.
See, you were okay with the jalapeno poppers wrapped in bacon. Now the rest of the stuff is just
egregious.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Can I do turkey bacon?
No, you could be a man and just eat that swine.
Just be like me. I get poppers
David-
and I take out the jalapeno.
David, it's not pork because it's bacon. It's like, you can't eat like pork chops because the word pork is not in it.
Got you.
Bacon's okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Now let me leave you with this last one because I know Mike loves this one. I love this one. You
Let's
can't
hear
go
it.
wrong with this. The muffaletta sandwich.
Oh,
Yes.
so nasty.
100%.
He
moose
still has
sandwich.
it in the fridge up there from like 6 months ago.
I keep some in the fridge
What's
here.
a moose? What's a moose
It's
sandwich?
like a real ratty, like relish almost.
Whoa. Hey.
The relish.
Hey, Roseville, pipe down. Listen, think about an Italian mix with olive spread, great bread. It's
really
it's,
selling you, huh?
It's a great, like tapenade. It's delicious.
I mean, is it meat on it or
an
Yeah,
Italian
a lot
mix.
of cold cuts. Yeah,
It's great.
Oh, what's an Italian mix? For non-Italians, what's an Italian mix?
Meatball, spaghetti sauce.
No.
Salami,
No.
bologna.
No. All right, that's it. We're done. I'm done. That's it. We got to roll. 97-1. All right, regular season's done. Super wild card weekend is upon us. 6 games, 3 days. Number one sportsbook in America, FanDuel, ready to bring it to you. $150 in bonus bets guaranteed. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. They got it all. Sign up today. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
All right, we'll get back to your phone calls and your ticket text a little bit later, but we do this every week. We go out to the desert. We bring in my guy, Derek Stevens, owner of the D Casino and Circa Casino. Derek, how you doing, my friend?
All good, all good. How you guys doing today?
Good. Derek, all right. Before we get into the playoff games and the Lions and all of that, just kind of a follow-up. So what happened with the Survivor and the Circa Millions winners this past week?
Well, it was a pretty crazy last week of the season last week. We ended up with 4 different entries in the Circa Survivor that ended up chopping the $9.267 million. So each one of these contestants got a little over $2.3 million. They all went 20-0, undefeated through the year, and they're all going to be out here on Friday night. That's when we're giving out the big oversized checks. So that ended up being the largest legal football contest payout in history. So we were happy about that on Circa Survivor. And then on the Millions, it was it all came down to the Bills Jets game. So many of the contestants, probably about half the contestants, had that game as one of their selections. So it really jockeyed everybody up and down. We pay the top 100, and we had a great winner who won the million. Second place was $500,000, and it just went on down. So it was a heck of a football contest season this year.
Starting with Derek Stevens. Derek, let's focus on the Lions and the NFL playoffs. Lions hosting their first playoff game in over 30 years. They're bringing back Matthew Stafford and the Rams. What kind of action are you seeing on this game?
Oh, it's been strong. It's been terrific. We opened up this game at 3 and a total of 51.5. It immediately went to 3.5 and up to 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's come back down. We're right back into 3. I think we're pretty well settled into 3. 3 is a good number. You got good stories both ways. The fact that this is Saturday night is going to be massively wagered. So we're pretty excited about how this game is lining up here for the books, and obviously for everybody that's a Lions fan out here in Las Vegas. We are very, very excited about having nothing but Lions jerseys inside the D and inside the Circa Sportsbook on Sunday night.
Just make sure there's no number 9 Stafford jerseys. That's being frowned upon everywhere. So, yeah.
Is that really true? I saw that. Is that really true, guys?
Yeah, it's true that there are some establishments who said if you show up in a number 9 jersey, just turn around and go home. Unless it says Williams on the back, it should not say Stafford. You know what? It's Derek. It's the ex-wife. It's the ex-girlfriend. You know, you're not inviting them to your current wedding that you have. That's what this is.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, so it's a true story. I wasn't sure if that was actually true. That story made its way out to Vegas. I wasn't quite sure if that had some legitimacy behind it.
Yeah, there is places that are like that. All right, Derek, let's get to some of the other playoff games are coming up on this wild card weekend. Oh, before we get to that, now, and I'm quite sure the people who set the totals for you, I mean, it's now being rumored that Laporta practiced today. He says he's optimistic in playing. Do you see that changing the line much?
Yeah, we saw that thing come out today, and it so far it has not impacted the total. Because we're at 51.5, it's not impacted the total at this point.
So, Derek, looking at the other games that are going on, I guess which game has been the most money been put on?
Well, this has been a great slate. I mean, you're gonna have a ton of action on the 2 games on Saturday. Sunday slate's just going to be terrific. I'm intrigued on how America is going to handle this Dolphins-Chiefs game. The fact that this is the first playoff game that you can only see on Peacock, my parents would never miss a playoff game. Now we know in advance they are not going to see this game. They're going to just miss it. There's no chance of having them figure out how to do this down in Florida.
So you're not going to get the phone call, Derek, how do I get the peacock? Where is the peacock?
Oh yeah, we'll get the phone call, but I cannot spend a couple hours trying to explain with them down there. But I think the volume on this game is going to be great. I mean, the fact that it's going to be a really cold game, it becomes pretty interesting. So there's good storylines here. We open up this game at Kansas City at 3.5 point favorite at 44. Right now we're up to 4.5 point favorite. So we've seen a little Kansas City money. Total's been up and down a little bit, but we're still at 44. So we've just had a lot of good action both ways on this game.
Derek, appreciate your time. Let's hope that next week when we talk to you, we'll still be talking about the Lions in the playoffs and what the point spread is going to be for whoever they have to play.
Absolutely. Go Lions. I'll tell you what, the Lions the other night, you'd have been so proud at the Circus Sportsbook seeing these Lions fans. It was unbelievable, Rico. It was a lot of fun.
Derek, they have bought into this team before this team bought into the team. So I am not shocked that Lions fans, they've traveled the country. And you know what, Lions fans, if you're in Las Vegas, you know there's only one place to go. Head over to Circa, either watch it poolside or go to the giant screen TVs, and you could just sit there and really it's like betting heaven. Derek, that's
Rico,
probably the best way I could do it. Yeah.
Hey, I did want to say something.
Yeah.
You know, Super Bowl's in Vegas this year. I'm just saying.
You're right. You're right, Derek. You know what? Maybe you'll have a bunch of Lions fans out there who couldn't get tickets to the Super Bowl, but they want to see their team play.
There we go.
You never know. Derek, appreciate your time. We'll talk to you next week.
Great. Thanks. See ya.
All right. That's Derek Stevens, owner of the D Casino and Circa in Las Vegas. And yeah, if you're out there, make sure going to watch games and betting on games at Circa, it's almost like going to a temple. I've never been to any place like that. It's like sitting in a theater, or you can go out and hang out at the pool and you can watch the games out there as well. Okay, we will get back to what we're talking about. Would you sell your tickets? Yes or no? If you have playoff tickets, is there a number that you'll say, you know what? Maybe. Or I'm all in and I am never, ever, ever, ever going to part ways because I don't know when the next time this is going to happen. Plus, I do want to touch upon the fact that you lost 3 coaches yesterday, not losing them like dying. So please stop taking stuff to the Nick Saban statue. The man is not dead. There's nothing wrong with him. There's nothing wrong with Miss Terry. But you lost Saban. Then you lose Belichick today. They're both done. Even Pete Carroll. The question I want to ask in the next hour, will we ever see a coach as dominant as any one of those coaches? Because Carroll, one of 2 coaches who actually won a national championship and won a Super Bowl, and between Saban and Belichick, 13 titles. Will you ever see that again? We'll get to that, along with talking about would you sell your tickets in the next hour, 97.1.
Encouraging news out of Allen Park. Tight end Sam Laporta moments ago telling reporters he was able to take some reps in Lions practice Thursday and that he's optimistic about playing in Detroit's wildcard matchup with the Rams, this after missing practice yesterday due to that hyperextended knee and bone bruise. While Laporta has dominated availability concerns this week, the Lions could also be without punt returner Khalif Raymond, who injured his knee last week too. And if he can't go, what's the plan? Detroit special team coordinator Dave Phipps said Thursday Amon-Ra St. Brown and Donovan Peoples-Jones are both options, and so is practice squad receiver Maurice Alexander, who was one of the USFL's best kick returners last season. Elsewhere in the NFL, the Browns could be without Pro Bowl corner Denzel Ward this weekend. He injured his knee in practice Thursday, but Cleveland hasn't released any further info. Cleveland is at the Texans. The NBA is reportedly making the draft a 2-night event. ESPN reports the association will hold the first round of the 24 draft on Wednesday, June 26th, and the second round the next night, pending approval from the Players Union. And why, Rico? TV
no
revenue. What else?
You know what? You're going to look at the first 10 picks of the draft, and I promise you, no one outside of me even knows who these players are.
But Rico, teams reportedly want more time for trades and strategy between rounds.
They don't want to draft their picks. They literally, you know what? I'm sorry, Beanie. Finish. I don't want to hijack this.
And the Red Wings will go for their fourth straight win tonight, but they'll have their work cut out for them. Detroit bringing in Ken Holland's scorching hot Oilers, winners of 8 in a row and 16 of 19. Edmonton is dangerous per usual with 2 of the NHL's top scorers, Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. The Wings and Oilers skate right here on 97.1. Hear it starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It still amazes me. I work around people who just have the digestive system of 85-year-old men.
Well, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Everybody else is like, what? It's got spicy cheese on it. Oh, anyway.
Run away.
Right. All right. We're going to get to your phone calls talking about what's the ticket price that you would sell your ticket for, or is there no price? But I do want to touch upon this. Yesterday during the show, Nick Saban walks away from the game. And newsflash, people, Alabama fans, people in Tuscaloosa, he is not dead. Stop taking flowers and Little Debbie snack cakes to the statue of him outside the building. Please stop lighting candles. The man is still alive. Earlier today, Bill Belichick, we all saw this coming. He goes and he retires, and now he's done coaching with the New England Patriots. Is his career over? I don't know. He may end up coaching someplace else, but Saban finishes with a record of 292, 71, and 1. Between Belichick, 24 seasons with the Patriots. He's won, 6 Super Bowls. Saban has 7 national titles. That's 13 championships. They played in 19 championship games. The question is very simple. David, will we ever see this level of greatness again? Because in college football, it goes in cycles. There was a time where Pete Carroll was top dog with USC. There was a time where Dabo was top dog with Clemson. Right now, Kirby Smart, top dog. Now, can he stay there? Because a lot of times, Phil Fulmer, Tennessee. They were up there. They were good every year. You normally have about a 3 to 5 year reign of terror, and then it all comes crashing down, and you just become an also-ran team. You're never as good anymore. It was the U back in the 80s and 90s. Wow, watch out for them. It was Oklahoma. It was Nebraska. Used to be that team. I don't think that we will ever see a coach do what Nick Saban did in college anymore. Kirby Smart may be the closest thing we have to that, but you got to see, because here's what you found out. Ohio State found out the hard way, and a lot of teams found out the hard way. Miss on a quarterback, miss on 2 quarterback recruits, you're irrelevant. You're nothing. You're now searching the transfer portal, hoping to find that guy. Now, Carson Beck, he's there. He's getting the thing done at Georgia. I don't know if Georgia can maintain and Kirby Smart can go to the level that Nick Saban has. And that's not a slight to you, Kenny, and your Georgia team. It's just I've seen great coaches with great teams, and eventually they fall off.
It's just difficult to predict that.
Yeah.
Even when Saban was at the beginning of his career, or Bill Belichick was at the beginning, it's hard to look at that and say, oh, well, they're just going to be. No, you really can't.
Well, David, we were talking in pre-show. I mean, imagine if you were doing Cleveland radio back in the day when there's Belichick and he hires a young Nick Saban and they failed. They bombed. They were horrible. You didn't know that 2 Hall of Famers were sitting right there just failing miserable. So you're right. You don't know who's going to be good or when they're going to be good. I don't see. And as far as the NFL, same thing. I don't see anybody.
I don't see that.
I don't see anybody doing what Mike Tomlin has done and sticking around for 10 years.
See, and that's the thing, because there's very few organizations that allow coaches to stay even close to that long. That would be Pittsburgh, and that was New England. New England wasn't that before then. Bill Parcells was there, but it wasn't like this.
I mean, think about this. Let's hope he has success, but man, that would mean in order to equal what Bill Belichick has done, Dan Campbell would have to coach the Lions for 21 more years.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild.
21 more years, David. Your oldest son would be in his 30s?
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Probably taking your grandchildren down to the games. Think about that. So
to the stadium on the river, because there'll be a new one somewhere.
I don't think you'll ever get this. 248-539-9797. Will we ever see this level of success when it comes to college or professional coaching again in football? Because I don't think that you will. I don't think there'll be another Saban. Especially with the NIL and portal and all of that. If you're a college coach, why? Because I think that's what drove Saban away. I don't think he lost his edge, but he kind of looked like the grandfather out there when he was coaching. Now, what are they going to do to replace him? Man, that's Alabama. If you want to hear a name, download the 5-Star Zone. Howard Griffith gave a name. I don't want to steal his thunder, but he gave a name. I didn't see it coming, but I'm like, wow, if Alabama could get this guy, okay. But you would have to convince him to go there. Download the 5-Star Zone. You'll get that name. That's Howard's. It's not mine, but I thought it was a good name. 248-539-9797. I don't know. I mean, Kalen DeBoer, Lanning has already come out and said he's not going to take that Alabama job. Ironically enough, Norvell just kind of put out a tweet just recently, David. I don't know if you saw that. The Florida State head coach.
Yeah.
Great day to be Great day to be a Florida State Seminole. This was 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
With the spiking the flaming arrow in the ground. So that kind of tells me I'm taking my name out of the mix. The only one that we haven't heard from is Kalen DeBoer, Washington's head coach.
We have not. You're right.
I texted a guy that I know that covers the Huskies, and I don't think he feels good about this.
Ooh.
I don't think that Kalen DeBoer will do well in the SEC, because I think that's a totally different animal. The man can coach, but can he coach at an SEC expectation? I wouldn't want the Alabama job, just like I wouldn't want the Patriot job. You're going to replace the man. If you don't win a title in 2 years, you're a failure. You don't win a title any other place, you're okay. Think of it. Jonathan Smith goes to Michigan State. They don't win a title in 2 years. They're not running him out of town. You go to Alabama and you don't win a title in 2 years? What did we hire you for, son? This is Bama. This ain't the MAC. This ain't the Big 12. We're here for titles. Kenny, let's ask the SEC guy. Is he still answering phones? Kenny, who replaces Saban at Alabama?
My best guess, because the guy that everybody thought might be going to your program, I think it might be Nick Saban. Or not Nick Saban, Urban Meyer. I think it might be Nick Saban. It might be Urban Meyer.
It's like
I think
the 49ers
it might be
losing 2 playoff games in 1 year.
I think it might be Urban Meyer. And I think that's why he didn't go to MSU.
I do think that could be – that's a rationale. Now, here's the only thing that the downside of the Urban Meyer theory, because I thought about Urban Meyer too. And newsflash, I actually said that one on the pod. But Urban, you won't get longevity with Urban. You get instant success. You'll get instant credibility. And yes, for those who are out there saying, well, Michigan State was never – yeah, Michigan State was a player for Urban Meyer. I can confirm they were. Okay? They did everything that they could, and Urban took the offer and said no. Now, you got to have Jonathan Smith, and we've all moved on. Okay? But it was for real, folks. I can see Urban Meyer. Urban coached like an SEC coach when he was here.
Correct.
He knows the game. He knows the gray area. He knows how to push the boundaries. It's just the age. See, you're not going to have a coach there for 15, 20 years, but maybe you don't get that anymore. Maybe there's
and there it is.
Maybe it's 10 years and you're gone.
I think you're right about that, but I think if Urban was to go to Bama, you're right. It's no longevity here, but I think what it brings is it can bring you stability for the next 4 or 5. It can maybe keep the recruits there. It can maybe keep the guys that are currently there to stay there because Urban is that kind of coach. And you say, look, for 4 or 5 years, we're stable, but let's now start planning for after.
It keeps you credible. It keeps you on the map still of recruits that potentially say, well, Saban's not there anymore. We can't go there. If Urban Meyer is there, he keeps the credibility until they find their – and maybe there is longevity, but there probably isn't until they find that next guy.
Yeah, because here's the thing. When you don't have that coach, that next coach ready, look at what happened to USC. Pete Carroll leaves, they fall off the cliff. Tennessee fires Phil Fulmer, and Tennessee is yet to come back. Texas – okay, I guess maybe they're on the verge of coming back. But, yeah, once you fall off the cliff in college football, it's rare you climb your way back to the top. 248-539-9797. Will you ever see coaches like this in college and the pros? We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1. Who's going to be the next great coach in college football or the NFL? Because you lost 3 people. They didn't die, but they left the game. They retired. Pete Carroll, who gets under the radar, but Pete Carroll's done something that I think only one other coach has done: win a college national title and win a Super Bowl. The other one was Jimmy Johnson. A lot of coaches have tried. Nick Saban could not do it in the NFL. Pete Carroll did it in the NFL. He retires. Hours later, Nick Saban calls it quits in Alabama. And then about 12 hours after that, today, we find out New England's going to be needing a new coach. Bill Belichick is walking away he's separating from the Patriots. Now, he may coach again because there's a lot of jobs out there and he's going to be a hot commodity. But if you're Belichick, do you want to keep doing this or do you just want to enjoy the rest of your life? My question is simple, 248-539-9797. Will we ever see a coach that sticks around that long and has that much success, either college or professionally? I can't. Right now, Kirby Smart may be the only guy because I think, first of all, you won't see a coach hanging around a program for 20 years anymore. I think those days are over. I think the new 20 will be 10, that if you can get a decade out of a coach, consider yourself fortunate, consider yourself blessed. 20 years, I don't think the lifers are going to be there anymore. And in the NFL, probably close to about 7 years. And then you're going to move on. Because I don't think you're going to have that success. I mean, think about it. There was a time, David, where the Patriots were in the Super Bowl either every year or every other year. You just penciled them in. The AFC went through New England. I don't care who the number 1 seed was. It went through New England. And in college, I think I saw a stat that every 4-year player at Alabama has won a title. Every 4-year player.
Not an SEC title.
A national title.
A national title. That's crazy.
Yeah. So Kirby's got a little bit of work to do there, Kenny. 248-539-97.
Real quick, we did miss one.
We did?
Yes. Barry Switzer also did it.
You know what? I don't count him.
Oh, whoa.
I don't count him.
Because he just came in and had with John Barry.
Because Jimmy and Jerry fell out. Jimmy had that thing rolling. And he came in, and all he had to do was, you know what, don't get in our way. Don't shut down the White House. Let us do whatever we do, and we'll do it. And we'll win. Yes, in theory, Barry Switzer did do it, but what did he do afterwards?
Nothing.
They all left. Right. They were like, wait, every Cowboy basically looked at Barry Switzer and said, "You're not my daddy. Why should I listen to you?" So, yes, in theory, it was 3, but really, it was 2. Jimmy built the Cowboys, okay? He did. Pete Carroll built that Seahawks. He walked in. It was a loaded team. 248-539-9797. Robert, you're on 97.1.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me give y'all some insight to this right here. Okay. Nick Saban is the greatest coach of all time. He ran a 5-star program. 5-star. Bill Belichick is super overrated. The X factor with him was Tom Brady. Tom Brady was the one who ran that whole thing, even though he was the man behind the whip, whipping them and all that. But if it wasn't for Tom Brady, we wouldn't be talking about Bill Belichick on any level.
You know
and that's real talk.
Yeah, see, Robert, I can see at the end, but I think at the beginning it was Belichick that basically built Brady and got Brady to that level. Now, Brady, once he got to that level, then said, okay, I'm going to take it from here, Bill.
But listen at this right here. Nick Saban was a pipeline to the NFL. He really was. Every team has an Alabama player on that team.
Well, how about this, Robert?
He's undisputable the best coach.
Robert, there's 30 Bama players playing this weekend, and I think he's got like over 100 players in the league right now. 30 players in the
every team.
Yeah.
On every team in some capacity.
Yeah.
Every team. So that he was like what they say, not AAA, a 5-star pipeline. He was the major pipeline to the NFL. He was what coach could ever make that statement?
And that's what. So
The
Robert,
floor is yours.
will we see this again, or is this the last one? Is he a dying breed?
We would never ever see this again. But I like that point you said about Urban Meyer. He will probably be a stopgap until they can find the next up-and-coming coach with that cachet.
No, I can see that. Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. Will we see this level of greatness ever again? That you have the longevity. I mean, you heard Nick Saban there's a Bama player on pretty much every team in the NFL. 30 of his players are in the playoffs right now. I mean, think about that. I mean, even you go to Bama, you went to Bama because you're going to the league. You went to New England, you took a pay cut because you knew you were going to win a Super Bowl. Now, it'll be argued, was it Belichick or was it Brady? Now, Brady won a Super Bowl with Tampa. But I'm not going to take that away because Belichick, the Patriot way was real. Now, it didn't translate to other teams as Lions fans found out the hard way. His assistants were garbage. They all were. Going back to, what was it, Romeo Crennel and Charlie Weiss.
Yes.
They were all garbage. Okay? I can't recall one that you're like, but they were all garbage. But Bill ran a tight ship. People took pay cuts. You got guys like Randy Moss said, I just want to go out and play for this man and set a record. They almost went undefeated. I cannot take away from Belichick saying it was all Brady because he discovered Brady. He made Brady. Now, Brady took it to another level, but Belichick found him. Belichick gave him the latitude and the runway to become Tom Brady. Yeah, you're not going to see the greatness like this where you just knew. At least every other year, one of those two teams were going to be in the playoffs. I think it was a stat for a while, David, that whenever the Patriots won, or no, it was whenever the Alabama won, the Patriots won the Super Bowl for a while. That was coinciding with each other. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phone lines. Bob, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I got a question, obviously. With Alabama seeing what Michigan just did to them on defense and that, do you think there's a chance that Jesse Minter would be in that equation there for Alabama, or is he not a high profile enough guy? He's definitely got the youth on the side, like you were saying, as far as you want a young guy, or any of those Michigan coaches. I mean, if you can get Minter as a head coach and bring maybe Sherrone Moore with them to Alabama. I don't know. I'm just wondering what your guys' thoughts are.
No, and Bob, I appreciate it. Here's the thing. I don't think Jesse Minter, no, and it's not because of what he's done. I think he wants to go to the NFL. I think he's going to be a defensive coordinator in the NFL and eventually an NFL head coach. You got to remember, when it comes to coaching, the NFL, that's the highest. Only 32 of those jobs available. College is one step under the NFL. Now, some people are really good or great college coaches, doesn't translate. But I think Mentor has eyes for the NFL. And Alabama, look, it's funny because after every team loses a coach, they always say, well, we got to go out and get this. Alabama's probably the only team that can literally cherry pick. No coach is safe. Let's just put it like that. Right now, people in Seattle are sweating it out, hoping Kalen DeBoer stays. Dan Lanning had to come out and basically do media rounds today to say, I'm not leaving Oregon. Okay? You do. You got Florida State's coach, and he's saying, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here. So it's one of those things that when Alabama wants your guy, they can have your guy. Nobody's safe. Sherrone Moore, I think he's your Michigan coach. He's built for this Michigan team. Sherrone Moore has not only fixed that offensive line, that wasn't bad to begin with, but now it's outstanding. He's got that offense humming. He's the next Michigan head coach, plain and simple. Alabama, he has no ties to the SEC. No ties to Alabama. No, I don't think that would happen. But I see where he's going. They're both young, but yeah, Bama, there's only one standard. You have to come in and you need a coach that's going to win you a title in the next 2 years or you're fired. David, what are you about to say?
Yeah, I was about to say, you mentioned the whole titles thing. It was a back and forth thing is what it was. It would Bama in 11, Bama in 12, then the Patriots in 14, back to the Bama in 15, back to the Patriots in 16, back to Bama in 17.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
They were on a roll.
Yeah.
Just to put it lightly. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls. Plus, I haven't forgotten about you. Lions fans. Would you sell your tickets for this Sunday night? And if so, what price would you sell them for? We'll get those phone calls, those ticket texts next, 97.1. All right. You told yourself at the beginning of the year, this is going to be a different year. You said, I'm going to get in better shape. Planet Fitness heard you, and Planet Fitness is telling you, come on down to your local Planet Fitness. It's the home of the judgment-free zone. You can experience a squeaky clean gym with a lot of locations have all new cardio equipment and new strength training equipment. And if you don't have a lot of time, Planet Fitness says don't worry about it. A full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit. And all memberships include fitness training for free. It comes with the membership. You get all of this. And you get to deliver on the promise you made to yourself. 24 cents down. Less than a quarter. You walk in there with a quarter, they will actually give you back a penny change. That's how low it is for you to sign up. There are no excuses, folks. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. 24 cents down, $10 a month. There's no commitment needed. You could quit at any time, but why would you ever do that? Head over to your local Planet Fitness right now or sign up online at planetfitness.com. All right. Jimmy giving his breakdown of who the coach should be. He's going Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin is a bad rash that will not go away. Somehow, and you know, it would make sense because Lane Kiffin falls up. Just when you think, oh, he's done. Wait, not only did he get that, he got a better job. I know people like that in life that no matter what, it's like you're going to end up being the president of the company one day because somehow you fall up instead of down. You're not that great. Right time, right place, right people. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Who's next? Who's the next great coach in the NFL? Who's the next great coach in college football? Will you ever see a coach that sticks around and has the level of success that Bill Belichick or Nick Saban had at Alabama or New England? I don't think it's going to happen. I think you won't see a coach hanging around for 20 years. I think 10 years will be the new 20 years. And if you can get that, and you can win some couple of titles, because it's going to be a different playoff system. There's a new system with the portal and all of that. We'll have to see. 248-539-9797. David, any ticket text before we get back to the phone lines?
Yeah, someone says, I think dynasties are over. I can't decide in my mind if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's a bad thing. It is. And I know we all want an equal playing field, and I know we all want our team to have a chance at winning. But you need a dynasty. You need a bad guy. You need a villain. And when you think about it, Alabama was the gold standard. I don't care who won the title. Everybody would always scream, we want Bama. In the NFL, for about a 15-year period, the Patriots were the bad guys. Either you loved them or you hated them. But there was no in between. You weren't like, oh, they're okay. Either you thought they were the greatest team ever, or you were like, this bunch of cheating SOBs. They did this. They deflated balls. They videotaped practices. I'll never, ever give them. Boy, it sounds like I'm talking about somebody else. Oops. But you need a bad guy. You need a villain. Because when you just have it where anybody can win, you know what you end up with? You end up with last year's NCAA basketball Final Four. And you know what? If we had tickets to give away, I would say, can you name all 4 teams? Because I don't think anybody can, because I guarantee you lost interest when you saw, wait, who? San Diego State? What?
Florida Gulf Coast, were they one of them?
No.
Oh.
I think it was, I want to say
it was
Florida
FAU. FAU, yeah.
Yeah, Florida, yeah. And Connecticut and Miami.
Yes.
Yeah. Signed no one. So you need a bad guy. You need a villain. You need that team to hate. I don't hate Kirby Smart. I don't hate Georgia. I like them. But they've done nothing that just makes you like, oh, my God, Georgia again. Maybe had they won 3 straight, it would be a little bit of fatigue. But even if it was that, it was like, okay, let's take a break. Like next year, if Georgia won, would you be upset? Kenny would be ecstatic. But you wouldn't be upset like, oh, my God, Georgia won again. You don't hate them. They don't have players you want to punch in the face. They don't. Whereas Saban just seemed to get all the talent all the time.
Plus, with an expanded playoff, you're going to see a lot of new faces now, too. So that's going to help with the fatigue of certain programs.
I guess. And then you're right. But I don't think that you're going to get that team. And I think you need a villain. You need a bad guy. In the NFL, you need a bad guy in college football. You do. The Cowboys used to be that bad guy, and now the Cowboys are nothing. But I remember when the Cowboys were hated. People don't hate. Like, Michigan right now could be the new villain. But I don't think Harbaugh sticks around long enough. And then when you look at Sherrone Moore, you don't hate him. You make fun of him because he cried after the Penn State game. That's not hate. You hate Harbaugh or you love Harbaugh. There's no in between. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to the phone lines. Jake, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. Hey, so I heard, I think his name was Robert Collin, and he was saying how Saban was a 5-star program at Alabama, and he pretty much said Belichick was overrated. I guess my point is Belichick was coaching grown men, and I'm not a Patriots or a Belichick fan by any means, nor am I a Saban Alabama fan. But my opinion, Saban's coaching in college, just like you said, he could pick and choose. Nobody was safe. He could get the top dogs from every year, have number one recruit. If you were a good football player coming out of high school and you wanted to win a national championship, you went to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't understand how they can say that Belichick is overrated and Nick Saban's running this top program when really you're just picking and choosing these great high school
because
kids.
Jake, here's the thing. Here's what happens. Appreciate the phone call. Here's what happens. Because there are going to be people who, and this goes to the whole, you got to hate them. People who hate the Patriots will say, it wasn't Belichick, it was Brady. Or it wasn't Brady, it was Belichick. We had to wonder and figure out, would Belichick win the title without him? It was both. They worked together. He found Brady. He made Brady. He got Brady to be the quarterback that he is. He gave Brady a lot of latitude. He did. And he was able to keep this thing rolling. He didn't have a ton of Hall of Famers on that team. That's what made Belichick so great. It wasn't the super team. Now, Saban, yeah, you knew if you went to Bama, you were going to win a title. The stat is that every 4-year player that played for Nick Saban won a title. Not SEC West title. Not SEC title. National title. 4 years, he could look you in the eye in your living room and say, son, if you come play for me, you will leave Alabama with a national title ring. One of these. He could do that. But I'm not going to sit here and say, look, it's a chicken or the egg. If you go to Alabama, you were going to win a title. And, yeah, winners want to go where winners play. That's just how it is. Anthony, you're on 97.1.
Ryan Day for the coach of Alabama.
Okay, Ryan, are you being serious right now?
I'm Anthony.
I'm sorry, Anthony, you being serious right now?
Yeah, why would he not go there?
He's not successful at Ohio State.
That's the whole reason he wants to leave.
But why would they want him if he's not successful at Ohio State?
Why would they name a better coach that's available that would go there?
I would take Kalen DeBoer. I mean, I don't think Anthony.
I would take Lane Kiffin.
I don't think Anthony's
over Ryan Day.
Ryan, you know what Ryan Day is? He's pretty much at Dabo level, where the school was pack you up, drive you to the airport and say, Godspeed, good luck in the interview, never come back.
Yeah, he's looking at it from one side. Of course, Ryan Day will want the Bama job, but why would Bama want Ryan Day?
If I'm Bama, like, you couldn't handle Ohio State.
Maybe as a coordinator, I don't know.
That's
a ridiculous idea.
I think Anthony's a Michigan fan just having some fun. Because what? Like you've choked it away for Michigan 3 straight years. You've had NFL talent and you can't win a Big Ten with NFL talent there? No.
I know someone else that may want Ryan Day at Alabama. Kirby Smart. He may say, yeah, Bama, bring Ryan Day in to Alabama.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, Kenny, that's good news is you're going to start beating Bama a lot more often now.
Not if they bring in that quality coach that we were talking about. Like if they brought in Urban Meyer, it's not a lateral move, but it's not that big of a step down. They're still getting recruits.
What will he start calling Georgia? That team to the east?
Yes.
That team to the east. All right, we'll get to your phone calls next. Plus, we'll also talk about ticket prices. Lions fans, how much would you be willing to sell your tickets for this Sunday's game? We'll talk a little NFL as well. 97.1.
You need more guys with Nick Mullins' face to coach. Very punchable. Very just, I don't like that guy.
With Nick Mullins.
I can't stand it. Every time they'd cut to him and he's like, he gets hit and he's like, his
Nick
face
Mullins,
is smushed into the helmet.
Nick Mullins, Danny Cutlets.
Nick Mullins. Wow. Much better football player.
Oh, I mean, one you detest more.
Cutlets, because he ruined the Giants draft pick. David, Ticket Text, as we are talking price to sell, and how far are you willing to go to be at the game?
I told my wife to move off of our tickets would be $5,000 a piece. Currently, similar tickets are going for $1,000 to $3,000 per ticket. Lower bowl, row 10. That's
right.
Mike
So
in Farmington Hill.
you've put them in an unsellable price range, and that's fine. At least I understand what it would take.
So he's not selling, basically, is what he's saying.
I'm not selling mine for any less than $2,500 a piece. Someone else says, I'm taking my dad, who had season tickets for 20 years, never attended a playoff game, paid $600 each for the tickets. Price would be pretty high for me to.
Yeah, if you involve a family member or a child, a parent,
it's like the Taylor Swift
can't sell.
concert.
It's hard to set. Now listen,
we're trying to get Jimmy to say, I can't.
I just think it's much easier. Like, I'd rather disappoint a kid who won't appreciate it anyways than your dad. Your dad is old. Got a limited shelf life here. You got to get him to the game. Kids, they didn't even work for it.
You'd be amazed at what kids appreciate, though, if you raise them right. Marquis.
And remember, these are the same people who are going to be putting you up in a retirement home later or setting you out on the street.
They will have that choice. You're exactly right.
They just wheel David's ass to the corner.
Dad. No, you take him.
I don't want to visit Dad again. He's always singing and things.
What if we just...
In fact, I would be, yes.
We just dropped him off at the bus station.
Dad, you've told us that for 50 years. All right, keep it going, will you please?
A marquee once in a lifetime matchup and a chance to witness history in person is priceless. However, I'll take the Valenti approach and give me my big screen TV at home. That's practical.
No, and again, you can set a price of how far you're willing to go, and if it doesn't match up with where the marketplace is, that doesn't make you bad in any way. I'm curious what you're willing to do. And let's face it, all right, we live in a country where we are $1 trillion deep in credit card debt. People pretty routinely buy things they can't afford. So it's not a judgment.
No, but here's the other thing, the other side to this coin. You're favored in this game. You could win and have another game the next week at Ford Field that, you gave up this one. You're there for the divisional round. Because you'll know by the time kickoff comes if you're going to have a second game lined up at Ford Field. Because Green Bay plays right before you do.
Let's get to the people. Let's see where they're at, both on the buy side and the sell side. We go to Pete, 97.1. What's up, Petey?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Pete. What's going on?
So it's a similar story, but back in 2002 when the Wings won the Cup, my dad used to have season tickets for his company to give away to customers. And so they were going to sweep Game 4 at home. I begged him to go. I was 12. And he looks at me, he goes, are you insane? I could sell these 4 seats, and I'll make back my entire season and pay for the entire next season. So that's what he did. I was so livid. But as an adult, I'm going, I would have done the same dang thing.
Yeah.
You see the value now.
So here's my question, Pete. All right, you don't have tickets, right?
I do not.
Okay, so how far are you willing to go? And there's no wrong answer. How far would you be willing to go to be there Sunday night?
I'd love to go. I am not paying that kind of money, though.
Yep.
There's just no way.
You know what, Pete, you know what the funny part is like, and I mean, you'd have to go back. Like, you remember when HD became a thing? Like 2004, 2005? Like, once that happened, the at-home experience changed. Got a hell of a lot better. Pete, it's very hard to justify dropping a couple grand on tickets versus I can buy a badass television and be done.
And Pete, the same thing now goes for the 4K. It's like, wow, this really looks good.
I had second row seats to the Thanksgiving game against the Bills last year. We had a blast, but the whole time I'm going, I could see this game better at home.
Yes. Pete, 100%. I ran into it. You know, I wanted to go to LSU so bad, and I went, and the biggest thing you find out when you do the research, make sure you're not close to the field. It's the opposite of what most places are because LSU's field is raised. It's not dropped down. First 20 rows, you can't see bupkis. But you have all these people paying big money to sit in the end zone field level suites. Can't see nothing. Unless you're going to stare at the player's ass. Can't see nothing. So I had to make sure we were a good 50 rows up. I want to watch the game. I'm with you. I wouldn't want to sit like first row. To do what? See the players sit by the air conditioners? I want to watch the game. Let's go over to DJ. Uh-oh. We find out whether the Lions are winning or losing if DJ's going to be there. DJ, you are not in that building Sunday night. Tell me, please.
What up? What up, though, my dog?
How are you, sir?
I'm good, but my homeboys about to text me. They about to hit me on Facebook. So look, dog. Number one, when I go to the road games, hey man, I normally pay about $500 or $600. I like to sit like what you're talking about, where about 30 rows back where I can actually watch the game. 'Cause I'm a real fan.
Yes.
So I've been doing that all season. I'm prepared to do that here. Like I'll pay $500 or $600 just because. Listen,
I will pay you $500 not to be there. You are a plague on this team.
Hey, Mike, that's the same thing two of my dogs said. But look, man, I'm with Rico. I think Rico kind of was with this one. This is ridiculous. Like Lamont used to tell Fred on Sanford, this is ridiculous. I am not superstitious. I am not religious. I told myself we ain't been to the playoffs since I was 12 at a home game. I got to go. Y'all just convinced me listening to y'all. Like, you know what? I got to go. I got to find me.
So, DJ, if they lose, will you finally realize it is you and it's not Detroit? And we can't say, DJ, it's all your fault.
No, but look, though. So, look. Remember, we were in a similar situation with that Thanksgiving game, and I hit Hatch like, man, I had never been to a home Thanksgiving game. We were favored, and we took a L. And I'm sitting here like, you have got to be kidding me. So now, I'm going to be honest with you, Mike, I don't even feel confident about this game. Like, when I'm really looking at it, that Rams D-line, Stafford can slang it, and the kid from Minnesota embarrassed us. So I'm thinking to myself, what is Cooper Kupp and this rookie about to do to us? See, I'm looking at it from a logical standpoint.
DJ,
you know what I mean? Like,
oh, you can't be there. What is your record going to home games? 1-12?
Yep. Yep. Like, no. They've never won when I went. They've never won.
I was about to
Not
say,
one time, seriously.
Well, if you extend it to him supporting Butler at the Breslin Center, it's 1-13.
Hey! Before I go, I want to say something. Y'all two touched on, and this is switching gears for a minute, Mike.
Yeah.
I took my 7-year-old last night to see Wembanyama. Bro, that dude looks like an alien. And I've been around a lot of athletes in my lifetime. Looking from down, even on the court, dude.
Oh yeah.
It looked like I was looking like the actual Alien movie.
Did
like,
you
he looked crazy in person?
Did you see what Jalen Duren said about him?
What'd he say?
This is nuanced commentary. He's tall. Really, really tall.
Dude, my
and I think he's still growing.
He's frightening.
My 7-year-old is just learning the game of basketball. She's starting to play, and she just kept saying, "Wow, Daddy, he's tall." I'm sitting there looking like I've never seen nothing like it. He literally looks like an alien.
Yeah. No, listen. If he stays healthy, I can't imagine what his career is going to look like. But I worry about that frame. I'd also like to tell you the Lions are losing to the Rams because DJ's going to the game. And if you're a listener of this show, you know the deal. If DJ is at Ford Field, they're not winning.
So basically put up signs, no number 9 jerseys and no DJ.
I'm making that a part of tomorrow's show.
No DJ?
No, the my football reasons I'm scared of the game. I have to add DJ's presence to it. Rico, he's pestilence. When he's there, they lose.
Yeah.
We'll get more of the
Has
people.
nothing to do with that bad secondary, though.
Nothing. We will get to the people. How much for you to sell? How far are you willing to go to buy? We got Kenny in. That's settled. He's all set. Yeah, but Evan, we got a problem. I told him, don't bring some degenerate and embarrass me. And now we're spinning the wheel with some of his friends here. I don't know who he's bringing.
Why do you assume all my friends are degenerates?
Because I work.
They don't have any teeth either. At least make sure they have a full set of teeth.
I did not say that. I'm sure their dental care is lovely.
It was coming. It was down the line.
We probably already know who's going with him.
No, she's out.
What?
It's over.
It's over?
Yeah.
No, it's not. She's working that night. God, I hate this bit.
No,
That's okay.
That's enough.
I think I'm going to press the button.
Yeah,
now.
David, hit that button. You need more guys with Nick Mullins' face to coach. Very punchable. Very just, I don't like that guy.
With Nick Mullins.
I can't stand every time they'd cut to him and he's like, he gets hit and he's like, his
Nick
face
Mullins,
is smushed into the helmet.
Nick Mullins, Danny Cutlets.
Nick Mullins. Wow. Much better football player.
Oh, I mean, one you detest the more.
Oh, well.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Lions are about 48 hours away from hosting their first playoff game in 30 years. Much of the attention is still centered on Matt Stafford's return to the Motor City. But another big angle is Jared Goff's chance at revenge against his former team. Goff has said before he wasn't happy with how things went down when the Rams traded him, specifically criticizing Sean McVay for not communicating during the process. Goff is taking the high road now and keeping the focus on the magnitude of this game, but he's also acknowledged his time with the Rams and McVay didn't necessarily end amicably. McVay, for his part, has taken responsibility for the hard feelings Goff harbored, admitting he should have done better by his former QB. Another day, another embarrassing story for ESPN. The worldwide leader has returned at least 37 sports Emmys after it came to light the network used fake names to circumvent rules rendering on-air talent ineligible for awards. Trophies won by illicit means went to some of ESPN's biggest stars, including Kirk Herbstreit, Lee Corso, and Desmond Howard. ESPN reportedly submitted nominations for those personalities using fake names like Kirk Henry, Lee Clark, and Dirk Howard.
Why not just Herbstreit's dog?
Benny?
Right.
The network had awards re-engraved with the talent's real names after winning them. And the Red Wings put their 3-game winning streak on the line.
They put fake names on the award because they couldn't win them on their own.
Well, you get the award, right, and it has the fake name you submitted it under. Then they would take them.
They put the fake name on there. Basically, it's like credits, like, oh, and throw in these interns as well. Bunch of losers.
And the Red Wings put their 3-game winning streak on the line at LCA tonight against absolutely rolling Edmonton. Ken Holland's Oilers have won 8 in a row and 16 of 19. You can hear it right here on 97.1, the ticket coverage starting at 6:45. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 the ticket or Odyssey.com.
The Kenny Cott remix. I love it. Lions fans, big game this weekend. You're going to be down there. You're going to be loud. You're going to be excited. But I do have a question for you. Is there any way you sell those tickets? Is there a price that you're like, I can't turn this down? This will pay for my season ticket package next year. This will help me burn off some of that Christmas debt that I incurred. I got to sell the tickets, or no matter what, it's kind of like the Taylor Swift tickets from earlier this year. No way in the world you're going to part with your playoff tickets. First time in a long time the Lions get a home playoff game, because the last time they were here, believe it or not, the place wasn't sold out. I actually got to go to the game for free because there were just tickets available, because people wanted to see the game on TV, and I don't think that you got a chance to see it on TV. That's how long it's been. 248-539-9797. Is there a price that you would sell these tickets for? Or don't even ask me. I'm going to the game, and I'm going to sit there and cheer and root and do everything I possibly can. David, a couple ticket texts, then we're going to jump into the phone line.
Season ticket holder in club level. Got my tickets for $270, have two a piece. Wouldn't sell for any amount to miss this game.
Ooh, club level.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, man, you talking thousands of dollars. You could probably sell those for $2,000 a piece, $4,000. Pay for your season ticket package for next year. And next year's schedule's pretty damn good.
It is pretty good for the Lions already, yeah.
Yeah. You could even afford, if you did that, Lions fans, here's the extra caveat. If you sell your tickets, and because you're going to know the schedule ahead of time, you could go out and buy those tickets to the away games as well.
Oh, you're exactly right.
Because there's a lot of good away games.
Take over the stadium like they did this year.
Yeah.
Someone says, my 2 tickets in section 107 are going for about $1,500 on Ticketmaster. You can't put a price on experiences, except in this case, I need $3,000 each to move them.
Yeah.
Another one says, even if Laporta is on a snap count, I agree his presence will drastically impact the outcome on Sunday. I believe he will play and be enough of a distraction even if he doesn't get targets. Matt in Wixom.
Okay, Matt, here's the thing. Here's what I found out. I think it was Colton Pouncey put it in his Twitter report. He didn't practice with the team.
He was on the side.
He was on the side working out on his own. So this is him saying he's feeling good about it. Wasn't an official workout. So I'm going to pump the brakes on anybody excited that he's going to be back. Let's wait and see. The quieter the Lions are, the more positive that I am he's going to play. But as of now, probably the earliest would be if you win this game, that maybe you see him limited next week. When I saw the injury, best case scenario was championship weekend. He would be back and actually doing something that can help the team. But we'll see. 248-539-9797. Devin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? Yeah, I just want to talk about I got a different take. I want to talk about the playoff prediction I got. I don't think, as much as I want revenge on the Cowboys, I don't think we're going to see them. I think we're going to get past the first round, but I think we're going to see Green Bay again. I think we get 2 home playoff games.
I don't think that's that far out. I mean, Green Bay has gone into Dallas and won 9 of the last 10 times they've been there. So that's...
See, I didn't even know that. I just feel like this is around the time the Cowboys
Devin,
start to fold.
Devin, that's why you listen to this show, so we give you information like that.
Exactly. But, yeah, I feel like this is around the time the Cowboys fold, and we won't get our revenge against them, but we'll definitely get our revenge against Green Bay for sure. And on the Laporta thing, I feel like he should rest regardless. And I think we should let J-Mo shine. J-Mo this is his time to step up.
Yeah, but see, I don't know what J-Mo's status is for this game. I don't know if he'll be ready for this game or not.
Let me give you the injury report from today. He was full practice today.
Okay.
Back-to-back full practice.
Okay. So maybe, yeah, I mean, you're right. Devin, hopefully he can stretch the field. If Laporta's not there, open things up underneath for Amon-Ra St. Brown or Donovan Peoples-Jones. So I appreciate the phone call,
definitely.
Devin.
Thank you.
All right. 248-539-9797. Bit of good news for Lions fans out there. But Lions fans, is there a number? Is there a number that you would be willing to part your tickets with? Sean, you're on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, man.
Well, so I've been a season ticket holder for about 11 years. I'm in section 104, 20 rows from the field. I couldn't sell my tickets. I've been waiting too long for this. The guy next to me, he sold his tickets. He got $3,000 for them.
Wait. Hold on, Sean. 3,000 a piece?
No, he got 1,500 a piece.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, 1,500 a piece.
Okay.
So, but I just been waiting too long for this. And I think what's being lost in all the Stafford talk is the people who've been investing their money into the Lions for years. This is something special for season ticket holders who's been there for years. I don't know about other people's sections, but in my section, we're like a family. We travel together. You know, when we have away games, we go away, or if we stay home, we meet up at bars. You know, we have a good time. And this is something that I've been waiting for.
Okay, but Sean,
I'm 41 now.
Sean, here's the thing. You believe in Dan Gamble, right? He likes to gamble on the field. What if you gamble that they would get a second home playoff game? And if you sold your seats, you got enough money for next year's season tickets and to take a road trip to Santa Clara when they go play the 49ers.
Hey, I got the mindset that if you can afford to be a season ticket holder, you don't got to sell your tickets because you already set.
Okay.
That's just the mindset I have. I don't have to sell my tickets in preparation for next year.
I got you. Hey, man, I was just throwing it out there. I feel you.
But can I say this?
Go for it.
About the Laporta situation. I'm more of a future guy. I don't want to jeopardize my future All-Pro player, Hall of Fame player, some may say, for a game. I mean, if Ben Johnson is the offensive coordinator and the head coach, as people calling him now, he'll find a way to get it done without Sam Laporta. James Mitchell, he was not a bad tight end at Oregon, and he's shown game to game and year to year that he's getting better.
He's not. But I'll say this, Sean, and I appreciate the phone call.
Sean, wow.
No, but here's the thing. Lions fans, when you started this year off and you had to play Kansas City, we all were monitoring, was Travis Kelce going to play? And when you found out that Kelce wasn't playing, confidence levels skyrocketed. Why? He wasn't there. You weren't saying, well, that backup tight end, he's pretty good too. No, it was no Kelce. That's Laporta right now. We didn't know Laporta was going to be that good. That's Laporta right now. Just want to say 248-539-9797. And real quick, you're going to the game. Here's the thing. We've talked about it. That old number 9 jersey you got, no. Head on out to the Detroit Jersey Exchange at Twin Peaks in Livonia tomorrow from 2 to 10 p.m. Bring that old number 9 jersey. They'll exchange it for a new 16, 14, or 97 jersey. First 1,000 people will get a new jersey while the supplies last. So if you got that old number 9 jersey, head on out to Twin Peaks in Livonia tomorrow from 10 to 2 p.m. All right, real quick before we get back to the phone lines, because I see you're holding. David, I think that I'll give your school credit for something. The Michigan Wolverines have proven they're the first people I know that actually came up with how you can be half pregnant.
I think I know where you're going here.
Yeah. The point guard, Doug McDaniel, is half suspended. He says, how are you suspended before away games only?
I wish I knew.
You can play in the home games, but you can't play in the road games. I think they've mastered half pregnant. Either you're suspended or you're not.
Correct.
He gets rest for the home games.
Correct.
Can't for the road game.
And then there's also a mixed message when he or the school announces he's out indefinitely, and then he sends out a message, not talk about the other part of it, but the message that said 6 games.
How about this? Hey, Doug, you may want to hit those English classes a little better. Find new ways to say, my boys, my fellas. Maybe, just maybe. David, you won the title.
Yes.
So the victors goes to the spoils. That athletic department's a joke. Okay? From the top down.
Look, we're going to celebrate on Saturday.
From the top down. That athletic department. How
Ward's celebrating right now. He's not thinking about suspending
Ward know
a player.
You have a basketball program?
I don't think so.
Well, at least he didn't give Doug the keys to his wife's car this time.
Hey, there's still time.
You're right, because he's never spoken upon that either. Anyway, I thought that was hilarious when I saw you're half suspended. You're a little bit wet. You're half pregnant. Anyway, back to the phone lines, 248-539-9797. Mike, you are on 97.1.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, man.
Listen, man, I'm feeling a little bit like my dad, man. I'm 60. I grew up in the 70s watching football in the 70s. And my pops used to always talk about Bear Bryant. There'll never, ever be another Bear Bryant. There'll never, ever be another Vince Lombardi. So I watched football in the 70s, man, and I was looking at, Tom Landry, Don Shula, Chuck Notch, Madden. Them guys were battling each other, and they won plenty of Super Bowls, and they retired. Shula was the greatest, I ain't going to say he was the greatest of all time, but he had the most wins.
Right.
And then the 90s roll around, man, and you get
Jimmy Johnson.
Joker come up with the West Coast offense, man.
Yeah.
So, and you got the Tuna and Parcells. The thing about it, I remember when these coaches, I'm talking about the 2 we celebrating, the 3 we celebrating, when one was at Toledo. Mm-hmm. And then he went to Michigan State. I remember those times, man. And I remember when Belichick was Buster at Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
But them guys, I just want to salute what they end up doing.
Oh, hey,
man.
Mike, real quick, how about this? When he was at Cleveland, he hired Nick Saban.
He hired Nick Saban. And what about this? Nick Saban worked for his dad, Belichick's dad.
So, no,
it's crazy.
I get what you're saying. I just wonder, especially in college football, landscape has changed. And in the pros, I mean, is somebody going to stick around that long?
That's the beauty. That's the beauty of this call you guys got, because I heard a lot of your 30-year-olds that's on here. They'll be able to see how it pans out the next 30 years. Mm-hmm. They'll be able to see if Dabo Swinney is going to change some of his ways, and maybe he'll be that guy. Or is the guy from Washington going to be that guy? Or who's in the NFL level? Because you got a lot of coordinators. You got a lot of guys that are professional coaches now. And I think football coaches are the best coaches on the planet because they got a lot on their plate.
They do.
At the level of some of these guys we talked about, man, a lot of guys are going to have to step up their game. Now, who's going to take the throne in the next 10, 15 years? Because that's a hell of a perch to be on, to be able to take a team. Because let me just say one thing. When I was that 10-year-old boy, Pittsburgh Steelers hadn't won nothing. Chuck Knox took them, and they won.
Fair.
Belichick hadn't won nothing. I mean, New England hadn't won nothing. So who's going to be the next guy? Is it going to be Dan Campbell? Who's it going to be?
No, great question. Great answer. Appreciate the phone call, Mike. Mike's saying it goes in circles. I can't sit here and say he's wrong because at the time, Chuck, Bill Walsh, Jimmy Johnson. Oh, man, you're never going to see that again. I don't know. I don't know who that coach is going to be. I don't see him right now. I mean, David, it could be Sharon Moore. We could be saying, hey, 20 years from now, yeah, I remember when he coached that Penn State game. He was an interim coach, and now look at him. He's got his own statue outside of Schembechler Hall. You can see. Maybe. 248-539-9797. Kyle, you're on 97.1. Kyle. Oh, come on, Kyle. You waited this long. Kyle. All right. He's gone. Any ticket text?
I have 4 tickets and sold 2 for $600 apiece. Won't sell the other 2, section 218, row 2. Okay.
I kind of feel like you could have sold them for more.
I agree. Probably, went too early. Someone says, could Notre Dame's coach go to Alabama?
Marcus Freeman.
Yeah.
I don't know if Marcus Freeman's big enough for Alabama. Like Marcus Freeman, I mean, I wanted him at image. Marcus Freeman is good, but when you get to Alabama, Bama's only taking the best. Bama's looking at possibly NFL people. The floor for Alabama is Lane Kiffin. Obviously, I saw Tommy Rees. I mean, I guess you have to interview him.
No, you don't.
You're not giving Tommy Rees that job.
You don't have to interview him.
He ruined your program.
You let him walk away.
That was the offense that he ran as the coordinator. Could you imagine if you handed him the keys to the program? Tommy Rees is not ready for Alabama.
Adam in Birmingham is saying Bill O'Brien will be the next head coach at Bama.
Interesting. I don't see that, but I think Bama could do better than O'Brien. Maybe bring O'Brien in as an offensive coordinator. But I don't know the head coach because they're looking for longevity.
Correct. That's not longevity.
I don't think Bill O'Brien is there for the long haul. Alabama is not a stopgap job. They're not, you're going to coach at Bama for 3 years and then move on. Yeah, you're going to coach at Bama, and if you got a 3-year window, you better have a title in there, or you better at least have gotten to the national title game and beaten Georgia, and we can talk. And while you're at it, Auburn as well.
Correct.
Because you lose those 2 games, everything else off.
Yeah, you might as well pack
can
your
be
office
10-2, but you've lost. And they played Georgia this year for the first time in like 20 years. So, yeah, Kenny has to be excited because I got to go ahead and call that a Georgia victory already, Kenny. So, one more. We'll get to the phone calls.
Yeah, I like this text because I was wondering this all week or leading into the weekend. Someone says, priced out of NFL playoff games, so I chose to go to Houston instead. The NFL prices are absurd. I was wondering that as the championship game was coming closer and closer, if people were deciding to do that versus the playoff game or the playoff game.
How much did he say he paid for that ticket?
He didn't say. He didn't say in the text.
I wish you would have told us.
Yeah.
But see, I probably, David, if my team was in a national title game, I would go to that as well.
Yes.
I mean, if you're a Michigan fan, I mean, forget all this fallout or whatever is going to happen. You'll never forget that experience. Win or lose, you were there. Oh, yeah. It was, please. I would have been not here, or I would have had a Comrex at the airport, as you'd been hearing the overhead speaker. We're now boarding. Don't worry about that. That's the
looking for the Jones family for flight and
Right. I like either Jimmy, give me the day off, or I'll do the Comrex from the airport, one or the other. 248-539-9797. Russ, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I wanted to call and give you guys a different perspective. Before the commercial break, you mentioned the thing about Travis Kelce, and I agree somewhat. And I think Tirico said something like that at the beginning of the year. But when you look at Kansas City as overall, the talent level after Kelce drops off dramatically, right? Like, I know they have Mahomes and he does magic, and I know Pacheco runs hard. Mm-hmm. But we've got, like, Jameis coming back, and his hands, like, his speed is better than Kadarius Toney's, and his hands are starting to develop to be better than that too. Plus, we have Gibbs who can catch. Plus, we have St. Brown who has to be top 5. But people aren't saying he's top 5 in the league. So I feel like our stock, as far as who can catch, is better than what Kansas City now has currently, and the other 2 tight ends can make up for some of the blocking that he does.
No, Russ, and I appreciate the call, but what I'm saying is you're missing out the fact that Laporta got 48 first downs this year. that's a large chunk of offense that's not going to be there. So, yes, you have talent, but he was the guy. He was the security blanket. He kept things going, and he probably won't be there. Can you win without him? Yeah, you can. But him not being there, I don't feel good about it. Las Vegas doesn't feel good about it. They're saying basically you're a coin flip. But only because you're at home do you get the 3-point advantage. You get that field goal. And let's not even talk about field goal kickers because Dan Campbell hates his. Just so you know. 248-539-9797. Big game coming up. How about some big game tailgating ideas? We'll get you that next. 97.1.
All right, a little football today. We're bringing out all the celebrities, which means the two bald gentlemen who really don't shave their head on a regular basis. It's Roberto and Evan. I mean, what is it with you two? You're shaving your head or you're not?
Every other week.
I
don't do it. I paid to have it done.
It's starting to look a little bozo to clownish, but okay. Hey, it's a football today with a twist. Let's get after it, shall we?
Oh, what could that music mean?
This. Let's go.
So listen.
What is this?
The Lions will be bringing the heat on Sunday, and so can you. with some spicy appetizers to serve and enjoy during the game.
Colon Man's the only one who can eat them.
Well, I bring this up because Rico gave me a dish to prepare for dinner last night, and my God, was it spicy. Unbelievable, but it was delicious.
Did you do? He's got a terrible stomach.
He's Gordon Ramsay over
He
here?
asked for permission
I
first.
said, hey, Roberto, if you can eat this, it's good. He's like, no, I'll try it. I've been able to eat spicy foods as of late. So it was spicy Mexican cauliflower rice.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I mean, it's just got just enough bite in it.
Hey, if anybody's near the bathroom, clear out stall 2 and 3. Oh, boy. All right, so we got game day bites.
Yes.
Because Lord knows there's no tailgating. It's going to be 5 degrees out.
Well, that's why these are good, because they'll be spicy.
All right, and Evan is going to weigh in. Kenny, David, Rico.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, because you're the king of spice.
Now we're going to start off easy, real easy. 3 ingredients. Even Beanie, the update guy, can make this. Here we go.
Beanie just took a stray.
How about Beanie catching a stray?
That's update Jesus to you.
How about a nice Velveeta spicy sausage dip? You just take your Velveeta cheese, you put in some Rotel diced tomatoes, some green chilies, and some spicy pork sausage.
That's actually 4 ingredients, but okay.
Well, 1 can for the Rotel. 1 can. 1 can.
Go around the room. I mean, Rico will say yes, guaranteed.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong.
I mean, it's simple.
Titanium alloy colon.
Oh, my
Evan.
God. You know what? You have the stomach of an 85-year-old man.
Dude, I'm just saying, that's a lot. That's a lot of fake stuff going in. That's going to result in a problem.
Dude, he had me at Velveeta. I mean,
right there, you got it.
anything with Velveeta, I'm in.
All
I'll
right.
try it.
I'll put it on a car bumper and eat it.
Yeah,
Like
licking it off.
Right, it's like the Rita's nacho dip.
I feel like I'm going to be with Rico a lot because I love spicy things now. I'm all in on that.
But
that sounds
no,
great.
all right, don't lie to me. That would test your bidet.
Oh, yeah.
It would test it. I don't think it would break it, but we'll test it out.
Good to know. Hatchet.
Yeah, this is what my family would be saying to me. That's what they would be saying to me.
Oh, that's so good.
Also heard from the Hatchet household.
Wow.
Can I hear that again, please?
Stephen, hey.
My God.
My God.
All right, let's keep it
All right. Well, in line with that, how about this? How about some sweet, salty, spicy nuts?
No.
You preheat the oven to 350. You line a baking sheet with aluminum foil. You combine your walnuts, your pecans, your almonds, your cashews. Put it in a large bowl. Add some salt, black pepper, cumin, cayenne. Toss to coat. Bam.
100% I'd be in on that.
How easy is that?
That's delightful.
Of course.
No. I'll just pass because anything I say will turn into a drop. So
I was thinking the same thing.
Why do you think I picked it?
I'm just gonna say,
Well, all right,
pass.
drop free zone. Say what you want to say. It's on tape. I said drop free zone.
You remember Anna Vasana, how that worked out for you?
Guys,
Drop free
we
zone.
won't do this, and then until the next day, there's a song.
Things like this appear. Evan, yes or no?
There's no way. I don't want.
Yeah, I'm out.
All right, no.
Someday.
David.
No.
Wow.
You would?
When you think tailgate, you don't think
A little too healthy. A little too healthy for
Rico's
this room.
terrified to speak.
Right.
Let's go to the next one.
All right, how about this? These are called Detroit hot honey wings.
Ooh.
So you get your wings.
I'm in already.
You put in a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, add more if you can stand it, 1 cup of honey, some butter, and a half a cup of Frank's Red Hot.
Yes.
Boom.
In.
Yes.
I would do that.
When did hot honey become this like taboo
I don't know,
thing?
but I wish I invented it. I wouldn't have to do this for a living.
right. It's like that Nashville chicken. It's all of a sudden it just popped up.
Right. Well, you know what? You didn't have the idea.
Maybe he did. Maybe he created it.
Hot
Yeah,
honey.
hot honey.
Do you
I'm in,
imagine we could have
100%.
retired off of hot honey?
It does sound really good though.
Well, let's see. Well, there has to be something out there. There's spicy ketchup, hot honey. There's got to be some condiment that we could just add some meat to it.
Oh, there's like a sriracha mayo
Okay,
out there now.
Oh, I got it. I got that coming.
I'm getting very hungry. I'm in.
Where's this on the bidet meter?
It's like a 7 or 6 out of 10 on the bidet meter. We're getting there.
It's a 6 chili.
Wow.
It's a 6 flush out of 10. All right. Let's go to the next one, shall we?
All right, this one's a little out of the box, but hey, maybe we'll like it. Some curry meatballs.
Out.
Out.
You're a disgrace.
Perfect for the spicy food lover. Meatballs in a spicy curry sauce loaded with flavor.
Nope. No.
Wow.
Absolutely not.
Wow.
If you eat that, you may as well burn your own home down.
Why is that?
Curry and meatballs? Absolutely not. Ridiculous. I'm out on principle. Leave me alone.
What, meatballs can only be served one way?
I know my truth.
Yeah, with a brown gravy.
Okay, you can
Swedish.
get out
Or
as well.
ketchup. Swedish.
Ketchup?
Yeah,
Is
ketchup's
that a
good.
yes? So it's a yes for you.
There's the grape jelly.
I'm probably.
Oh, grape jelly meatballs are the best.
What are we doing
what?
here? Yeah,
They are.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, I didn't put it on the list, but it was on the what I was looking into.
They're phenomenal.
See, I was just having fun with him.
Oh, you can replace it with like little mini hot dogs too.
You know what? I'm not coming over to your house.
They're very good, I'm telling
They're
you.
great.
Yeah,
Kenny, yes
very
or
good.
no?
This is a 9 flush out of 10, so I'm out on this one.
This would have the bidet shaking. All right, we go to David.
I think for that reason alone, I'm out. I can't do this. My bathroom can't take it.
Jeez.
Next.
All right. How about this? If you can stand it, you can make it. A habanero salsa.
No.
Yes.
Nope, I'm out.
Fresh habanero peppers, tomato, onion, some sour orange juice. Pack some heat. Will make you sweat like a dog's nose.
Yeah.
We're in.
Yeah, at both ends. No. Out.
What is sour orange juice?
I don't know.
It's
like a blood orange or
No. It's an actual like Mexican Latin American fruit. Like it's a dude.
I'm
Listen,
out.
it's probably delicious. I would
What
rather.
color does this end up
I'd rather
being?
die.
Evan looks disgusting.
when it goes in or out.
Rico would. Oh yeah, that's his. That's
I would
his
do it.
speed.
I'd do it.
Colin Man would be all over that.
yeah,
Kenny,
yeah.
Roberto, you've cracked the toilet bowl now. I'm officially out.
this is the bidet is shut down. Kenny's out on that.
This is I'm at the big box store buying a new toilet.
All right, give us one more, please.
All right, how about some jalapeno poppers in the air fryer, wrapped in bacon?
Oh God.
All the way in. I love
And then
jalapeno
to
poppers.
spice it up even more, you're going to add some cayenne, some paprika, garlic powder. Try it with some taco seasonings as well.
Eat it at your friend's house. Ruin their toilet.
See, you were okay with the jalapeno poppers wrapped in bacon. Now the rest of the stuff is just
egregious.
Yeah, it's just too much.
Can I do turkey bacon?
No, you could be a man and just eat that swine.
Just be like me. I get poppers
David-
and I take out the jalapeno.
David, it's not pork because it's bacon. It's like, you can't eat like pork chops because the word pork is not in it.
Got you.
Bacon's okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Now let me leave you with this last one because I know Mike loves this one. I love this one. You
Let's
can't
hear
go
it.
wrong with this. The muffaletta sandwich.
Oh,
Yes.
so nasty.
100%.
He
moose
still
sandwich.
has it in the fridge up there from like 6 months ago.
I keep some in the fridge
What's
here.
a moose? What's a moose
It's
sandwich?
like a real ratty, like relish almost.
Whoa. Hey.
Like a relish.
Hey, Roseville, pipe down. Listen, think about an Italian mix with olive spread, great bread. It's
really
it's,
selling you, huh?
it's a great, like tapenade. It's delicious.
I mean, is it meat on it or
an Italian
a lot of
mix.
cold cuts. Yeah,
It's great.
Oh, what's an Italian mix? For non-Italians, what's an Italian mix?
Meatball, spaghetti sauce.
No.
Salami, bologna.
Hey, all right, that's it. We're done. I'm done. That's it. We got to roll. 97.1.
All right, David. Let's clean up some ticket texts before we hand this thing over to Rieger down at the B-Dubs. What you got?
I'm 26, driving in from Grand Rapids, originally from Livonia. I've never seen this. Worth the $600 for Section 319, Eddie in Grand Rapids. So he's probably bought somebody else's tickets that already also texted on here that they sold them for $600.
I wonder, did he buy them? You buying the tickets for $600. That's a steal. Yeah,
Josh in Chicago says $2,000 each for me to sell my season tickets for the wild card game. Would sell the second round for less, though.
Why would you sell the second round for less?
I don't understand that one. That part doesn't make sense. Someone says, I have $100. I heard DJ earlier. I have $100 for DJ if he does not go to the game.
You know what? Maybe that's what we do. We set up something for DJ to watch the game privately. Get him some food, get him some drink, nice location. We set DJ up in a prime spot. You just cannot go to the game at all. As a matter of fact, we have a camera on DJ so we know what he's doing the entire time. So he can't sneak out. I like that idea. Maybe we do that tomorrow.
I'm blessed and grateful to be a longtime Lions season ticket holder. Obviously, I won't sell the playoff tickets. However, I am prepping to sell my kids' college fund to go to the big game in Las Vegas as needed. Tom and Hasley.
Yeah. You know what? Here's the thing. If the Lions make it to the Super Bowl, I think all bets are off. I think all college funds are off. I think mortgage. David, I think it's going to be a lot of broken families. I do. I think that a lot of people are going to go to the game, and when the wife opens up the envelope or checks the online account, a few days later, she's going to know why you never showed back up at home. Honey, I'm going to go get a pack of cigarettes.
The Lions can't be breaking families up here.
The Lions will break families up. David, if they make the Super Bowl, how are you going to tell somebody not to pay $7,000 for a seat?
Well, see, that's the thing. I do think that if they make the Super Bowl, there's going to be a lot of people flying into Vegas just to be in Vegas. They may not have tickets to the game. They may never get them, have the intention to buy them, but they may not ever get them.
If you're flying into Vegas, what do you think a hotel room's going to cost?
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to be like New Year's Eve.
It's going to be a lot of people
going to Vegas on New Year's Eve?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that room that you paid $79 for, yeah, that's $779 for that night.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is. And I'll read one more before we get to Jeff Rieger down at Buffalo Wild Wings. Very happy I bought season tickets, section 124, row 36, great seat. Paid $200 for each seat for the playoff. They are selling for $1,000 each. I don't know what I'm going to do yet.
How did you get the tickets? Well, you must have jumped in. You somebody owed you a favor. All right, we got Rieger.
Yes. Gay, Rico, how are we? What's going on?
What's going on, Rieger?
You know, I'm down here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Detroit. We're going to be giving away Lions-Rams tickets. So get down here. It's on Randolph Street, downtown Detroit. 7:55, we'll give them away. But, Rico, you know, there's a big game tonight. You got the Oilers, Kenny Holland back in town. They've won 8 in a row. They've won like 15 of 18. And then the Wings have won 3 in a row. So in Buffalo Wild Wings, and I have proof of this, there are multiple kids wearing Conor McGregor jerseys. Like, what are we doing here? Oh, who was it then?
Conor McGregor?
I'm sorry, Conor McDavid. I apologize.
I'm wondering.
Yes. Conor McGregor would be weird, right? But like Conor McDavid, yes. What are we doing? Come on.
I mean, they're kids, man.
Okay.
Yeah, but the parents are at fault here.
No, it's not.
I agree.
David,
you can't be a Wings fan and then take your kid
Rieger,
wearing a McDavid jersey to the game.
Rieger, it's
you?
Think about all the kids growing up when we grew up who had
Kobe fans?
Kobe and Jordan jerseys.
Check.
Yeah.
I guess. I've never respected those people, though.
Kenny says they may actually be from that area.
Or just think of
Edmonton?
They travel so well, Canadian fan bases. Are you new to this? Have you watched a hockey game before?
Edmonton on a Thursday night. I mean, do they have planes in Edmonton? Do they have electricity in Edmonton? I don't know.
Oh, you're just being hurtful and insulting.
See, I thought you were going to say the big game in Maryland.
Oh, yes, no Doug McDaniels. And that's the weirdest suspension ever. He doesn't play on the road, but he plays at home.
Congratulations. You figured out how you can be half pregnant. That's suspension.
Exactly. And then he was allowed to announce the suspension. But, Rico, I'm more focused on a big game at 9 o'clock. So we got the Wings, we got the Oilers, but we got your boys, after Tommy Izzo says he can't blame the players, going to Illinois, Champaign-Urbana, number 10th ranked team in the country. This is a great sports day. It's a great appetizer for an unbelievable sports weekend.
I mean, it is. I did a parlay bet on Walker to score 20, and I got Walker to score 20. I got A.J. Hoggard to get 6 or more assists, and I took Maryland and the points tonight.
What about a Detroit/Michigan trifecta? Wolverines win, Michigan State wins, and the Red Wings win. What are we thinking? Or they all might.
The Wolverines are going to be the ones that lose.
No. I said Maryland and the points. I didn't say Wolverines.
I know. I changed it, though. So
you probably could get great odds, or you could just give me half the money and keep the other half for yourself.
I might just do that. So I have, for the next 45 minutes or so, I've been watching way too many YouTube videos about
Where's
Rams
Wojo?
and Lions. Well, where's Wojo? I don't know where Wojo is. Okay. He'll be back next week.
Oh, no,
I'm
I
sure.
thought you were watching YouTube videos on trying to find Wojo.
No, he cannot be found.
Get
He'll be at the game on Sunday for sure. I know that for a fact.
Okay.
He might still be in Houston. I have no idea. Maybe he's with Michigan still. But I've watched so many YouTube videos, previews, predictions about Rams and Lions. Do you know that I feel 75% of people are picking the Rams to win this game? Do you agree with them?
Yeah, I think that they think that Stafford is the better quarterback. They think that the Rams have the better receiving core.
Well, I have a shocking stat about Matthew Stafford that nobody's talking about it. We'll bring it up at 6 o'clock, and I'm just judging where people's confidence is. I want one thing you're afraid of that scares you to death about this game, and one thing you're confident in that you know the Lions are going to be able to do well that might lead to a victory.
All right, he's Jeff Rieger. He's live
by the way,
at B-Dubs, and he's giving away Lions tickets, so you better get down there. Go ahead.
DJ, he direct messaged me. He's coming up here, so do you want me to tell him not to go to the game?
No, the fans don't want him to go to the game.
Yes, tell him to stay away. Stay away.
You know what? No, tell him I want to test this theory out.
He got 2 tickets for a decent price. He was messaging me, and he's excited to go to the game. Dude, it's like the first playoff game since he was 12. Go to the game. Nobody believes in these jinxes except for us.
Here's the irony. I went to the last playoff game at home for free because they were giving away tickets because it wasn't sold out.
Isn't that funny? Yeah. So I was in high school at some stupid-ass science fair that I had to do. The game was on a Saturday, if I remember correctly, listening on a radio because you're right. The game was not on TV. Mm-hmm. It's insane.
So, yeah,
and then,
a buddy of mine was
Sharp.
like, he was like, I got a ticket if you want to go. Sure. Why not?
What else am I doing?
Nothing. So, all right. He's Jeff Rieger. He's giving away tickets. Go down to B-Dubs.
Get down here.
All right. 97.1.